curtains on your left.
Right.
That will block the glare.
Professor, how are things in Delhi now? I heard they've got quite bad and restrictions.
That is true, but thankfully I am in campus, so I'm very fortunate. For the last 6 months, I moved to the campus. So we are in a beautiful bubble with 30 peacocks and hundreds of exotic birds. It's the most amazing part of the part of Haryana. Really, I'm totally cut off from Delhi. But you are right, Delhi is not looking good.
We are live, sir.
Great. Sarthak, yeah.
All right, yeah. So, hello and good morning, everyone. I am Sarthak Aneja, a final year BCom honors student at the Jindal School of Banking and Finance, and I am also the student body president. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to our esteemed panelists, Vice Chancellor Sir, Deans, Vice Deans of all the other schools present here, and also our dear viewers. I welcome you all to the second edition of the Global Finance Conclave, based on the theme, All Eyes on India, Resurgence and Resilience post-COVID-19. So last year we had the first edition of the Global Finance Conclave, and this year we are again back with the joint initiative of the faculty members and the students with the second edition. And we're glad that it's happening, even though it's in certain difficult circumstances in a virtual mode. So giving a brief introduction about this conclave, it's not only a place where people get to learn about academic and practical knowledge, but also a place where students can show off their skills through various competitions and events like debates, simulations, and other cultural activities. So now, moving forward, I would like the Dean, Professor Ashish Bharadwaj of the Jindal School of Banking and Finance to take over and give us the welcome note.
Thank you very much, Sarthak. It's a beautiful November morning here in Delhi and in Sonipat. I'm grateful to all the panelists and everyone listening to us live on YouTube today. Welcome once again to the second Global Finance Conclave, which is hosted by the Banking and Finance School of OP Jindal Global University. Let me start on a lighter note. I was reading the digital copy of Barack Obama's latest book, which is doing the rounds. And there is one worry that he expressed very clearly and repeatedly in the first few pages of the book. He says that if we do not have the capacity to distinguish what's true from what's not, then by definition, the marketplace of ideas will probably stop functioning well. Now, we are all contributors to and consumers of a large amount of data and information, which influences the perceptions and beliefs of not just people around us, our colleagues, our students, but even people slightly distant from our interactions. Opinions should certainly vary, perceptions can diverge, but the common baseline of facts needed must remain the same, including the current state of our financial system, which is very intricately linked with how socioeconomic realities pan out for everyone. Since the generation of new ideas and preserving a very participative and interdisciplinary dialogue is the hallmark of any university, we at OP Jindal Global University have taken it on ourselves to help identify a common baseline of facts and a common story around the resurgence and revival of our economic and financial system as we battle this pandemic. This is, in fact, the theme of our second edition of the Conclave, and we're very excited about it. In the 14 sessions over the course of next 2 days, we'll try to find a common baseline of facts and a common story of where India stands in the global trading system, in the what we need to do to ensure global financial stability, how do we ensure financial inclusion through fintech, how do we battle the unemployment crisis, and how to tackle the complex issues around data and cybersecurity. And there is so much more beyond this. To kickstart this ambitious exercise of finding this baseline of facts, I cannot think of more enlightened and distinguished experts than Dr. Rajiv Oberoi, Senior Group President, Governance and Control, Yes Bank, and Mr. Jimmy Tata, Group Head and Chief Risk Officer, HDFC Bank, who will be speaking in this session. It's a great honor for us to welcome both of them. Mr. Oberoi and Mr. Tata are prominent figures in the Indian banking and finance industry. They've dedicated their life, they've put in a lot of hard work, contributed immensely to the industry over a period of several years. They're an inspiration for thousands of us working on and aspiring to work on banking and finance issues. not just as practitioners or scholars, but also as policymakers, lawyers, students, and thought leaders in the industry. I'm really glad that you've joined us today. The title of the first session is All Eyes on India Post-COVID-19, Crafting the Greatest Turnaround of Resilience and Revival. Both Mr. Oberoi and Mr. Tata will help us understand why all eyes should be on India or are on India in the aftermath of the pandemic and even during the pandemic, why we must craft a great story of economic and financial turnaround, and why this transformation should focus on resilience of our system, of our institutions, and in some ways, revival of some of them. I'll take a quick minute to tell you about the school. The Jindal School of Banking and Finance was established in 2018 with the vision of bringing about change in the banking, finance, and financial services industry as we navigate through a range of not just financial and health challenges, but also technological, legal, and regulatory challenges as well. The vision of our Jindal Global University's Banking and Finance School is to evolve as an institution that focuses on technology-led banking, technology-led finance, and allied fields to develop professionals who are aware of environmental, ethical, and development issues. I'm happy that Mr. Oberoi and Mr. Tata have joined us today, along with our Professor Raj Kumar, the founding Vice Chancellor of OP Jindal Global University, to inaugurate the second edition of the Global Finance Conclave. I also thank my colleagues, including Professor Ram Ramachandran, Vice Dean of the school, who've played an incredible role in putting this together, along with faculty members, several students, including Sarthak Aneja here. With this, I will hand over to Professor Raj Kumar for his remarks. Thank you very much. Over to you, Raj.
Great. Well, very good morning to all of you. And it's wonderful to have Sarthak, our president of the Student Council of the Jindal School of Banking and Finance, to join in this second edition of the Global Finance Conclave. Of course, I want to extend a warm welcome to our very distinguished colleagues. And indeed, I would call them as friends of JGU, both Dr. Rajiv Oberoi as well as Mr. Jimmy Tata, for joining us today for this very special conclave. In fact, I want to congratulate the visionary leadership of Dean Ashish Bharadwaj and his colleagues Ram Ramachandran and Anand Mishra and others at the Jindal School of Banking and Finance for really making sure that the core responsibility of the university and institution building effort that we initiated at the founding of this university is not in any way undermined, affected, even mildly because of the pandemic itself. And I think it shows that the vision of resilience is deeply integrated and institutionalized at OP Jindal Global University, and hence nothing stops us from doing what we have always committed ourselves from doing. So at the outset, I want to extend a warm welcome to all of you to this second Global Finance Conclave organized by the Jindal School of Banking and Finance on the theme, All Eyes on India, Resurgence and Resilience Post-COVID-19. While the theme of today's conference and the core issues that will be discussed will be dealt by both our experts in the inaugural session itself and others who will speak later, what I intend to do is to briefly introduce the university and also to tell why this year is probably the most special year in the journey of OP Jindal Global University, and a bit of reflections on the theme itself. I will keep my remarks to say 8 minutes or so. First, OP Jindal Global University was founded through a philanthropic initiative of our founding chancellor and benefactor, Mr. Naveen Jindal. The vision from day one was to build a world-class university in India. I had the privilege to study in universities in India and around the world, including in Delhi and Oxford and Harvard and Hong Kong, and worked in New York, Tokyo, and Hong Kong. And all through that journey, I was convinced that the most important aspect of any country's development is the ability of its academic institutions and universities to provide transformative education that can lay the foundations for economy and society. With that vision, we began the journey, and Mr. Jindal committed to building a world-class university through financial resources to ensure academic freedom and autonomy and independence, and to do it in a not-for-profit manner. All of this were promises he made, and he fulfilled those promises with the highest degree of integrity and rectitude. That led to the creation of OP Jindal Global University in the year 2009. And we progressively started with the law school and evolved into a multidisciplinary university, starting with the business school in 2010, the School of International Affairs in 2011, the School of Government and Public Policy in 2012, the School of Liberal Arts and Humanities in 2013, the School of Journalism and Communication in 2016, the School of Art and Architecture in 2017, the School of Banking and Finance in 2018, the School of Environment and Sustainability in 2019, and just a few weeks ago, we announced the establishment of the 10th School of OP Jindal Global University, the Jindal School of Psychology and Counseling, which will begin its academic session in August 2021. Such has been the journey of OP Jindal Global University, that we began with a fairly modest group of over 100 students and say 10 faculty members in the year 2009, with barely 4 classrooms, as well as a part of a residential campus in the sleepy village of Sonipat, located in the rural part of Haryana, just a little over an hour from the national capital region of Delhi itself. That journey that began modestly has now grown into a community of nearly 7,000 full-time residential students, over 800 full-time faculty members, nearly 1,000 plus staff, and part of a 100-acre fully residential campus, which has now expanded to nearly 300 acres, and as a part of a community that has numerous programs, as well as over 2.5 million square feet of built-up space. Now, this journey has been possible because of the extraordinary commitment and dedication of a number of individuals led by our faculty, but also our students and staff, and also parents and other well-wishers, including the 2 individuals who are present here. They believed in our vision, they committed to the idea, they supported us relentlessly, and that led us to where we are. Now, I mentioned in the beginning that this year is very special. While the entire world and Indian academic institutions and universities around the world are fundamentally challenged due to the pandemic itself, this year has been quite remarkably very special for OP Jindal Global University. On 4th March 2020, just when the world was about to experience the adverse impact of the pandemic, the Jindal Global Law School, the first school of OP Jindal Global University, was ranked as India's #1 law school, even moving ahead of the National Law School of India, University Bangalore, in the world's most prestigious international rankings, the QS World University Rankings. NLS Bangalore was ranked #2, and we were ranked #1, and we were ranked 101 in the world, and they were ranked 151, two of only 300 law schools, only 2 from India, and top 300 in the world. A few weeks later, the QS World University Rankings were released with regard to the university itself, and we were ranked the #1 private university in India, and also one of the top 700 universities in the world out of the 35,000 universities. And we jumped 100 ranks from last year's ranking when we were top 800 in the world. That was again a very important milestone that OP Jindal Global University reached just well into the pandemic itself. Of course, there were other rankings that were released. The QS World University Young University Rankings were released a few weeks later in the month of April and May, and we became one of the top 150 universities in the world who are less than 50 years of age, and one of only 3 universities in India, and the only private university in India which has been recognized in those rankings as well. Besides the rankings, something remarkable happened. Just when the pandemic hit, we moved into online teaching, and we ended up having a very smooth and fantastic transition into online education. All our classes moved into online. We were able to successfully complete teaching last semester. We were able to graduate our students, and we could start the entire new academic year. We also used artificial intelligence and home proctored based model to ensure that the academic session, including the entrance examinations into admission for all classes and courses and programs, could be conducted seamlessly, and we could begin the academic session for the new academic year in the month of August and September for all our schools and programs. Quite a remarkable feat that was undertaken, and I will have to say with all humility that every decision that we had taken when it comes to moving into online education, online entrance examination, using technology interface across our schools and programs have been later recognized by the University Grants Commission, by the Bar Council of India, and the larger university system in India, all of which responded at least 2 months later than how we responded. So it's quite remarkable that the kind of resilience that the university could witness and demonstrate was truly it stands as a testimonial to the kind of faculty members and staff we have. And at the peak of the pandemic, in a way, in the month just a few weeks ago, OP Jindal Global University was conferred by the Government of India with the status of the institution of eminence, one of only 10 public and 10 private universities in India. As some of you know, it's a pet project of the Honorable Prime Minister of India. When nearly 4 years ago, the Prime Minister announced the vision of building world-class universities in India. The vision was to identify 10 public and 10 private universities among the 1,000 universities in India. Through an elaborate and transparent process, these institutions were selected, and we signed the Memorandum of Understanding with the Government of India, and the Gazette notification was issued literally 2 weeks ago, culminating in OP Jindal Global University becoming an institution of eminence. So I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the faculty members, the students, the staff, the parents, the stakeholders, and alumni and others who have been part of the vision and imagination of this university from the very beginning. Of course, paying tribute to our founding chancellor and benefactor, Mr. Naveen Jindal, who not only believed in the idea of the university by putting in financial resources, but trusted the ability of us as individuals to translate that vision into reality and ensure academic freedom, autonomy, and independence. Now, of course, the Jindal School of Banking and Finance has also come of age, starting with the BCom program. It has this year taken another step forward. It has launched a unique undergraduate bachelor's degree in finance and entrepreneurship, which will begin next year and will have the first academic session. It also set up a very powerful and a distinguished group of International Board of Advisors as a part of the Jindal School of Banking and Finance, and all of which I believe will strengthen the Jindal School of Banking and Finance in the future. Now, of course, I'll take a couple of minutes to reflect a bit on the topic itself. Now, the idea of resilience and resurgence post-COVID is a very critical element. And I know that those of you who are experts in the field will talk about it. But I would like to say that there are 5 critical aspects that the future of finance will be taking note of, which actually goes beyond finance itself. And that's the remarkable situation that we are in. And these 5 things are as follows. First, the future of finance and banking and the broader world of business will have to understand and appreciate resilience and agility. Resilience and agility will determine the future of finance and the banking world. Second, innovation and adaptability. In fact, if there is we kind of learned about this even before COVID-19, but if at all COVID-19 what it did to us is it has actually strengthened the resolve and the importance of innovation and adaptability under all circumstances. The new normal is going to be constant innovation and constant effort to adapt ourselves to new situations. So that's the second thing, again, not directly connected to finance. First is resilience and agility. Second is innovation and adaptability. Third is technology and digitization. In fact, the technology aspect and digitization aspects was always seen as something, what you call a sideshow to what we are all doing before. If there is one thing COVID-19 has done, is technology and digitization has been brought to the center of the entire financial services industry and beyond. And that is going to be a core aspect for the future. Again, not directly connected to finance and banking itself. The fourth element of the future is going to be data security and data privacy. In fact, the various investigations that are happening and the Senate hearings that are taking place in the United States with regard to Facebook and Twitter and Google and other things, the competition issues that have come about in European courts and European commissions, all these things are drawing to one particular element, which is that the future of banking and financial services is going to rely upon data security and data privacy in more ways than we could imagine. There is going to be a lot of emphasis on data security, but also a greater understanding of legal and institutional mechanisms that need to be put in place to protect privacy. And the fifth, I think, is, and the fourth element again is not directly connected to technology, banking and finance, but will become more important. And the fifth is another broader element which will become relevant in the future is confrontation, competition, and cooperation of the global and the local. We have already seen that happening, both in terms of Brexit and, of course, many initiatives that the US government, at least in the current administration, has been taking. This issue is not going to go away. We will be constantly struggling and will confront, compete, and cooperate with regard to the global and the local. The efforts in India that is currently underway, the development of the Atmanirbhar Bharat and issues surrounding it, all of these things are going to be debated, discussed, and even deliberated, and people will disagree on the fundamental notions and implications of each one of these things when it comes to the industry of banking and finance. So as a non-expert in the field, I wanted to identify these 5 critical elements that will shape the future of the banking and finance industry. So I believe that the Jindal School of Banking and Finance is well placed to provide leadership, thought leadership in relation to these issues. And the fact that the banking and finance industry and experts are becoming more aware of these issues only means that we need to promote greater interface and partnership between academic institutions as well as banks and financial institutions. With those words, I would like to once again congratulate the Jindal School of Banking and Finance and both Ashish as well as Ram, and also our distinguished panelists who are present here for accepting our invitation, and all the speakers who will be speaking in the course of the day. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for those words, sir. As a student, I would like to thank you and all the faculty members for all your efforts during this virtual mode and leaving no stone unturned so that we could have a seamlessly good and smooth education. So now moving forward, we have our next speaker, Mr. Jimmy Tata. So before I hand it over to you, sir, I would like to give a quick introduction about you. So Mr. Tata is currently serving as a group head and the chief risk officer at the HDFC Bank. And he has had an experience of over 30 years in the industry, covering areas like corporate finance and risk management. He also happens to be a chartered financial analyst. So over to you, sir, now.
You're on mute, Jimmy.
Let me do that. Yeah. So good morning, everyone, and Professor Raj and Ashish, thank you very much for a very nice and kind introduction. It's good you know me today, because if I was one of your students, I might have been on your disciplinary list actually. So thank you. It's gracious of you. It's always a pleasure to be here. As Professor mentioned, yes, big fan of the university and have always been looking at it, and quite a meteoric rise. Congratulations to both of you. Honestly, I think it's been a very, very good and strong journey right throughout. To get on to what we're talking about now. So when did COVID actually hit India? The first signs, I think, came to us in around February. At least that's when we in the bank started doing stress tests and the like. It wasn't such a big deal for us at that point in time, and we thought that this is something that we'll have to manage for a month and let us see who's affected, who's not. And in those days, it was very China-centric, and it wasn't really a global thing as well. That phase got over, I think, within maybe a couple of weeks, if not a month, and we realized that this is going to be much bigger than anybody thought. So we took it much more seriously, and we started doing a lot of deep research into.
Jimmy, can you speak a little louder, please? Thank you.
Oh, so sorry. So sorry. So we started doing much more research into this aspect, and we started delving into global trends, into the actual health issues, into the impact it would have on various facets of the economy, not just industries. And we came up with a lot of thought. I think the big thing to think of now is, after we have gone through all this that has put us behind, what is emerging that will actually come and take us out ahead? And if you want, you can read up and you will see a lot of news coming out as to what's not going right and what people have done wrong. And there's great criticism about what the government has done. And you hear all these sort of things. You also hear there is a positive part to it as well. The benefit that people like I find myself in is when you're working in an organization with 5,500 branches in the most remote corners of India. I mean, there are several places you don't hear of, and you are actually operating there. So when that ground level feedback comes up to you, you realize that things are really not what you read in the ordinary course. And things are picking up pace now over the last few months. So when you try to look at economic metrics, you will keep hearing about negative 8.5% GDP growth, and you will have all these sort of things thrown in your face. The fact remains, in the last quarter, there has actually been a marginal positive GDP. In the fourth quarter, we are expecting a 1.5% GDP growth. Next year, people are expecting a 9 to 10% GDP growth. At least these are the internal economic studies that we have. But frankly, none of this matters, because there's a base effect injected into all these numbers, including next year's numbers. So I don't think any of this matters. So to look at a metric that will help you, an economic metric that will help you, I would in this case particularly rely on something like the PMI, the Purchasing Managers Index. Now that has grown dramatically, both manufacturing and services. And this is a sequential, more like a time series kind of number. So this probably helps you when you're looking at getting out of a situation rather than comparing a steady today with a steady yesterday. If you look at the services index, because services were hit perhaps harder than manufacturing throughout this entire process, you move from something like a level of 5% in April to a 50% now. And typically, let's not make a rule about this, but anything over 50 usually shows a resurgence and a revival, and anything below 50 shows that things are not going well. If you look at the manufacturing index, it moved from somewhere around 25, 26 in April, May to something like a 56, 57 around September or so. And the most heartening thing about this is there has been a constant upward trend. So I'm probably happier it's in the 50s now and still on the way up, rather than it had hit 70 and plateaued out, because then you would not be very happy about what's going on. So I think this is one thing that makes us a little enthused, a little happy. And frankly, what I like more is that this gels with what feedback is coming from the ground. And I'll come to what's happening in various sectors in a little bit, but it definitely gels with what is happening in the real world over here. There are many more things that corroborate this. If you look at the GST collections, it's gone from around 300 billion to 900 billion in September. That's a 3x increase. It's not a laughing matter. So if there was no activity, this would not happen. Let me caveat this a little bit, because GST compliance is not what it ought to be in India. There is still a very large unorganized sector. So one can only hope that they are doing as well as the organized part of it is, which probably may not be true, because a lot of the things that the government has done, rightly so, focus on the organized sector, because the government has been trying to organize things for a long while. So if they have their schemes moving into the organized sector, yes, but then you don't know whether the unorganized sector who could not receive certain benefits has been able to revive that well or not. But for the time being, let's assume things are going well because the collections are increasing. In October, by the way, India hit 1 trillion rupees of GST collection for the first time ever. So a few landmarks are being set over here. Forex reserves are extremely healthy, 500 and something billion, if I'm not wrong, 550, 560 odd billion. We actually grew our exports in September. You had a 6% YOY growth in exports. So stage is definitely vibrant, maybe a strong word, but gaining vibrancy, let us say. And there is certainly no atmosphere of despair from what we see out on the ground. Now let's temper this a little bit with a few things that aren't going well. So the investment cycle, which frankly had taken a beating for the preceding 2 years, even before COVID hit, has not revived. That needs to revive, and we need to figure out what we can do in sense of reviving investment, bringing things up. Demand is coming back in certain areas, as I'll allude to in a little while. But the investment cycle has not really moved up and has not really taken the kind of fillip that one would have hoped it would take. So let's now move into the fact that we got into this situation and what would you expect a country to do and react as. So my personal view, and I'll explain this in a minute, I think our government genuinely stepped up. And despite everything that may have been written, let me place my views up front on this. I think we started out with various Atmanirbhar packages, 1, 2, and 3. And these were not just financial packages. These covered everything from employment to housing to connectivity, digitization, and then finance. So it was a relatively holistic way of trying to attack what problems we were facing and also to give a fillip to what infrastructure was needed to actually overcome that. Won't go into the details of these because they were very detailed. But then let's narrow down into the financial part of it since we are a banking school. What did the government and the regulators, the Reserve Bank and other regulators essentially do? The first thing they did was the 2 moratorium. So moratorium 1 was announced. They basically stopped demands for debt payments and they ensured that we had a situation where there was a steady state and there was a normalcy in terms of financial flows. When the first one was thought insufficient, they started a second one. You can nitpick and criticize, and you can say that there were some people who did not need or require the second one, and there were some people who may have needed and required a third one, and it should have therefore been segregated industry. You can say all these things. I don't think anything of that matters because they got it 85-90% right through the 2 moratorium. Then they announced, which I think many people are forgetting now because it was a very short and brief window. They announced the TLTRO. They announced the bond elements, and the large corporates were able to garner huge liquidity from these bond placements. They relaxed norms. They relaxed norms for the mutual funds. They relaxed norms for the banks. They relaxed up to things that they are really, really tight about, like the single borrower norms got relaxed for these. So huge amounts of money got mopped up by the large corporates over here. And at that time, again, there was a lot of criticism that, oh, they're only helping and the usual suit boot argument started coming out. Not correct, not true, because very soon after that, they announced the ECLGS. Now, this was an MSME-oriented program. This was government guaranteed debt in the amount of 20% to every single MSME who qualified and was not delinquent on the date the pandemic started, which was 29th Feb, which they put as a cutoff, very decent arbitrary cutoff, but very decently selected. And they allowed people who were anything less than 60 days overdue to avail of this facility. What did this actually do? This wasn't simply a fund injection. This was a mood lifter. This allowed people who were stuck in their business, whose cycles had got tempered, to actually have the guts, the gumption, and the courage to restart their business. You could now borrow from your bank. Your bank lent to you very freely because it was government guaranteed. And you were able to restart and kickstart your business. So if your receivables were stuck, it did not matter anymore. You had the funds to buy your next set of materials, you had the funds to pay your laborers, and you had the funds to manufacture and restart that cycle. This was a huge thing that was done. 3 lakh crores were attributed to this. As of date, I think a little over 2 of those 3 lakh crores have been utilized, which is not bad. The Indian banking system using 2 lakh crores in 2 months is really, on a granular basis, these are not large project and government loans. This is a genuine granular MSME loan being given out. This is an impressive achievement for the banking system of the country, and I'm including all the nationalized banks over here as well. They really have stepped up on this. The ECLGS itself got liberalized somewhere down the line. They expanded the definition of an MSME. They allowed companies up to 250 crores to start benefiting of this. And very recently, they pulled this up to even 500, and they have liberalized this across industries. So at this point in time, what I would say is that between the packages that have been allowed for revival, I think there is nobody who has not been covered. They covered the large corporates, then they covered the small MSMEs, and now with the new ECLGS 2.0, as they call it, they have actually covered the mid-corporate segments as well. And this basically puts the economy into a mode where there is no financial shackles at all. And a good few things have been done even beyond this. They've been announcing measures throughout. You have 1.46 crores coming out for certain sectoral benefits. There were first 3, they added another 10 recently in the latest Atmanirbhar package. They put out 30,000 crores to help NBFCs because they didn't want NBFCs who finance a large part of these MSMEs and individual sectors. They would face a cash crunch in this whole thing. And let's not forget, they were not entitled to the moratorium. They had to continue paying because they were supposed to borrow in the TLTRO to keep their debt straight. So there were a lot of complications at that time, but they injected those 30,000 crores. They put 90,000 crores. These are all not small numbers. We're talking in lakhs of crores, and we're talking 30,000, 90,000 crores injection into the discoms against state government guarantees for their receivables. They put 30,000 crores into agriculture and help farmers for their working capital. This also done through NABARD, so it's going to reach them. All these things have been done by the government. And the biggest thing I would like to say is, look at the method and the logic behind this. What did they do? Let's just put this down to a physical injury. If you had a gash, what's the first thing somebody does? You tie a tourniquet and you stop the blood from flowing. That was the moratorium. They just stopped the blood flowing. Then you start treating that wound. You start applying whatever you need to do. That was the ECLGS. The final thing that they did, which I'm just coming to, and that's when you start applying the sutures and stitch up the wound, was the one-time restructuring. And I think with that one-time restructuring that got announced, and I had the benefit of being an invitee on the Kamath committee as well, so I know the sincerity with which it has been done. There were daily meetings for hours and hours. The effort that went into that committee, I think no one has ever applauded this, and it really should be applauded. All the members of that committee really put blood and sweat into it every single day. Holidays, Sundays, midnight video conferences, the works happened over there. And they put out what seems to be a very good package of restructuring to the sectors that required it. There is going to be a limitation of moral hazard as there was in the previous schemes that came about. And they were very conscious on avoiding this as well. And I think the most heartening thing about this entire scheme of restructuring is you keep putting things into the economy till they are not wanted. And that's when you know that people have done enough. There is a very, very low demand for restructuring. And frankly, the demand from restructuring is coming from all ineligible sectors. And therefore, one must say now that things have pretty much run their course. Let me just move a little bit. I can't call it an aftermath yet because we still talk of the post-Diwali wave and the winter wave and all these various waves that are supposed to come. So it's nebulous, it's uncertain. But after the moratorium got over, there has been over a 90% resolution rate in individual loan collections. And that's after a 6-month holiday. People have paid. You have seen demand for credit go up on the individual personal loan side. Two-wheelers, cars, consumer durables, all the usual things that form part of consumer credit are on the up. Of course, lenders are exercising caution. People are going to take care. But the fact remains that the signals are upwards. You look at the SMEs, and at least back home in the bank, we monitor this very, very carefully. We look at promoter net worth. Promoter net worth in these last 6 months, believe it or not, has gone up. I put it down to the fact that the promoters haven't been able to spend their money, but for the fact remains their net worth has gone up. At least their savings have gone up. Let's not say the net worth, but the savings have definitely gone up. So we have a set of medium entrepreneurs in India who actually have built a level of liquidity should they need to use it. And this is probably reflected in what's happening in the last 2 or 3 stages of government influence. No one wants restructuring. And we were pleasantly surprised that a good number of industries actually don't even want the ECLGS. So this is how industry has placed itself. You will have those straggling sectors. So you will have some parts of the service sectors, and we all know about the aviation and the travel and tourism, and those guys are going to be laggards. But let's not belabor this too much. They are not major parts of the economy. The major parts have picked themselves up and have at least started walking, if not running. And there is definitely no real feeling of despondency going around the manufacturing and service sectors of the country. And I can tell you this from the ground level feedback of several branches. So things are in a good position, provided something worse doesn't happen now. Now that's the sad part. That's what I said earlier. I can't really say that we are in the aftermath, so things are fine. You're still in the progress of the pandemic. But you do need to have a good level of hope, but the indicators are all there. And I think with that, I think I'll just leave it there, and I hope I've been able to throw some light on it. But we're in a good position.
Thank you very much, sir, for those words. I hope all of our viewers are quite satisfied with that, and all of us are looking for a corrective action, which has already been taking place. So now moving on to the next speaker, we have Dr. Rajiv Oberoi, Senior Group President, Governance and Control at Yes Bank. He is responsible for direct control and strategic actions at the bank. He has also been working in the banking sector for over 40 years and holds a Canadian Common Wealth Scholar degree. And he is also a PhD economics graduate from the Bhopal University. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be on this conclave. And I can very clearly recollect the first conclave was a great one. And I think I was very excited to be part of it because it was a kind of an area which I have been thinking about. And I thought it's a great opportunity to talk to people. As regarding the agenda of the conclave, it's very, very intrusive, very, very thought-provoking. And I congratulate Professor Bharadwaj and Professor Ram for drawing up such an interesting conference. A few words on Jindal Law School. Well, I've been associated with it for 10 years. And I find it very difficult to keep pace with it. Thanks to Professor Rajkumar, who has energy levels which are much higher than any common man, and what he tries to do. And I think it's all credit goes to the team, his team there, which keeps on moving. I was the first one to get associated with him in 2010 when we put up a joint program for, legal course. And I was left somewhere. That time I was in IDFC. And then, things moved on fast. But we kept in touch. And a big congratulations to the Jindal Law School, Professor Rajkumar and his team for putting 10 schools. It's very difficult. I've been on a number of boards. I'm on the board of MDI, NIBM, and it takes, a lot of energy to put on these schools there and run them successfully. Coming back to the point, thank you, Mr. Tata. I think the kind of intrusive and the kind of analytical update you gave on the banking sector, well, proves without doubt that you are in control of the credit as far as HDFC is concerned, which is very clearly from the market as well as the details you provided. I am a banker and I do whatever you do, but not to that extent, but it has given me a great insight. Well, coming back to this conclave, I think, to me, I find this to be a great opportunity, especially for the people and the, ignited minds which we have at the, the university and globally, to find out what to do going forward. It's not that pandemic was termed by many as a black swan event, which is a phrase many of us use. But even if it was not a black swan event, it was certainly a shocker for all of us. Everyone knew that such things can happen, but no one expected that this would happen. And when it happened, it has taken us all by surprise. And that we have been grappling with. Well, I still remember talking to a few of my colleagues, earlier, that the first 2, 3, 4 months were just used to, absorb the shock, to understand what is happening. And it was the life which was above everything, and the government and the every person who was impacted did react only to that. And I think it was the right thing to do. Well, there are cynics all over. People will talk about it. This we could have done better. People don't do anything. Come with comments. What can be done better? Unlike people who are the doers, who ensure that things are done better going forward. And I think that's the objective this particular conclave has, that as the, people who are in the control of the future or who have to run the future of this, not the country, but globally, what we can do to face this situation in the most effective manner and see how we can take things around. What are the opportunities available? What are the challenges we are facing? What are the kind of things we can do to ensure that we come out post-COVID much stronger, much resilient, and much more effective? So sweet are the uses of adversity. That's what Shakespeare had said. Well, this is an adversity, and let's see what are the sweet uses we can get out of it. Well, these 9 months have been a huge challenge for all of us. And what has come out is that now we are saying this is a new normal. Well, to me, it is still evolving. To accept this as the new normal would be premature. I think what you need to do, what we need to do is to ensure that we look at this situation, see how we can go, and what we can do for ensuring that the world resilient and a more strong economy, society, and everything else. Well, when I was looking at the whole scenario, I think one area which has been most impacted is the services sector due to pandemic. This particular thing is more because of the fact, I think you cannot start your video because it has been disabled. Fine. So this has been more so because the services sector service the individuals and the corporates, and the pandemic has impacted them the most, which means that their behavior, their preferences, the way they wanted to do the business or interact has changed dramatically. And that is what needs to be addressed. And in this particular conclave, when I saw the agenda for the next 5 days, I found that these areas are being addressed in detail. The people who have been, who are speakers there are the leaders in the area. and the gentlemen and the others who are being participative are the ignited minds, the youth, the intellect of the country, who can be, directed to find ways and means how this challenge can be overcome and we come out successfully and with a better world to be in there. I think overall, if you look at the whole situation, that all the aspects which we need to look in some form or the other, the government, the industry, the leadership is looking at. We always talk about the government doing something good, which is right. Whether it is the Atmanirbhar, it's a great thing. The recent government notification about incentive scheme. Well, when I look at it, this is something which is a long-term thing. That incentive scheme is going to change the structure of the Indian economy, which will make it competitive globally, which will make it a hub for various other things. Now, coming back to the point about the impact on the services sector, I think it is well recognized globally that India is a service hub for the world. Just like China, they say, is the manufacturing hub, India has become the servicing hub by our dent or by default, whatever it is, but we are there. Now we have to take that leadership, and in the post-pandemic situation where the impact on the services sector is the maximum, we have to bring ourselves to the level where we have to keep the leadership, not only keep the leadership, but show direction to the world that how the services sector can be performed in the new situation. I think overall, this particular conclave I'm very excited to see the results of this conclave, because when the leadership, which gives them the insight of what the ground reality is, like Mr. Tata rightly mentioned, that this is the ground reality of the financial sector, which is looking healthy. If not healthy, it's looking in control. But what you all need to look at is that this controlled economy, where it can go, and we as the youth, we as the intelligentsia of the country, how we can take it to the next level, which will come from the fact that what is the customer looking for? Mr. Tata rightly mentioned that he has 5,000 branches and he has touch with all the common man, what a farmer wants, what an MSME wants, what an industrialist wants. But he can only provide the finances for that. But what all of us have to look at it is that how we can strengthen or enhance the credit delivery system, how we can improve the quality of service to the customer, how we can ensure that things are done in the fashion which we are doing now, and what the change can be. Well, just to put a thought to Mr. Tata's, a very lucid presentation, I'm not sure if banking will be the same after the pandemic. Do we need so many branches? I don't know. Do we need so much of control offices? I don't know. Can we come out with more, app-driven banks? See, both of us have lived life as bankers and we had only brick and mortar thing. Today, the banking is totally different. We need to look at the changing happening. And as I just mentioned, banking is one part of it, but the whole of service sector needs to be revisited, needs to be looked into the situation, whether it is the hospitality, whether it is the airlines. I mean, you name it, and there has been a huge impact. Well, there would be also, Darwinian theory will also play, where the inefficient will no longer exist or things will change, which was normal. So the new normal is going to be redefined. The new normal is going to look for changes. The new normal is going to look for people coming with, all of us talk about one area, which is, the banking industry or the financial sector has changed its life by putting those apps. I totally agree. But there could be applications for everything. There could be change in thought process for everything. And I think that is what I am looking forward to come out from this particular conclave, where all of you will come with new ideas, new vision, and opportunities. Well, MSME is fine. We are looking at innovation. We are looking at ways people can create more opportunities, which is true. Entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is not putting up a particular a team of 50 people and trying to develop an app or something for else. It could be in the way we manufacture, in the way we deliver, in the way we market. We will have entrepreneurs in every walk of life, and those entrepreneurs need to be trained and understanding of how this whole thing is going to evolve. And what we are trying to look at is that when the things change, when the things become normal, it's very easy to say the vaccine will come and everything will be fine. No, once the vaccine comes, the whole way of how we think will also change. It will only put to rest the paranoia or the risk which we have created in ourselves and avoiding or delaying things. Once the vaccine comes, that paranoia will go and people will start reacting to the new normal by putting new ideas, thoughts, innovation. And that is what this particular conclave is focusing on. When the things change, what will be the situation? And how we can contribute to that. And that begs the question from the point of view of this university. If that is what we are looking at, then on the educational side, on what this university can offer, and as Professor Rajkumar rightly mentioned, that, a university is the thought leader of a economy. And that is where we have to get back and put it on the ground and see that as a university, how you can provide direction to these ignited minds who are with us, who understand how the new world is going to change, who have got innovation, who have got ideas, who are entrepreneurs, what inputs, what skill sets, what development we need to do to them that they are ready to face the new changes and they are not stuck in the history. Because, as Kane said, that it has to be now. In long term, all of us are what we are. I think I'm running short of time. If not, please tell me. But I think it is an excellent opportunity. And I wish I could spend some more time, thinking about talking to all these young people, though I'm no longer young, but I still love talking to them. And I would request and thank Professor Bharadwaj that this has been an excellent initiative. The thought leadership which you are providing, which will give us an opportunity to peep into the future. It may be right or wrong, no one knows. But it will give us a peep into the future and permit us to do blue sky thinking, permit us to, ideate, permit us to look the ways how we can improve how we deliver. When I say that, that is with a pinch of salt, because the way we delivered and the way we did business is different. So it will be differently looked at it. And we may come out with a new growth model based on the situation which we see. Finally, I'll put two more thoughts across the table for all of you. There are two parts to the whole exercise which we will do. The first is that our own economy needs to be, I wouldn't say strengthened, but to improve. As Mr. Tata said, that the financial sector is good. If the financial sector is good, then generally the measure is that if the GDP is 1, the growth in the financial sector has to be 2.5 to 3x. So on the converse, if the growth of the financial sector is where it is, I'm sure the GDP will catch up soon, which the numbers are showing that next year we may have 8-9% GDP. And my back of the envelope calculations are that the financial sector growth could be anything 20% plus, which is a good news. But what we need to do more is that the structural part of the economy also needs to be changed, both to meet the growth aspirations of the country as well as to meet the new normal situation, which primarily means that we need to do some structural changes in the economy, which is a very difficult one and it is long term. It doesn't happen in 1 month, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years. It takes 5 years, because changing the structure is very difficult, and more difficult than that is the changing the mindset of people. And that is what we are trying to do through the ages of Jindal Global Law School that we are trying to change the mindset of the future of the country, who will grapple with the situation in which we are and then change. So that's the first part, and I leave it for the experts to discuss that if the Indian economy has to be giving leadership to the global world, what they need to do to be competitive globally. So there's an interesting topic about the global trade. Well, what India needs to do to be competitive in global trade? Getting 6%, 8% growth in a particular quarter or a year in exports means a lot. But does it really gives you that cutting edge globally? I'm not sure. I think these people who are going to discuss, they should find. Similarly, about the areas pertaining to technology. We got the leadership in technology, but we have to go to the next level. Then, we are talking about cyber security. I can tell you that is something which gives me shivers at night if I think from a banker's point of view. And, Mr. Tata, from your angle, I mean, you have so many apps, you have got so many payment systems, you have got NPCI. I don't even know what is happening inside it. I don't even know who's controlling it. And it can be, I mean, you also must have, we have faced some cyber issues. I mean, you don't even know from which part of Central Asia one computer has decided to do what it can do. So I think all those aspects have to be looked at, and they have been addressed very well in this area. The second part I want to put forth for the people to think about, that what is happening globally.
Are you there, Dr. Oberoi?
I think he got disconnected.
Okay. So there are some technical problems on the end of Dr. Rajiv Oberoi, but that's all right. We have some questions for Mr. Tata that are coming in both from the YouTube live stream and Facebook live stream. So if that's okay, can we push this, if it's okay with everyone, can we push this session by about 10 minutes?
Yeah. I'm good.
All right. Thank you very much. So, you talked about certain achievements that the government should be credited with. You talked about GST, you talked about the emergency credit line guarantee scheme. And for right reasons, you said the government focused on the organized sector quite a bit. More recently, the government passed laws. There was a labor law, then there were changes in agricultural markets. Do you think these are the reforms that are going to assist or help us come out of a financial downturn? Even though some of these deliberations were a bit rushed in the parliament, do you think, how helpful do you think these are going to be?
I think a lot of what the government is doing is more than helpful. Not just the labor. If you look at, I think recently they put in some 18,000 crores into the PM Awas Yojana. So they actually thought of housing as well. Now the issue over here is how will that 18,000 crores reach the people who need to be housed? So I think the deliberations that they are having, the thought is very good. The execution must follow. For that reason, the money that was being pumped into the agricultural sector, which has done rather well throughout this end, because fortunately the harvest was good, the monsoon was good, the government, now again they supported with the MSP. The MSP supports that were put in, they enhanced the MSP on several crops and stuff like that. They've done a lot. You can't take away their intent. You just cannot take away their intent. As I keep thinking, you just think of more and more things that get in. So the agricultural sector prospered very well. That means the rural economy prospers very well. That is still 60% of the Indian economy. And if you knock out the service sector, it is close to 80%. So the demand, the standard of living in rural areas has not taken a knock. I think finance is one part of it. I think Rajiv's absolutely right. But I do believe, and this is not a banker speaking as anyone, I do believe that without the finance, all your good ideas will come to naught. There's nothing you can do without it. So many things have been thought of. The execution, and I think Rajiv was alluding to that as well, before he got cut off. The execution is now the key. The thought process has been done. It has been very comprehensive. To my mind, at least, it has been extremely logical, stepwise, stage-wise. Now is the time for the execution. Take even something like your ECLGS. I mentioned that 2 out of the 3 lakhs is already disbursed. And I think with the version 2.0, the balance 1 lakh will also get disbursed. And frankly, throughout this pandemic, we've been in very close touch with the government. I don't want to speak for the government. If you ask me, they would increase the 3 lakhs as well if they needed to. I don't think they are shy of this at all. But once that goes, what will be done with that money? It needs to go into working capital. It needs to go into the manufacturing process. It should not end up being a consumption loan itself. It should not end up going in for wrong purposes. And the biggest thing now, is kickstarting that investment cycle. I think all of us have forgotten the last 2 years throughout these last 6 months. For 2 years, everyone in India was worried about this sluggish economy. When will investment pick up? When will this happen? That problem has not gone away. We do need investment to pick up. We do need the capex cycle to start moving again.
Right.
Just look at the amount of money the larger corporates mopped up in the TLTRO. But has any project been started? Yeah, roads have been started, I must admit. But which industrial push has actually taken place? And if you're thinking of 4 or 5 or 6 years down the line, you need that industrial push. And you cannot merely wait for a demand wave to create that supply. So this, I would think, is now the next step for the government, and I hope they aren't criticized for it, because sadly I see if this happens, they will be criticized. The private sector does not have the courage and the gumption to create that kind of investment at this moment in time, my personal feeling. The government needs to step in again and do that. The government needs to start infrastructure projects. The government needs to push the PSUs to expand. The government needs to do these few things. And I hope when that is done, and how will that be done? They'll probably tax you in February. So let's not criticize them when they do that. They do need the money. All these lakhs of crores and all don't fall from the trees. They will come from you and me. So let us only hope that the execution is tight and that this money is well spent. And if that happens, and if they actually now push the investment cycle, which I believe they will do because it's the next logical step. They stemmed the bleeding, they repaired the wound, they applied the sutures, and they've now actually put it in a cast as well. Now what you need to do is strengthen the other hand so that it can punch harder, because there's only one hand punching for a little while.
But where it gets slightly, I think there is still a bit of pessimism when it comes to what the industry or private sector can do and the capabilities of the government to boost or inject more liquidity into the system. And I'm saying this because we hear, as people in universities and academic institutions, we hear two opposing and equally profound views on the crisis and how India is dealing with it. Bloomberg very recently said that the government's support, especially to the banking sector, has been quite strong, and India is even getting the the rescue surprisingly right this time, and quickly. But on the other hand, I recently read that the International Monetary Fund, IMF, is saying that the COVID crisis could pretty much turn into a banking crisis for India. The impact of which they go on to say it will be felt till 2025. So which one would the private sector allude to more? Because that's going to determine what kind of investments they are ready to make.
So two answers to that. Firstly, I think the private sector in India is highly competitive. So at this, and they respond only to competition. So I think they don't yet have the confidence instilled in them to kickstart that massive investment cycle that they need to. And nothing will instill that confidence except competition. So someone in the private sector needs to start, which is unlikely to happen. And that's why I'm saying the government needs to start. If the private sector realizes that the government is now setting up housing projects, the government is now setting up the power plants, and they could have been setting them up themselves, that's when they'll start setting it up. So I think it would be a bit of this chicken and egg cycle, and all cycles need to be kickstarted by the government. The moment they do that, the private sector will step in simply for the fear of missing out. No other reason. The FOMO will hit them and they'll start. But
right.
You are right. You are absolutely right, Ashish. This is a question of execution now. All the planning has been done and the finances have been arranged. So the chef is in the kitchen. All the ingredients are laid out on the table. Now, whether he folds correctly or mixes, and he doesn't mix when he's supposed to fold, and he doesn't blend when he's supposed to mix, and obviously he doesn't burn it, you're all right.
And all the diners are waiting while all of this is happening.
That's the whole.
But so thank you so much for those responses. We have run out of time, but I still want to ask you one last question. And if you could give us a 1-line or 2-line response, that would be great. Given that everything that students have understood about or learned about universities and how higher education is supposed to be, how we have adapted ourselves in the last few months, what is that one advice you would like to give to young finance students or aspiring bankers as we all try to come out of this crisis, hoping that we don't witness this again ever?
Can I just contradict you a little bit?
Sure.
The first of advice, only picking up on your last phrase, I would like to give all the students is, please expect this to happen again and again and again. You will not have a smooth life. And your mettle will be proved in how you handle situations like this. Anyone can drive a car fast on an open road. The guy who reaches first through traffic is the really skilled driver. And that's the same thing for all you finance and legal students. So don't expect a smooth life. Expect problems to hit you when you are not prepared. There is no glamour in the world of finance and banking. It is hard and mundane work. So you will see movies like Wall Street and think, oh, this is all about people yelling and screaming at each other and firing each other and large deals being done in seconds. And nothing like that happens in real life. All those large deals are done over a period of months. And there are people sitting and preparing and poring over things for months. It is boring. It is mundane. But it is very satisfying. And therefore, please don't take this wrongly, what I just said. It is very satisfying when you pick up the newspaper in the morning, you read the headlines, and you did that deal. There is something phenomenal about it. You all are in a very good place in terms of the situation you find yourself and your country in. You all are also in a very good place being at Jindal. And I'm not saying this because I'm on this program. I will say it off camera as well. Your institution has had a meteoric rise. A lot of credit. Now I know I'm on camera, but a lot of credit to Professor Raj and Ashish and everybody else over there. I think they've really worked like mad. You see them all over the place. But my advice is, this is a nose to the ground, shoulder to the wheel environment and business. Don't consider it to be glamorous. You will be very, very disillusioned when you go out in real life. The gratitude you will feel is in the satisfaction of what you achieve, not in just what you do. So have that. At the same time, please don't get caught into these 9 to 9 work days and stuff like that. You don't need to work 12 hours a day to be successful. You just need to be a little smart, and you need to have the ability to delegate. As you all get out of the school, as you all progress through the ranks, you all will become managers. The day you all become managers and senior managers, please learn to delegate. Don't take everything on your own head. Every human being is exactly as smart as you are. Trust them, and you will do well. They will do well. Your organization, wherever you go, will prosper. And with that, you'll take your country forward as well. So these are formative years for you. I know this all sounds like motherhood and apple pie right now. I hope as situations hit you one by one in your lives, you'll kind of remember this. But I really wish your institute all the best. You all have come a long way. You all have come that way really fast. Keep up your trajectory. God bless this institution. It's fabulous. Absolutely fabulous.
Thank you so much for those words. Thank you. Thank you very much. Raj, you're on mute.
Thank you, Jimmy and Rajiv, for being part of this very important inaugural session. And thank you to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With this, we close the inaugural session. And after 2 minutes, we're going to start with our second session of the conference. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Tata.
God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes, sir, start.
So welcome once again to the second edition of Global Finance Conclave. We are now in our second session. I am absolutely delighted to introduce our moderator for this session, my senior colleague, Ambassador Professor Dr. Mohan Kumar. Professor Kumar has had an outstanding career in Indian foreign services, which lasted more than 35 years, which culminated in his being India's ambassador in France. He was based in Paris. Professor Mohan Kumar is also serves as Dean of the Office of International Affairs and Global Initiatives at OP Jindal Global University, and he's a professor of practice at Jindal School of International Affairs. Thank you very much for agreeing to moderate this session for us, Professor Kumar. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Ashish, for that very generous introduction. I think we'll jump straight to the topic. I will pose a few questions, if you like, and then I will introduce both of you, and I'm referring to Dr. Kathuria and Mr. Sharan, and then we will try to have a conversation and perhaps a question and answer session as well, Ashish, at some point.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So I think my first question to both of you, and when I hand the floor to you for your opening remarks, if you can dwell a little bit on it. It is not clear to me what the COVID has done to the global economy. How much has it devastated the global economy is the first point I want to make with you. A lot of people tell me it's much worse than 2008 when we had the Great Recession. Others like to compare it with the 1930s. So if you can give me a sense from your perspective about how badly has the global economy, we'll come to the Indian economy a little later, but the global economy, how badly has it been devastated? The second thing I want to ask you to talk a little bit about is that at a time when international cooperation would have been useful and would have been necessary, it's a pity we are having less of it. That's just a fact, multilateral cooperation. So if that is the case, and if it is going to be each one country left to its own devices and beggar thy neighbor policies and so on, then where are we going? And perhaps Biden administration, does it give you cause for cautious optimism that we put an end to this and quickly move on to revive the multilateral institutions? Because after all, Biden is talking about rejoining WHO. He's talking about rejoining Paris climate change. I hope he will also do something about WTO, which has a direct impact on the global trading ecosystem, as it were. And finally, can I also ask you what the role for G20 is? Because the G20 is, of course, going to meet in a couple of days, maybe tomorrow, at Saudi Arabia. But can G20 play the role, since the UN Security Council is deadlocked and since the United States is yet to come back to the multilateral trading system? So if we can have a broad tour d'horizon of this developing diversified and scalable global trading ecosystem, as they have called it, the organizers, but it's just the global multilateral trading system I'm interested in. If we can talk a little bit about that, and then I will proceed to ask you some specific questions. If that is okay, I want to extend a very warm welcome to you. Let me introduce you briefly. Dr. Kathuria, it's fair to say that you really don't need any introduction. You're Director and Chief Executive of ICRIER. I'd like to think of ICRIER as a sister organization of RIS, of which I happen to be the chair as well. It's a very, very reputed institution. Everybody knows ICRIER, and Dr. Kathuria has spent a long time there. He has been a consultant with the World Bank. He has worked, or at least been associated with UNCTAD, ADB, and ILO. And he is really published in a lot of very eminent journals, writes in newspapers and magazines frequently. So it'll be useful to have a bit of his economic acumen, if I may. So So Rajat, I give you a very warm welcome, and it's really a pleasure to have you. It's good to have you on this panel. Mr. Sharan, I don't know you, we haven't met, but it seems to me that you are a policy wonk for no other reason that you've written this book, Wonked, which talks about India in need of an economic ideology. Someday I'd like to sit with you and talk about this economic ideology, but it's interesting how India conveniently and seamlessly shifts from the right to the left. And it's really an interesting subject in that sense. I realize you have a think tank background. You were previously associated with ORF as their Director of Global Governance, and you are now associated with the Cohen Advisory Group, which is an advocacy firm and a policy research firm based in New Delhi. So with those words, let me begin and request Dr. Kathuria to make his opening remark. I will then proceed to ask Mr. Sharan to make the remarks, and then we will have a bit of an interaction. Dr. Kathuria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador. It's always a pleasure to be with you on your panel. And hi, Vivan. It's also a pleasure to be with you on the same platform. Let me start by thanking Jindal Global University for this invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here. I'm really delighted to be able to speak on this important panel. I must also say that Ramach, who is here, see him, he and I go back, to the early 80s when I started my career at a policy think tank. It used to be called the Policy Group, and Ramach and I met there. So it's a great delight to be able to be here sitting and discussing things with Ramach. And of course, Professor Rajkumar, always a delight to meet with you virtually this time, but otherwise in seminars. Ambassador, let me try and sort of quickly go through each of the questions that you raised. And I think it'll be fair to say that on the global economy, it's sort of evolving at the moment. And it's difficult to sort of say where we are likely to be next year. It all depends on how quickly and how effectively the vaccine comes out. If the vaccine comes out, then hopefully we'll be back on track and is effective, we'll be back on track, and growth momentum of the global economy can then pick up. But until the vaccine comes out and is effective, it'll be fair to say it will evolve. And I think comparisons with the Great Depression and comparisons with the more recent crisis, 2008, 2009, will be made and continue to be made, both in terms of impact on output as well as an impact on trade. And the reason I say it's an evolving situation is because every institution in the world has been sort of revising its forecasts of the global economy. And earlier when the crisis struck early this year, there was a certain forecast of the global economy, and then that, as the crisis became more and more sort of pervasive and it diffused into the rest of the world, the forecasts became a little more sort of pessimistic, and there were so from a sort of not so pessimistic scenario for the global economy, you had as I said, as the pandemic grew worse, the forecasts became much more pessimistic. And as countries unlock, and especially I'm referring to China's sort of growth momentum that has picked up. But as countries unlocked, there were again revisions in the growth forecasts of the global economy, and they were slightly less pessimistic. And if I were to say, they were a little more optimistic. And therefore, the situation is evolving, I think. And now with lockdowns being imposed all over Europe, and the situation in India also, especially in a few states, becoming a little more worrisome, it is likely that the growth forecasts that have been made by the IMF more recently in October, about 4.9% growth in the global economy, those might be overestimates if the lockdown in Europe continues for a long time. And we know that Europe has imposed more lockdowns because the second wave has become a little more deadly than the first wave. So the situation is evolving, but I also wish to make a point here. There are 2 points. I mean, one is a cause for optimism, and the other is a cause for pessimism. The cause for optimism is the fact that I think the world has seen experienced the ability to deal with crisis. So there's been the Great Depression, and therefore Keynesianism sort of took birth there really in terms of policy, and you had demand-side stimuluses being imposed and demand-side stimuluses being implemented in most countries. And then came along sort of various other crises. And then, of course, 2008-9, the world sort of came together because in the face of the crisis, the G20, which I'll come to a little later, got a lease of life and sort of got a rebirth during and after the crisis. And countries were able to come together and address the impacts of at least the financial crisis that was spilling over to the rest of the world. So there is experience, there is knowledge, there is ability to deal with the crisis. So that's sort of a good news. How much the world can do, of course, is a different question. And it depends a lot, not only on policy, but the ability to implement its own policy. And India has a particular weakness for that, if I may just sort of get India into the story, into the narrative briefly at the moment. So implementation will be key, not only for India, of course, for the rest of the world. But so that sort of gives me a little hope that, because we know how to deal with the crisis, it'll be less worse than if we didn't know how to deal with it. But as I said, it's an evolving situation, and one doesn't know where we are going to end up. On the second point of sort of global trade and the WTO, again, there is a little bit of optimism that I have with regard to with multilateralism and with regard to WTO. I mean, I'm a multilateralist at heart. ICRIER, the institution that I've been working for, as you said, for a long, long time. And I know that RIS, we're all sort of multilateralists. I think multilateralism has served the world well. The successes of WTO are many, and its predecessor, GATT, are several. I mean, global tariffs have come down to very, very low levels, including in India. And there's been a huge 250 times almost increase in global trade volumes since the World War, since the GATT took birth. So I think the WTO has enjoyed great success. And the good thing about the WTO, which also has become sort of part of its liability now, is that it sort of takes decision by consensus, and it doesn't, you don't agree unless everybody agrees. And the smallest member also has a voice, which also means that the smallest member also has a veto, and the 164 member countries have to sort of agree on everything before things are able to move ahead. But I think WTO multilateralism has a lot of merits, has a lot of positives, and I hope that the election of President Biden will give a new lease of life to multilateralism. India has always been a supporter of multilateralism, although we have always also engaged in several regional and bilateral agreements. But I think at heart, India is a multilateralist, and I think multilateralism has served the world well. And I think that the multilateral system will sort of revive in the new American presidency. The key thing, WTO is still working, but the key is the working of the dispute settlement body, and I'm happy to come back and talk about this more in the question-answer session. If the appellate body gets reappointed, I think that the multilateral system will be able to work as it has been working, and I hope it does. The other thing about the global sort of both trading system and the global economy today is that sort of apart from the supply side shock that we started this crisis with because of lockdown and the manufacturing systems that sort of got shut, it's also become a full-blown sort of demand side crisis. So it's no longer limited to a supply side crisis, it's also a demand side crisis. And therefore, because it's both a supply and a demand crisis, it has affected global trade. There's a correlation between decline in GDP and declines in trade, although the causation could run either way. But what's happened is that the global trade has declined, and some people say that global trade has declined even as much as it declined in 2008, and some people say even more. But what is interesting about the decline in global trade this time is that the impact on services, which, at the best of times, we are able to estimate only with great difficulty. And people make forecasts on services with a lot of caution. But I think services has impacted a lot, and there's been in Q2, there's been a 30% decline in services, and overall there's been about a 20% decline in services trade this year, and there's been about a 10% decline in goods trade. So what you see here, and services for obvious reasons, because of the impact on hospitality, because of the impact of travel, and so on. So services has borne the brunt of the impact of the pandemic, and services has borne the brunt of the impact on trading volumes as well. So there's been a decline in global trade in goods, but there's been an even greater decline in global trade in services, with the caveat that services trade estimation is subject to a lot of caution and a lot of caveats, and accurate numbers of services trade come out with a lag. But it's fair to say that services trade, and the narrative is clear, services trade has been impacted much more than goods trade. There is some revival in goods trade, but I think services trade will take a little time to revive. Of course, there's a lot of heterogeneity in services trade. Banking has not been doing too badly, and ICT, of course, is the only sector that has been showing an increase both within countries and across countries as well. Which brings me to the final point that you raised, Ambassador, which is on the G20. And I think, as you said, the G20 summit is about to happen today and tomorrow in Saudi Arabia. And I have a lot of hope from the G20. It's a crisis institution. It responds to a crisis. During peace times, I guess, there is some amount of meandering that happens in the G20. And as people say, there's been mission creep in the G20. All countries have tried to put in their own agendas on the table. We've seen that in the previous presidencies in Australia, in China, in Japan, in Saudi Arabia, and we will probably see it in Italy. And then also India will put its favorite items on the agenda in 2022. Notwithstanding that criticism, which is in some sense justified, there is hope for optimism on the G20 for two reasons, I think. And those two reasons, again, one relates to what I've already said, is that the G20, representing 85% of the global economy, has a leaders-based sort of organization. It's a leaders-based summit, and there's no sort of permanent secretary. The leaders meet once a year. And I think meeting of the leaders itself of 20 major economies, I think that itself is a great positive to discuss the problems that the global economy is having. And this wholesale, pandemic and this global health crisis is obviously a recipe for the leaders to meet and discuss and to try and find solutions. And as you rightly alluded to, Ambassador, and I cannot emphasize this point more than you've already done, which is, in a time of crisis, as the financial crisis shows, in the face of a common enemy, and this is an enemy that respects no boundaries, that respects no countries, that respects no borders. At a time of a crisis in 2008, the world came together and said, we need to be able to address this together. The world said it, G20 rose to the occasion and dealt with it. And I think this presents an even worse situation today because, we are in much more uncertainty. As I said, it's affecting the demand side, it's affecting the supply side of our economies, and of course, it's affecting the health. And if you don't have, good health, then it's going to be difficult to revive economies. As one poet, one of my favorite Urdu poets has said, Jaan hai to jahan hai. And if you don't have good health, then of course the world, because there is no point of the world economy sort of registering, high rates of growth. So health is going to be paramount. And I think G20, the leaders come together and then can put in place an architecture which we're able to deal with before. It's not only the distribution of vaccine and how they'll be distributed, but it's also not to restrict trading in equipment, trading in medicines, trading in drugs that are important to deal with the crisis in the run-up to the vaccine being developed. In the beginning, we saw that a number of countries imposed restrictions, as you said, became more protectionist and wanted to serve their domestic communities. And countries did that. India did it, South Korea did it, lots of countries did it. But I'm happy to report, as you said, Ambassador, that India has now begun to lift those restrictions restrictions on, export of protective equipment, export of drugs, export of medical equipment, so that the rest of the world can also benefit, because India might become a hub for the production of this. So in all, let me summarize what I've just said for the benefit of the students, which is that, this is a crisis like none other. It's affecting the demand side and the supply side. Global trade has been affected. Services have been affected much more than goods, but the world has experienced the previous crisis, and therefore our ability to deal with it, because of the benefit of hindsight, is much better. There are institutions like the IMF, the World Bank, other multilateral institutions that know how to deal with crisis, but implementation is likely to be the key. And I'm hoping that the new American presidency will put in place mechanisms for the revival of the WTO, because despite the fact that there are regional and bilateral trading agreements, I think in terms of providing a level playing field, in terms of providing sort of smaller countries and not so mature economies with a level playing field, I think multilateralism is much better placed. And I'm hoping that the rest of the world doesn't become more protectionist, and G20 can provide the instrument of more trade, more cooperation, more collaboration in order to deal with this unprecedented health crisis that the world is facing today. I'll stop here, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kathuria. That I thought was a brilliant overview of where we stand. Mr. Sharan, can I also request you can take 10 to 15 minutes, and then we will try and see. I haven't got any questions yet. I'd like the participants to post the questions on the chat box. But let me give you the floor, Mr. Sharan. You can take 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Dr. Kathuria has made my job fairly easy, because he's given you the macro view, and this is a subject he's engaged with for pretty much as long as I've existed in this world consciously. And therefore, with that hindsight and vantage point, it's much easier to delve into this subject, which is complex. One of the ways in which I frame this challenge to myself and for the communities that I engage with is that in the early 2000s, mid 2000s, we saw a lot of academic literature, reportage, media around this notion of convergence between developed and developing countries. Which was to say that globalization fostered a convergence in incomes and prosperity between the developed and developing worlds. Today, we have come to a point in time where this hypothesis of convergence, which was substantiated by a lot of economic literature, may not hold good for the next couple of decades. And just for the students, you may want to read the likes of Michael Spence, who's a Nobel laureate in economics, who's written about this phenomenon of convergence as it played out in post-WTO era, post-1995. So today, this divergence between developed and developing worlds is visible because the developed world has stronger public service delivery, has welfare nets in place, and so on. And therefore, you'll see a quicker bounce back to normal or approximately normal circumstances within the developed economies. Similarly, there's an increasing divergence. I mean, the trade world is a good proxy to estimate this divergence. There's growing divergence between nations that are able to get their trade, particularly their exports, back on track, and those that are not. Asia, for instance, is expected to do relatively well on this front compared to South America, for instance, according to the WTO. If the vaccine rollouts are slow, we may see some sort of a W-shaped recovery. I know we've been grappling with alphabet soups, where the second trough of the W may be higher than the first. But in any case, we may see again a slight recession in demand and also suppressed supply chains in 2021. All said and done, there's no reason for India, if you have to locate India within all of this, to celebrate the fact that we've lost 30 million or so white-collar jobs and per capita incomes in the developing world, according to Carmen Reinhardt, who's the new World Bank chief economist, will only be back to pre-pandemic levels by somewhere around 2025. So we have been set back by at least half a decade, if not more. So we have to remember that when we grow, we will grow from a low base, and we should not get swept away in rhetoric around our innate resilience. We have to work on this resilience, not take it for granted like we do every time a natural disaster strikes within our borders. And this resilience will be a function of our understanding of the future of trade. And just to bring trade back again to the center of all of this, because as I mentioned, developing countries will take longer to recover. The domestic demand will remain suppressed for longer. And therefore, for countries like India, which have exported historically to the advanced countries, it's very important to get exports back on track. And to do that, we have to understand the pattern of global trade going ahead. And I have a contrarian view on this, particularly with respect to whether there'll be a slowdown in the so-called global value chains and onshoring of jobs and factories and so on due to the so-called fourth industrial revolution. Pre-pandemic, trade growth in the parts of trade most associated with fragmentation, which is a phenomenon that is associated with these global value chains, did not show clear signs of a slowdown. For most countries, the domestic value added has either remained constant or declined slightly, which is consistent with the further integration of countries into global value chains rather than the contrary view. But China dominates export markets. It's done so for the last couple of decades. So its shift to domestic consumption and therefore higher domestic value addition within China has had a large effect on the aggregate trend. So China is sort of an outlier to this entire debate on global value chains. We should not look at things in aggregate without accounting for China. Along the same lines, arguments that automation and artificial intelligence will lead to onshoring and less trade in the future have not found empirical support yet. If anything, there is evidence that these advances will lead to more trade by boosting productivity and surpluses and so on and so forth. But amid high uncertainty and a backlash against globalization, which again will exacerbate because of the divergence that I spoke of, the appetite for trade liberalization seems to be waning. So we are in a complex world where you see many of the previous trends playing out, maybe accelerating, but our appetite to engage with that world is lower. As an indication of this lack of impetus towards trade liberalization, this was also visible pre-pandemic. The number of new regional trade agreements in 2018 fell to its lowest level since the early 1990s. Therefore, resilience will be a function of leadership, which, as Dr. Katuria pointed out, again, in forums like G20, these are going to be very important to foster such leadership and to make it visible to the world. And other groups, larger groups within the WTO and multilateral bodies, this leadership will be equally important. And this leadership must understand the importance of globalization to increase incomes and facilitate convergence. And that's the key challenge here. The challenge is that globalization has also led to increased inequity within countries, although it's fostered convergence in aggregate at a global level. Within countries, it's led to inequity, which in my view is not a problem of globalization. It's a problem of distribution within national borders, which only, again, good political leadership domestically can solve within all these countries. And redistribution of the gains from globalization can happen through new taxation frameworks, can happen through new social security constructs, and new ways in which we look at welfare. Looking ahead in 2021, there are three critical issues that we have to grapple with at the level of the WTO. And as Dr. Katuria has already laid out, and I'm in the same boat, I wish we had a contrarian view on this, but multilateralism is certainly something we have to engage with, that we have developed state capacities around, and that still serves as the best hope to serve or to solve global challenges. We cannot hope to solve global challenges through national approaches alone, whether it is climate change or it is the future of global trade. So looking at the future in 2021, there are three critical issues that would need to be addressed at the WTO, which is the beacon of multilateralism in the economic sphere, which is A, addressing the trade fallout of the pandemic, which is very important, of course. B, expediting the appointment of a director general. Without leadership within the multilateral organization that we hope to serve as a beacon for resilience, we cannot certainly hope for a large-scale change. And third, as Dr. Kathuria pointed out, resolving the appellate body paralysis. The appellate body within the WTO is the dispute settlement, is part of the dispute settlement process. And without this body, countries like India, which have benefited along with other developing countries from the dispute settlement process and have won more cases against developed countries than developed countries have won against the developing world, cannot hope to take the multilateral process forward without a functioning appellate process. But movement on any of these issues is contingent, unfortunately, on factors that are outside of India, which is the trade dispute between US and China. The big challenge for the US and China, which is really emblematic of the crisis of the WTO, is something that we'll have to see how Mr. Biden works towards resolving. And just to expand on this, where does this crisis come from? The Chinese entered the WTO later than India did. They entered on their own terms in the early 2000s, and they learned to extract the most out of the global system, the GATT and WTO world. They observed it closely, and they learned the ropes, they learned from the best, and they learned to employ techniques that the advanced countries were using to their benefit as well. And economically, as we all know, they grew at a pace which changed the dynamics of global trade in the first decade of the century. Just to give you an instance, I started my career as a futures trader for the students here. And, you know, for us, there were a couple of markets that we looked at, and this, you know, as to trade in global indices of currencies and commodities. And China, at the time when I started doing this around the global financial crisis, was one of the leading indicators of how the financial indices were to progress or regress post the global financial crisis. India was not a factor that we considered in making our trades on a day-to-day basis. So it impacted. China continues to impact and has impacted global trade, global finance inexorably, and perhaps has been the largest differentiator from the past. So economically, they grew at this pace. They accounted for structural growth in global trade, which is now under question on the back of their export-led strategy and manufacturing prowess. Again, something that everyone is familiar with. Consequently, they started throwing their political weight around in multilateral organizations like the WTO, under the cover of being a developing country like India and like the G77 countries. And therefore, as a player or as an entity or as a country that was entitled to what the WTO terms as special and differentiated treatment. You can also think of it for those of you who follow climate debates, as a sort of extension of the construct of common but differentiated treatment or responsibilities, which means that developing countries get a longer leash on some of the rules that are framed multilaterally precisely because they're at different levels of development and income and so on. This assertive behavior by such a large actor in the global trade system, backed by very little transparency at their end in terms of furnishing the kind of evidence that a multilateral body would need to examine whether what they're saying is true or not, has actually broken the global trade system. Therefore, if we are to look at scenarios, just to end, there are two scenarios that I look at in the global trading ecosystem. The first scenario is, should the WTO be an organization which supports the gradual convergence over time of economic systems, which is basically an extension of the ethos of globalization as I have described it? Or should it continue with the present system of coexistence of rather different systems of policy design within each of these countries, or the sovereign impetus to determine what is best for each country? The former approach would entail the gradual restriction of what I mentioned, the access to special and differentiated treatment, for instance, in areas like subsidies, and reaffirming the primacy of market-oriented conditions. So assuming that developing countries will enter a sort of level playing field faster as far as policy constraints are concerned. Or on the other hand, the latter approach, which would require continued special and differential treatment, which would allow countries at different levels of economic development pursuing different trade policies the ability to subscribe to the same rules. The first scenario is hard to imagine going forward because of a rise in protectionism, as Dr. Katuria alluded to, and the resurrection of industrial policies to pick which sectors will do well, which industries should be backed by state support. And the second scenario of status quo has actually led us to the impasse that we currently face with the dispute between the US and China, exemplifying this impasse. So we are in a sort of a strained situation. Coming back to the theme of leadership, whether it is through G20 or other plurilateral, bilateral, or even national initiatives, countries will have to step up to the plate. Biden, being a centrist, will take his own time to step up to the plate, and he'll have to take people along. And as we know, the Senate remains firmly divided in the US. So unfortunately, we are looking at a world where the American and Chinese dynamics will determine our futures. And therefore, we have to work with the construct of multilateralism to the best we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharan. That was fascinating, especially the last part of your statement interests me as a long-time observer of WTO, but I will return to that. Dr. Katuria, I have one question for you, and just trying to provoke a debate here.
Yes.
Mr. Sharan says developing countries will take longer than developed countries. I hope I'm not distorting what he said. So he says they will take longer, and therefore he is more inclined to a W. I got the impression when I listened to you that you were a little bit more optimistic. Or let me put it this way, I'm more optimistic. I see that developing countries, actually there will be so much of pent-up demand that, and which we're already seeing, by the way, in the auto sector. And if you listen to Mr. Tata earlier in the previous session, the rural economy is going to provide impetus in India. So do you buy that point that developing countries will necessarily take longer to recover than developed countries? I wanted to get a sense from you. By the way, we have time till 11:15, so no more than 1 or 2 minutes for everybody, including me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ambassador. Well, I think, let me put it this way, and I'll try and answer the question quickly. The ability, I think what Vivan was saying, the ability to support their economies through a fiscal stimulus in developed countries is probably higher. And I think that is absolutely right. And our ability to sort of support or bankroll the economy or provide fiscal stimulus. You remember the fiscal stimulus that we provided earlier in the year was 21 lakh crores, out of which economists said the actual fiscal stimulus was a meager 1% because we had an eye on the fiscal deficit, and the subsequent stimulus has been around the same amount. So we've got a fiscal stimulus in India of about 2.5% of GDP. And our ability to do that, to provide a fiscal stimulus, and if India is representative of developing markets, is dependent on our ability to be able to finance that stimulus. And we know, given our fiscal situation, our ability to finance very large injections of fiscal stimulus are going to be sort of therefore limited. But I'm not saying we shouldn't do that. We have to do that. And the reason we have to do that is as follows. If you don't do that today, if you don't increase demand today in countries like India, then you are risking another problem down the line, which is that you're risking good firms bad firms go down is fine. But if you have good firms that collapse and go sort of bankrupt, then it's going to be a full-blown economic crisis, even more than it is today. So we have to do two things. We have to support the good firms so that the supply side remains afloat. And we have to, of course, provide people with money to be able to then buy the goods and services that are being produced by the firms. And the ability of developed countries to do this is probably more than the ability of developing countries. And the second reason is that I think the ability to implement its own policies, I think in countries like India is also sort of limited, and it's been the Achilles heel. But I am also as optimistic as you are. I think India was the fastest growing economy before the crisis struck, and of course we were saying that very loudly that India is one of the fastest growing emerging markets, but sort of we are now one of the slowest growing economies in the world. But I think we are going to bounce back for the reasons that you said. What is it that has made China bounce back so quickly? And if I were to just quickly say investment in infrastructure, there is no magic wand to growth. You invest, you will grow. China is investing in infrastructure today, and it has bounced back. And what you said about rural demand and pent-up demand and investments in infrastructure, if we can get infrastructure investments right, and I hope they're going to be green investment, this is an opportunity to turn that model around towards more sustainability and inclusion. Of course, that calls for another debate. But what I'm saying is that if we are able to get our investment cycle growing, and if we are able to get bank credit growing, I think India will bounce back fairly quickly. It will be a K-shaped, alphabet soups, etc. But I think some sectors will bounce back earlier than others. On whole, I think India will be back. Within 2 to 3 years, we should be looking at good rates of growth. And by 24, I think we should be back at pre-pandemic levels. I'm sticking my neck out, I'm forecasting, but I'm optimistic about India's ability to come out of this crisis.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very helpful. Mr. Sharan, there's a lot of interest in the chat box on China's stranglehold on supply chains being loosened because of the post-COVID scenario of the trust factor playing a part. There is a lot of talk of resilient supply chains and so on. How much of this is foam, as Xi Jinping said about the Quad? I hope it is not sea foam that will dissipate. Or how much of this is a real possibility, with obviously countries like Vietnam will do much better, but can India also get a piece of the action? That is the question from students.
This is a central question really for India today as it looks into the future. I'm optimistic on this count. There's no reason not to be, particularly in two areas. One is in essentials or necessities, however you may look at it. So for instance, and these come with caveats, but for instance, in pharmaceuticals, we will see a lot more action in India than we have previously. In fact, just to give you some evidence on the necessities, we see that trade in agricultural products fell far less than the world average of all other commodities and goods combined. So it was -5%, -5% versus -21% in the second quarter of this year. Since food is a necessity and it continued to be produced and shipped even under the strictest lockdown conditions. Global trade, similarly in personal protective equipment, recorded an explosive growth, obviously upwards of 100%, again, in the months of April and May. Again, a dramatic example of the positive contribution that trade has made to overcoming the pandemic. However, on the pharmaceuticals front, India cannot hope to become a net public health security provider without taking the responsibility that comes along with that. So we cannot do what we did, for instance, with the export of hydrochloroquine, where in April we completely banned exports without any exception. even domestic pharma industry opposed it, knowing that it would lead to a backlash in the future. It's similar to what Russia did with its gas through Ukraine to Europe about 5 or 7 years ago. Similarly, I'm optimistic about electronic equipment. I mean, your students would be maybe shocked to know that very soon our oil import bill will be far outstripped by our electronic import bill. So we will have a sort of electronic insecurity, supply chain insecurity that will be very large. We are doing a lot of things to overcome it. We have a new system of providing financial assistance, the performance-linked incentive scheme, and so on. The proof of this will obviously lie in implementation. But just to say that telecom equipment, which includes smartphones, the trade in this had risen by about 2% from the same time a year ago by June. And companies are also reporting good numbers for India. We see that in media. Trade in other types of electronics also held up during the crisis as households, businesses, governments upgraded to computers and IT and so on and so forth. But we have to see in 2021 how much of this demand was as a result of the pent-up forces versus organic recovery. And just to caution on the automobiles front, since it came up in my last point, is that while we've seen a recovery during the festival season, and Mr. Tata has said one thing, I can give you a contrary view, which is by R.C. Bhargav of Maruti, which is that even he doesn't know, he's declined to comment on whether in 2021 he will see this recovery in demand for automobiles sustained, because he doesn't know whether this continued structural uncertainty will play havoc with what we think of a recovery.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Kathuria, yes, 1 or 2 minutes, but I also wanted you to respond to this bit about India getting a piece of the action in supply chains. Whatever you were going to say, plus this.
I wanted to say that, and I think there's a lot of murkiness around this. And I think I just wanted to sort of make a comment. I mean, this is not the first time that we're trying to sort of attract value chains from China into India. This is, to my mind, I think this is the third opportunity. It happened even before this, during the time when there was the US-China trade war that was happening, and we thought that we'll be able to attract some of those value chains that are coming away from China, and they went to Vietnam and Cambodia. And the earliest time was when Chinese wages were beginning to go up, and Chinese, at $10,000 per capita income, wages were rising, and companies were looking at cheaper markets to be able to invest in. And that's the time when India was the flavor of the global economy, because India was growing very fast, and people thought that there'd be a lot of value chains that will be able to be attracted into India. I mean, this health crisis is actually, and the sort of isolationism of China, the growing sort of isolationism of China, at least the narrative suggests that some of the value chains could come into India. So this is the third opportunity. And we haven't been able to attract these because they've been moving to Vietnam, they've been moving to Bangladesh, we've lost out on textiles, they've been moving to Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, Thailand, the Southeast Asian countries. And I think it's good to be able to discuss this. And what does India want? What does India want with Atmanirbhar Bharat? What is the Atmanirbhar narrative? Is it consistent with trying to attract value chains into the country? We know that your domestic value added is inversely proportional to the number of times a goods crosses borders. So your domestic value added is if you have production that is spread over a large number of countries, your domestic value added is going to be very small. The larger the number of countries, the smaller the domestic value added, because it sort of gets dissipated across many countries. Do you want that situation where you become a part of the value chain, or do you want to do everything in India and therefore you probably become a little more vulnerable, just like you're vulnerable to a Chinese shock, if I may to call it, you will be vulnerable to a domestic shock. What is to say that the domestic shock wouldn't happen? So having a concentrated value chain is a risk. And if you want to build Atmanirbhar Bharat, the narrative should be very clear. What is it that you want to do with Atmanirbhar Bharat? Do you want to increase domestic value added to the extent that you want to make your goods uncompetitive, you want to protect your domestic economy and sell to consumers goods at high prices to a captive audience which don't meet the quality standards of a global market? That's what we had in India in the 70s and 80s. Does Atmanirbhar Bharat mean that? Or does Atmanirbhar Bharat mean something else in the context of value chains? And I think we should get this narrative absolutely right. Whatever the political sort of aspect is, create more jobs, etc. But we can't become a global powerhouse of the kind China has become by simply producing everything at home. We will have to rely on our competitive advantage, and we cannot become globally competitive without becoming an export economy. Korea, China, Taiwan, Singapore, Hong Kong, all the Japan before that became economic powerhouses, became high growth economies because they were competitive and they were able to export. Export is not just exporting to the rest of the world. It's also another way of saying your domestic economy is competitive. And I think, putting the political slogans aside, we need to understand, what global value chains do, what resilience means, and within that, what Atmanirbhar Bharat is. And we have to be able to get that narrative right and clear the murkiness, because uncertainty is not good for private sector. Uncertainty is not good for investment, and it is not good for competitiveness.
Thank you. So, Mr. Sharan, we have exactly 5 minutes left. I'm saying this to both of you. Let's spend this on WTO because there's quite a bit of interest from the audience. And I like the way you phrased the last part of your previous intervention, in which you say one can be status quo. Other thing can be that you allow each country to kind of do what it likes, in terms of multi-speed development, but with a common rule. Now, as far as WTO is concerned, my provocative question to you is, plurilateral negotiations are here to stay. I don't see that disappearing from the WTO context. And yet, India is not part of any plurilateral negotiation. We have kept away from even negotiations like investment facilitation. We have kept away from e-commerce negotiations, although it seems to me that is a subject that is of vital interest for India. So the only multilateral game in the WTO is the agreement on fisheries subsidies, which we are participating, of course, and on which there may be an agreement middle of next year at a ministerial. So I'm not focusing, you will notice, on the DG appointment and on the appellate body structure revival, because I genuinely think India's capital is limited, and to kind of waste it on these two things, I would rather that we spend our capital on getting special and differential treatment, because I feel strongly about this. I think it is ridiculous to put India and China in the same bracket, which Trump has been doing by saying both those countries should be stripped of special and differential treatment. So to cut a long story short, two quick reactions. One, on S&D, how will you play it with Biden? And secondly, on plurilateral, what should India's approach be? Mr. Sharan and then Dr. Kathuria.
On plurilaterals, let's take the most recent example of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership with ASEAN, China, and others. We have chosen to stay away. The doors are open for us. Our Asian partners want us back on the table to be able to navigate this plurilateral with China. Japan in particular has been very keen and vocal about the need for India's involvement in this very important plurilateral. Just to say that this plurilateral, if you take an area like digital trade or e-commerce, there is a chapter on this in the RCEP. The chapter, we have been part of the negotiations of this chapter. We've expended political capital and state capacity on negotiating in a way that the standards that we need to aspire to are in fact much more diluted and demand much lesser of us than if we were to enter any other plurilateral of any value, for instance, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Therefore, the RCEP is actually a stepping stone or a litmus test to see whether India can actually make something out of plurilateral engagements in new areas or on new subjects like environment, labor. I mean, these are not new subjects, but new to in the context of global trade, and now e-commerce or digital trade. And therefore, I feel it's very important that India does engage and find its way and exhibit strength and confidence to engage in plurilaterals. Because if we don't do that, then certainly we don't have the bandwidth to engage in the multilateral sphere in any meaningful way, where the West will continue to, no matter what political capital we may build with Biden, will continue to demand that China and India and others who are emerging and have ascribed this notion of us as emerging and converging and so on, they will continue to hyphenate us no matter what we do. And this differentiation between China and India may only be understood in domestic discourse, but to the average American citizen, how do you make them understand that a country that is knocking on the doors of being or wanting superpower status and UNSC permanent seat and so on and so forth is actually so distant from its neighbor to the north in terms of prosperity?
Thank you. Ram is looking sternly at me, so I have to interrupt you. On S&D quickly, Mr. Sharan. S&D, how does India play?
We have to do the
Go to Dr. Kathuria after
Dr. Kumar, we have to do the paperwork. We have to engage on SNDT by proposing an alternative that is feasible. We have to see that this binary between yes to SNDT and no is not feasible. We'll have to propose solutions based on indicators that are more granular, that actually help us engage with the developed world instead of taking a trade unionist position on this.
Thank you. You're absolutely right. I don't disagree with you at all. But to be fair to the Ministry of Commerce, in the context of multilateral fisheries negotiations, they have suggested some per capita GNI. And you know, the one way in which we can distinguish ourselves from China is to say they are $10,000 per capita and we are $2,000 per capita, now marginally less.
Or you can do it sectorally, Dr. Kumar. You could do it sectorally.
Sure, that's the way out. Dr. Kathuria, really the last word on WTO, but no more than 1 minute, please. Thank you.
I think I completely agree with you that we need to be a part of the plurilateral agreement. Whether we agree or not, whether you sign or not, India has been taking a very sort of ostrich-like position. I'm not going to be in unless I get my domestic house in order, unless I sort out my e-commerce rules, unless I sort out my sort of that Vodafone has still that case is still being sort of repercussions are still being felt in India. I will not do investment facilitation. So I think we need to, even if we disagree, even if we don't sign, we need to be in there. Because the signal that India sends out often in the multilateral framework is that it's a spoiler. We need to change that image. And the way we can change that image is being in the e-commerce negotiations and tell the rest of the world why we are not signing or why we disagree. Whether it's because of our internal problems or of digital divides, or whether it is getting our domestic tax regime in order, etc. Whatever the reason is, but be in within the framework of discussion and then not get characterized as always a deal breaker, as a spoiler. That image has to change. And that can only change if you're in there. And to be in there, I will make my last point, Dr. Kumar, Ambassador Kumar, we have to be better prepared. One of the reasons why we don't engage is because we are not adequately prepared. And I think we should be adequately prepared within India. Often the Americans, when they come to negotiate with us, they are better prepared on our economy than we are on our own economies. I mean, that is, I think, a little we should change that so that we can be better prepared to engage with the rest of the world and feel that we can engage, but we decide to say no. But it's better to be in and say no rather than stay out and say no, because then, you are characterized as a deal breaker or as a spoiler. I think we should change that. And finally, I would say that, on S&D, there was a comment that came out from the Commerce Ministry that, the losses to India would be meager, and therefore we don't need to spend any political capital in trying to get S&D back. That itself, we need to do more research of whether that was a sort of a back of the envelope calculation, but we need to be able to see what S&D actually means for us in quantitative terms, whether that number is actually right. If that number is right, then maybe we can spend our political capital elsewhere. But if that number is not right, then we need to really get, as you were saying, try and get some mechanisms in trying to get India back on S&D trajectory. India has not been a free rider, as Trump has said, of the multilateral system, as much as China has been. China has been a free rider of the multilateral system, if I were to stick my neck out and say, but we have not been as much of a free rider of the multilateral system as China has been. And therefore, I think legitimately, we should be given these benefits going forward.
Thank you very much, Ram. That's a wonderful way. I agree with both my panelists. The point made by Mr. Sharan about paperwork, and again, the point made by Dr. Kathuria that it's better to be in the tent, within the tent of negotiations than outside. So I leave it there, and thank you very much, Ram, for this opportunity. I hand it back.
I wanted to thank you, Professor Kumar and Dr. Kathuria. I want to call you Rajat, and of course, Mr. Sharan, appreciate your time. It was absolutely scintillating conversation. I wish we had a little more time. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rajat.
Thanks, Ramanuj. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Bye. Ambassador, bye-bye.
We are live, sir.
Hi, good morning, everybody. This is a wonderful session that we have planned today in the Global Finance Conclave. We have titled the session as Long-Term Capital and Global Financial Stability. We have a fantastic panel with us with three distinguished gentlemen. But before I introduce them, let me sort of set the stage and give a brief introduction and overview of what we will be discussing. So we know that we are all sitting at home and doing virtual conferences, and we've been hit by the COVID pandemic. And as a result, the global financial conditions have tightened, and risk asset prices have dropped sharply as investors have rushed for safety and liquidity, right? So whenever we see crises like these hit, investors go for safe assets rather than risky assets. That's the nature of investors. And emerging and frontier markets, India being one of those, have experienced record portfolio flow reversal, right? So, there's money going out essentially. And if we have even more tightening of financial conditions, then financial vulnerabilities might be exposed even more in the future. So that is the fear, and that is something that we will discuss today. We also have seen, we also need to discuss how banks particularly respond to this crisis. Their resilience may be tested, more now than ever as the stress rises in the markets, right? We also have gentlemen who are experts in the regulatory aspects of financial systems and the economy as a whole. So we will also talk about the response, the regulatory response, and the international cooperation that are needed to tackle these challenges. So this is on the agenda. So with that, let me introduce the panel. We have Professor Yoshino. Professor Yoshino is a professor emeritus at Keio University. Very warm welcome to you, sir, to this panel. We are delighted to have you. Professor Yoshino was recently the Dean of the Asian Development Bank Institute. He holds a PhD from Johns Hopkins University in the United States in 1979. And a very interesting fact is his thesis advisor, Sir Alan Walters, was the economic advisor to the former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. So we are very delighted to have you, sir. He has also been a visiting scholar at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. He's been a visiting professor at several universities, including University of New South Wales in Australia, University of Gothenburg in Sweden. He's also been associated with the State University of New York in Buffalo, and an economics professor at Keio University, where he's professor emeritus right now. His professional career includes membership in various government committees as well. He's served as the chairperson of the Japanese Ministry of Finance's Council on Foreign Exchange, and he's also been a board member for the Deposit Insurance Corporation of Japan. So a very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
We also have Mr. Mohit Shukla. Warm welcome to you, Mr. Shukla. He's Managing Director, India Legal and Compliance with Barclays. And at Barclays, Mr. Shukla is a member of the Asia Pacific Regional Leadership Team for legal in the Asia Pacific region. He represents the legal and compliance wing on India, and he's on the executive committee of India Operations and Technology Services for the company. He leads a large team here. He's an expert in cross-border transactions, regulatory matters, and implementation of policies related to legal changes. So very warm welcome to you, Mr. Shukla.
Thank you.
And last but by no means the least, we have Mr. Suyash Rai. He's a fellow at Carnegie, India. His research focuses on the political economy of economic reforms, something that India recently has been seeing quite a bit of, and the performance of public institutions in India. That's what he works on. His current research is looking at the financial sector and the fiscal system, and with particular focus on the infrastructure sector in India, which is something that we will discuss quite a bit. Mr. Rai holds a postgraduate diploma in management from the Institute of Rural Management in Anand, Gujarat, and he has a bachelor's in computer science from Sardar Patel University, Gujarat. So a very warm welcome to you, sir, Mr. Rai.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So let's get started. So the way we will do this is we will have some broad, open-ended questions in the first section. So I'll just ask 2 or 3 questions, and each panelist can take 5 minutes to answer these. And then we will get a little bit more in-depth into some of these issues in the second section. So the first section where, if you could limit your response to, 3 or 4 minutes. My question would be, and this is probably a question that is there on everybody's mind, is what are some recent macroeconomic trends and implications in the following areas? I know we have discussed some of these in the previous panel. Economic growth, inflation, bond yields, liquidity. What are some of the recent macroeconomic trends in these? And the recent events, right, like COVID being one, the US elections being another one, how do these events impact these? I know these are broad questions, but what are your thoughts on these? And because this Global Finance Conclave is focused on India, we would like to know, what are your thoughts on the long-term economic growth of developing countries like India? So, Professor Yoshino, if you could start, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your nice introduction, and thank you very much for inviting me today. I would like to make about 4 points in the initial talk. I think the impact of COVID-19 is significantly affecting MSMEs in many Asian countries. Currently, lots of support to MSME is given by the government. So banks are lending money to MSMEs. However, it may create moral hazard problem, including Japanese banks, because that has a full support. So they can lend money, whoever their conditions are. So I think it will be needed to have some incentive for bankers to screen long-term perspectives. And then I'm proposing in Japan, those banks lending to MSME should be based on their performance. So credit guarantee ratio should be differentiated from banks to another. If their default losses become very large, those banks should have lower credit guarantee ratio. And those who are doing very good MSME loans should have full guarantee. So I think there's some incentive mechanism for bankers to lend money to really needed MSME. So that is one point. Second one is after COVID-19, fiscal situation in many countries became very bad. And infrastructure finance will be squeezed in next 5-10 years. So we have to bring private sector finance into infrastructure investment. That can also help outflow of capital, making finance stay in domestic market. But I'll talk about it later in detail. We have to increase the rate of return from infrastructure investment and reduce risks and avoid corruption. Those are the 3 main points to bring private sector money to infrastructure. Then infrastructure in India can keep on going. That is the engine of growth to many regions. And third one is digital infrastructure. It's very important. Again, digital infrastructure relies on user charges. So large cities can have good network of user charges. But in remote region, rural area, they cannot access to digital technology. That is very bad. So I think we have to find out the way to increase rate of return. And the best way is infrastructure can create huge spillover effects. Recently, infrastructure receives from only user charges. That's why public-private partnership didn't go well. Investors in infrastructure prefer high rate of return. Users prefer low prices. So that is conflict between the two. That's why PPP didn't go well in any places. So we have to find out some of the sources to infrastructure to increase rate of return. And my proposal is infrastructure has big spillover effects. Internet can create new businesses. Then new offices can be opened. Then corporate tax revenue, income tax revenue, property tax revenue all go up. But all those tax revenue went to the government. They were not returned to infrastructure investors and operators. So I'm proposing 50% of those increased tax revenue should be returned to infrastructure operators and investors. That will keep on going. The rate of return will. Then that can attract lots of domestic savings. Last one is in many developing countries, banks are dominating in financial industry. It was the same in Japan. There's no long-term investors, especially insurance, life insurance is very important to develop in India. That can support long-term finance. Bank loans tend to be shorter, 2 years, 5 years. But it is important not only short-term deposits, but for Indian general public, they have to have long-term savings. That is insurance. And once insurance market becomes large, they are looking for the place to invest. Then long-term government bonds, long-term infrastructure, that can be financed, that can be circulated, domestic money, savings, goes to domestic investment. That is the ideal way to develop many countries, including India. So those are my first remarks. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that is fantastic. So that's like an economics, class in 5 minutes for me. So thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you.
So Mr. Shukla, if you would like to give your thoughts on this.
I think Professor really did raise some very pertinent points in terms of segmentation, and I think what we've seen as the pandemic is taking its course. I think one of the most fascinating trends that has actually shown is just how sectoral impact can be. And I had a very telling observation that I heard from a leading industrialist in terms of large company impact. And one of the things that he had to say is, most importantly, if the impact is to the MSME sector, suppliers, segments, if the impact is to consumers in terms of what is happening with respect to their lives from an economic point of view, that's really the thing that primarily becomes a worry point, because big industries should be able to take care of themselves if those impacts are mitigated, if those impacts can be softened. So when you look at what's been the impact in terms of macroeconomic, yes, definitely there's shrinkage. Definitely there's an impact in terms of overall economic health. But when you segment the economy and when you segment the world as a larger macrocosm, countries have fared differently. Within countries, sectors have fared differently. And it's no different as a story in India in terms of impact. Overall impact, yes. But in terms of what the impact has been within segments, some places it's been really bad, and some places have been able to bear, the shocks better. And interestingly, I don't think we've seen, if I give you the example of banking as an industry, I don't think the banking industry has seen lack of opportunity, even in the course of of what's been happening. So when you look at what's happening in banking as an example, and you look at the economic opportunity that is coming out of this situation, from a business point of view, from a busyness point of view, I think there'll be very few bankers who will say that, we're not doing enough. There is so much happening. It's almost like, you're not in the middle of a pandemic, except that you're working from home and, people are not being able to meet one another and sit in meeting rooms and the like. So what happens in terms of the longer term becomes really important to look at in terms of what are the adjustments that have to be made from a framework point of view. And I'm sure we're going to deal with that as we go into this conversation. But long story short, in terms of activity, we haven't seen shrinkage of activity. We're looking at a disbalance in terms of what's happening in various segments and sectors of people and of industry. MSME, as Professor said, definitely has been a big focus point from a regulatory point of view, as well as a government policy point of view, because it does matter. It's a very important engine. And interestingly, as Professor said, what's the incentive for the financial services industry to lend, and what is the financial services industry being expected to look at in terms of lending parameters for MSME rescue, if you will, does become important. My sense is that banks, as well as NBFCs, non-bank financial companies, when they lend to the MSME segment, regardless of guarantee or not, it remains a very important parameter in terms of what is the credit quality, and therefore what is the risk appetite in terms of that lending.
Fantastic. Yeah, I think that's at the heart of the whole issue. This the business of lending and how that basically changes in this current events. So, Mr. Rai, would you like to give your opinion, please?
Yeah, thank you, Soumya, for inviting me today. So just by way of background, I thought I'll just quickly tell two stories. And there's no recommendations here, just kind of recapitulating what's been going on. The first is the story of how India's strategy for mobilizing long-term capital has changed over the last 30, 35 years. The other is the story of what's going on right now in the Indian economy and how these two stories may be linked. So if you look at Indian economy like 30 years ago, bulk of the long-term capital was provided either by government on its budget or by government-owned development financial institutions. So if you look at government budgets about 35 years ago, about a third of combined expenditure of central and state governments was capital expenditure. And it was basically meant to produce create productive assets. And as far as private sector's investment are concerned, development financial institutions were the key source of long-term capital for them. Now, from the late, also, I mean, in addition to these two, there was a significant amount of multilateral and bilateral assistance that used to be given. India was a poor country and we used to rely significantly on these sources also for long-term capital. Now, what happened from the late 80s onwards, and I mean, it's a part of the structural transformation process perhaps itself, that government's role in capital expenditure shrunk significantly. Now, only about 15% or so of total government expenditure is capital expenditure. And in the total capital formation in the economy, government is a very small role. About 12-13% of GFCF is actually created by government's own expenditure. Also, in the 90s, all the development financial institutions either failed or were converted into commercial banks. So now, in the last 25-30 years, what has happened is that bulk of the long-term financial capital is made available by banks, basically. That's the main source. In addition, we have also opened up FDI. So FDI is another important source of long-term capital. And there has been a small, reliance on corporate bond markets. For the rest, government expenditure, external assistance, these are now very small players. So now we rely much more on banks and financial system for mobilizing and making available long-term capital in India. And that has been a key part of the shift that has happened in the last 30 years. Now I come to the story about what's happening in the Indian economy. I see the Indian economy as dealing with twin crises. One is the crisis of a slowdown that was going on earlier also before COVID hit our shores. It was still kind of grumbling from across the Himalayas, but we were already suffering in India. So there was a slowdown from 8.3% growth in 16 to 4.2% growth in 2019-20, where we know about this. And after the COVID hit, as predicted, there's been a much sharper slowdown, because shut down the economy obviously is going to slow down. There's no doubt about that. But it's important to keep in mind that the previous slowdown has its own causes. They had nothing to do with COVID. And one key part of that story is a slowdown in investments. So if you look at gross fixed capital formation, it fell from 34.3% of GDP in 2011-12 to 26.9% of GDP in 2019-20. It's a very sharp and relentless sort of decline, and it has happened throughout the course of the last decade. And if you just assume any incremental capital output ratio, any ICOR, you will see that there has been a significant decline in potential growth of the Indian economy. Now, if I have to unpack this investment decline story, which is central to the growth decline story, there are of course real economy problems that have been there, but there have been problems of financial system also in mobilizing and making available capital for investment. So there are many problems in the financial system, but a key problem that many people have highlighted, I have also written about it, is the balance sheet crisis of the financial system. It was initially in the banks, now it's also in NBFCs. And banks, as I said earlier in the previous story, there has been an increasing reliance on banks for long-term capital. Banks' balance sheets have been under a lot of stress over the last 5-6 years, especially. And because of that, there has been a supply side problem of long-term capital, which has led to the investment slowdown partly, and which has also affected India's growth. Now, to come to COVID, the COVID is going to make these crises more pronounced, because one of the main pathways of impact of COVID is through balance sheets of real economy and financial sector firms. As the good professor previously said, MSMEs are very badly affected, but so are banks, NBFCs. And right now it's the calm before the storm, because we have moratorium that is going on, and the moratorium is hiding the facts of the of how bad things are. So when this tsunami of bankruptcies is upon us, what do we do about it? How do we deal with it? How much is absorbed by fisc? How much is absorbed through resolution processes? All these things will determine the actual impact. On your other questions about inflation and all, I mean, the facts are known. Inflation is actually rising, not falling, unlike what many analysts had predicted earlier. Although the yields have softened over time, but let's see how much the fiscal deficit ultimately rises. Then, because we have a lot of financial repression in India, government forces financial institutions to finance this deficit. We may not see a fully, market-based discovery of price of government bonds, but there will be a problem in the corporate bond markets. There will be a problem of being able to raise money in Indian domestic markets because government will corner a large part of those resources. I'll stop here, but we can take up more of these issues in the next one.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Rai. Thank you very much. So we've laid the ground for this discussion now, and I think all three of you mentioned small and medium enterprises. That's not surprising because in a country like India, by some estimates, 70-80% of the workforce is employed, in small and medium enterprises. So let's get a little bit deeper into this particular topic. So, Professor Yoshino, my question to you would be, a lot of your work has been on SMEs, small and medium enterprises. So, what is the role of small and medium enterprises in a developing country like India in the long-term macroeconomic growth and stability? And how does COVID affect that? What are your thoughts on that?
I would like to give an example of a Japanese SME. Many people know Toyota, Honda. They were starting from small businesses. Mr. Honda's story is very interesting. Japan had Toyota and Nissan. So government thought we don't need third company to produce automobile. So Mr. Honda proposed to become an automobile dealer and manufacturer. And Minister of Economy denied it. You should not go into automobile business. And Mr. Honda was a repair person in a motorcycle. And he was talking to the newspaper, I can create two-wheel motorcycle. Why cannot make four-wheel automobile? So he started his own company and without any support. Then he first went to local bank. Local bank denied to lend money to him. And Mitsubishi bank loan officer was watching Mr. Honda's eye. I can lend you money. So Mr. Honda is very thankful to Mitsubishi Bank. Then Mitsubishi Bank was supporting Honda's development all the time. So I think bankers watching their eyes, credit analysis, that is very important. Not only Japan, but also India. How to create very good loan officer. That has to be lots of experience will be needed. So I think that is first one. How to make money, how to make profits. And also Mitsubishi Bank is helping SMEs, Honda, to sell their products. In many countries, banks are only lending money. They don't support how to change your way of doing business and how to expand their sales and so on. So banks has to go together with those SMEs to make them grow. They are not only just lending money to give advices and then expand to nationwide and also to overseas. So that is one. So bankers are not only just lending money to go together with them, running together. And second one is how to promote startup businesses. When Mr. Honda started Japanese industry, there are lots of banks. However, recently, bankers have become very, very cautious to lend money startup businesses because of Basel capital requirement. So we started startup businesses, hometown crowdfunding, about 20 years ago. And it has been expanded to Peru and Mongolia, Vietnam, and then Cambodia. The method is each individual will contribute $10 up to $100. And some startup would like to do their own business or their own products. And it is advertised through internet. Then I can support to them about contributing $100. 200 people will contribute money. And this internet company will help them to advertise their products through internet. So digital infrastructure in India is important, which I talk about. Only cities are developed in digital infrastructure. But you have to have nationwide network of infrastructure, even to rural area. So suppose farmers had very nice chicken meat, then they can advertise those products. And people can buy without any going to through shops, just order to directly. Then we can buy, we don't need any middleman, so cheaper price and good products. If they are very good, people will keep on going there. So I think how to promote MSME, bankers' eyes are important, but also we need some crowdfunding to provide money to start a business. So that's all my first point.
Yeah, that is a very innovative idea, Professor. So we can talk about that in a little bit more detail later. But you touched upon the point of startups and Mr. Honda's story. And in India, we're focusing quite a bit on startups, and the government itself has pushed this. So I just wanted to understand, what can policymakers do to make sure that startup businesses or the unorganized sector is brought into the fold, like you mentioned. So, what is the policy, prescription from your side?
I think government cannot find out one company to another, because it is very difficult to look at who will be the winner. So I think government should provide infrastructure so that the company which has started to promote can be expanded. So I think infrastructure network will be very important in nowadays, because they can advertise their products, consumers can access to it. So nationwide digital infrastructure should be constructed in India. That is one important thing. That is also related to education. Lots of education will become online. Then if internet is penetrated to all over India, then rural region, children can listen the lecture by the top teacher in India, mathematics, language. Then wherever you live, you can access to top education. So human capital development also be created by internet, digital internet and broadband. So I think that those kind of infrastructure should be set by government. Then the stronger the company, whether it is SME or medium company, they can sell their products and will become bigger. So government cannot find who is good. Government should provide infrastructure so that those companies can have a potential to grow.
Fantastic. Yeah, I'm sure the policymakers will take note of this. This has been this has been in the policy circle. This discussion has been happening, and some of the things that you mentioned, the government is pushing, digitization being one of them. Quite a bit. So thank you very much, Professor. So just carrying on the conversation, my question to Mr. Shukla is. I think Raghuram Rajan said this, that, there's the Chinese story, there's the American story. And when India, arrives finally, there will be the Indian story, but it will be a unique story of pain and pleasure. That will be a very Indian story, if you know what I mean. Right? There's no other story like that. So my question to you would be, what are the unique, regulatory challenges that India faces, particularly the financial sector, in your mind?
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And I think it's a unique Indian story in many ways, but it's also reflective of what many other economies like ours are facing, particularly when you look at Africa, when you look at parts of Southeast Asia. It is a unique story in a particular way that I'd like to highlight, in that we're possibly skipping generations of phased development in many areas. Right? We're jumping sequences because we're catching up. And in that catch up, when we move from something which is relatively antiquated to something which is absolutely now, cutting edge. We're leaping a few generations of development as we go. And that, I think, is a unique feature of development in economies like these. The catch-up can be sometimes very rapid, and it can happen notwithstanding policy framework, notwithstanding what the government may be looking to do. It just happens because of enterprise, and it just happens sometimes because of need. But there, I think the interesting aspect is that, as you look at the regulatory framework and the policy framework, and the catch-up that it sometimes has to do with in terms of what is happening in terms of real development in the world, there is a catch-up story, and my sense is that sometimes the catch-up story is perhaps be a little more agile about as we think about policy and regulatory frameworks, because the world moves, and the world moves at a very rapid pace. And sometimes when you're thinking about what the regulatory framework should be, it requires very active engagement with the real world in terms of exactly what is happening, and then mapping that back into what is a sensible regulatory or policy framework for enabling that development. And I think what we possibly have to keep our minds open to and keep our focus with respect to regulatory and policy frameworks is that they have to become increasingly more living and breathing documents. They have to be able to change quickly, but more importantly, they also have to be framed in a way which accepts the fact that things will change. And they will change very quickly. So static rules and regulations of ifs and buts, and you can do this provided 10 other things are in place, and you can do this subject to A, B, C, D, E. The prescriptive framework of policy making, both in both domains, will probably need to change and change very quickly. We've seen some of that already happen. But I think the increasing focus in terms of enabling the real economy to grow in all its sectors, and particularly when you look at startups, when you look at the new economy versus the real economy of infrastructure and the brick and mortar, the more I think the framework has to look at this in terms of being able to demonstrate that it's a living and breathing document which can adapt and which can absorb a real world change and enable that change. So how nimble can you be in that framework will become very important forward. You look at the same dimension in the real world in terms of, say, financial regulation also, whether it's FDI policy, whether it's banking regulation, whether it's NBFC regulation. I think increasingly policymakers will possibly have to look at a framework which is more flexible in terms of segmentation. The one-size-fits-all kind of framework may not be feasible going forward. A lot of people do already struggle in terms of size, scope of business, what they actually do in their customer interface. In terms of how do you then map that back into, say, space of regulatory compliance. And sometimes you do hear people say, this is a lot to do in terms of cost of business, in terms of cost of compliance. This is really a lot to do in terms of what I actually do in the world. So again, I think that's an interesting dimension of regulatory framework as an example, where possibly the potential to unleash what can really drive growth is to see where you make that more flexible, without, of course, losing sight of the larger picture in terms of the fact that you do need to be governed and you do need to be regulated in terms of what's sensible.
Yeah, that's hitting the nail on the head. Enabling the real economy to grow, like you said. And if I were to just follow up on that a little bit more, in your experience working for Barclays and in the regulatory framework of India, what is it that India has done well till now, and what is it that it has not done very well, to be blunt?
Yes, I think if I can quickly draw two examples without taking too much time, I think we've been seeing a lot of regulation come out over the last 2 or 3 years. And when you look at that dimension, that's probably, the sense of it is probably in some ways it's catch up in terms of putting frameworks together that help the economy perhaps become, and not perhaps, but become a more credible framework in terms of structure, in terms of soundness, in terms of being predictable, right? So over the last 2 or 3 years, I think we've seen what many could describe as a lot of regulation coming down the tubes in a very, very comparatively short frame of time. And the worry sometimes within industry has been that how do we catch up? How do we make sure we comply with this in the appropriate way? And how do we make sure that the time lag that sometimes compliance requires in terms of technology build, in terms of frameworks, doesn't fall short of what the regulatory expectation is. But when you step back from that immediate worry, and you step back from the worry about science and time and energy consumed, etc., you look at what's the overall objective of this much regulation. You see a lot of catch up, towards predictability, towards frameworks, towards being a market that is based on sound principles and a robust framework. In that build-up, sometimes I think what could be done better, and that's not to say it's not done, is the quantum of interface with industry, with people who could provide a value and insight in terms of how it's done and how maybe things could be better done in terms of what the market eventually does when it moves, right? Because the market has its own momentum, the market moves in a particular way, and regulation can sometimes be perceived to be something that constrains the market rather than encourages it. So the balance between what is necessary from a regulatory point of view to make sure that the market remains disciplined and does not misbehave in the context of what the market would naturally do, that balance, and as I said, it's not that the government and regulators don't do it. There is a significant amount of interaction in terms of feedback, in terms of draft regulation being sent out for comment. But that is something I think is very necessary to make sure happens consistently and make sure happens all the time. And the important aspect of that is without losing the ability to make sure that the market remains disciplined. How do you look at what market movement impact can be and why that is important for the development of the economy? I think that is something that focus can, should continue on and become even more.
Thanks very much, Mr. Shukla. Yeah, that's a really nice summary of the regulatory challenges that India faces. So let me come to Mr. Rai, and we've talked a lot in this session about infrastructure, and recently, if you followed the NPA crisis or just the general economic slowdown, the focus of the conversation has been on infrastructure and its effect on financial stability, right? So in your mind, what is India's experience in the last 2 decades of providing capital for sectors such as infrastructure? And what are the policy choices? And how does this all relate to financial stability? Why is infrastructure at the heart of this conversation? If you could tell us a little bit.
Yeah, so when we talk about long-term capital, we are talking about financing infrastructure. Of course, that's one key part of avenue for long-term capital. The other key need for long-term capital is to take on risks for discovering new productive capabilities in a country, because understanding what you're good at producing is a discovery process. It takes a lot of time to figure it out. It takes risk appetite, which runs beyond a year or 2 years to figure it out. These are two of the main reasons why we need long-term capital. And A country like India obviously has a lot of infrastructure needs. Infrastructure is the backbone for the economy, and it needs to be able to raise capital to do that. And about 20 years ago, or 25 years ago, roughly, late 90s, India realized, because Indian economy was opening up and Indian infrastructure couldn't keep up with the needs of the growing economy, opening up economy. And it realized it needs to quickly ratchet up building up infrastructure. Fast forward to today, we did succeed in a lot of that. We have much more, highway development, telecom, electricity, across sectors, major ports. We have seen a lot of infrastructure development. But how was it financed mostly? As I said earlier, government and development financial institutions took a backseat. Development financial institutions died out, government took a backseat, and basically the banks became the main source of financing. Between the year 2000 and 2013, which was the boom period for infrastructure financing, the annual compounded annual growth rate of bank credit to infrastructure was 43% year on year, while the overall bank credit was growing at about 20%. So infrastructure became the driver of bank credit growth at that time. And we got the infrastructure built. It was built, but many of the loans went bad. Banks did not have the capacity to actually underwrite many of these risks. They didn't even have the capacity to basically properly do credit risk management for these kind of projects. And we saw a large increase in NPAs for banks. Now, in any country where banking was largely private sector led, this would have created a financial stability crisis. But in India, that has been basically avoided because government has bankrolled the crisis, basically bailed out the banks. Over the last few years, we have put in about 3 trillion rupees, more than 3 trillion rupees as fresh capital into banks of taxpayers' money. Essentially, even the bank recapitalization bonds, which are below the line, ultimately there is a bill to be picked up, and it will be picked by the government. So that is the story of infrastructure financing, a main part of the story. There are details, of course, here and there. Now, if you look at where we are, RBI governor a couple of months back said that don't look at banks for infrastructure financing in India. We can't do it because banks are highly stressed right now. That's why I told the story earlier about what's happening right now. Why would you look at banks? There was a robber in America. He was asked, why did you rob the bank? He said, because that's where the money was. So even today, that's where the money is in India, because much of financial intermediation in India happens in banks. Now, how do you shift away from financing of infrastructure primarily through banks to other avenues of financing? So one part of the story could be an enhanced fiscal role in infrastructure financing. So as I said, about 35 years ago or so, a third of all government expenditure used to be capital expenditure. Now it's 15%. And 85% of all government expenditure, state and center put together, goes towards revenue expenditure, which is, part of it has long-term bearing like education and health expenditure, but most of it is basically just consumption expenditure that year. So we need to rethink whether fiscal management needs to, take us, over the medium term, shift more towards capital expenditure. There needs to be a rethinking. If 15% we take to 25%, that will entail a huge increase in availability of funds. And if this takes the equity risk, if this increase in capital expenditure infrastructure takes the equity risk, then you can augment it from different types of debt resources, which can absorb the more. As long as the junior piece is held by the government or some government finance entity, then you can find other augmented resources. But because of the last 25 years, what we learned is that this kind of risk, early stage construction risk, greenfield project risk, banks, other kind of funds, they are not able to hold it. So we need to think about a way to enable this. Another way is that, in addition to increasing perhaps budget expenditure, is what we've written about in other places, and other people have also argued, is recycling of the assets. So from public sector enterprise shares to operational infrastructure assets, if you can monetize these and take that money straight into greenfield infrastructure projects or capacity augmentation of existing infrastructure assets, those could also work. And that will just be the first point. Then in addition to that, we need to get better ways of accessing global capital for financing in the infrastructure. Not necessarily greenfield, but at least the brownfield projects and buying of operational assets and all. That story is largely about development of India's financial system. So development of bond markets, development of currency markets, and development of derivative markets, which are all linked. Because if I want to take a bet on one particular Indian project, maybe I want to hold the credit risk, but I want to hedge away the interest rate risk through a derivative or whatever. Those markets also have to be developed. So it's about a change in the fiscal strategy of Indian government, and also a bunch of changes in India's financial sector policy and regulation, which can lead to this kind of potentially lead to a kind of a revival of its financing. Because if you look at the infrastructure projects right now, the new announcements have come down to a trickle. It's a very, very small number. So the future doesn't look very good. Right. But the government has a plan to do an infrastructure pipeline. How will you do that? So that's the question. And these are my ideas about it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rai. So just to follow up on that, if you could quickly give us an idea. I remember going back to my economics classes, there was always this trade-off about this topic about trade-off between development and stability. So how does the government balance the twin goals of financial development and financial stability? If you could quickly give us sort of like in a nutshell answer, if possible.
See, 101, government is a supplier of public goods. Macroeconomic stability is a key public good, or if you compromise on that, then everything else, if I was running a firm, I can't provide macroeconomic stability. It's something that the government has primarily responsibility. Other development purposes come, downstream. And macroeconomic stability is about low and stable inflation, some degree of predictability of overall policy framework on capital controls to exchange rate management to all of that. Everything has to be made a little bit more rules-based, so that there is some degree of predictability about, of course, if situations change, government will respond to it, but there has to be a little better rule of law in these things. And if those things are in place, then I, as a private enterprise, can take the risk that I want to take and take some of these things for granted. Today, what we have in India, for example, is that in capital controls, the way we exercise capital controls, there is a very fragmented and very unpredictable system of, if somebody can invest today and 1 or 2 years later, suddenly the policy can be reversed and it may be a 20-year investment and the whole game has changed because the policy is unpredictable. The powers are distributed between Ministry of Finance, SEBI, RBI. So they all, are playing this. There's a lot of arbitrage that is playing across these agencies. So we need to build a regime, a policy and regulatory regime, which actually makes macroeconomic stability a key objective and pursues it through clearly stated policy objectives. It cannot be totally arbitrary. Like today, for example, RBI is allowing rupee to appreciate so that the inflationary pressures from abroad are not coming into India. They're using that policy today, but tomorrow that can be reversed and they can allow inflation to rise. The degree of certainty is very important. And a key change that has happened in India in the last few years is this inflation targeting framework. I think it's a very important thing to protect. Next year there will be a review of the framework and there may be changes in the inflation target itself. There may be other changes, but we need to build trust in these frameworks that India is serious about inflation targeting. India is seriously committed towards keeping some of these macroeconomic objectives sacrosanct, and it will work with those constraints. Similarly, on fiscal, we can have a rules-based system. Till now, it has not worked, but we need to find ways to build a rules-based system on fiscal discipline. Similarly, on capital controls and so on and so forth. If you have all of those, development is something that happens through markets primarily. You supply the public goods, infrastructure, policy certainty, then development will hopefully happen through markets.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rai. We have generated quite a few questions, as I can see from the chat window. I know our Dean, Professor Ashish, has a question. But before that, I want to ask Professor Yoshino a question which is very close to my heart. So I come from the state of West Bengal, and the political discourse in the state, at least when I was there, I haven't been there for a while, it centered quite a bit around land acquisition for infrastructure projects for private companies, and governments have been overthrown, on this issue. So it's a very big issue, and I know you're an expert on this field. So what can people do, or what can the government do to smoothen land acquisition in India?
We have lots of examples, obstacles in many Asian countries. They don't want to sell their land. Then infrastructure takes long time to negotiate one landowner to another. And Japan has introduced land trust. The method is landowners can own the land and lease the land to infrastructure company. Then they can have their revenue, and part of the revenue will be returned every year to those owners. That worked much better. Agricultural farmers used to sell the land and then receive huge amount of money. They buy automobile, refrigerator, 2-3 years later, all the money will go gone. If it's a leasing system, then their generation and next generation will keep on receiving rent annually. And trust bank is in between infrastructure company and the individuals. So they evaluate the land price, and then they make sure the return will be coming on every year. And next one is how to increase rate of return from infrastructure investment. As I mentioned, infrastructure can create huge spillover effects, and then tax revenues in the region will increase. And part of those tax revenue should be returned to infrastructure operators. That can become enough money to return to landowners. So I think land trust is one of the ways. And Thailand has just passed a law so that they can implement my recommendation. So India can do the same thing.
Yeah, so this is certainly something that is new to me, and I've read up a little bit about it. It sounds really interesting. So thanks very much for that idea. So Professor Ashish, if you want to ask a question, please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you very much, Shamadeep. And thanks once again to all the panelists for those insightful remarks. My question might be slightly away from the discussion that has happened so far. I'm very curious to get your thoughts on it. So last week, 10 major nations concluded the world's largest free trade agreement, right? The RCEP. And it's the largest because President Trump pulled out of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. But I'm bringing this question to this panel, honestly, because I couldn't ask this from the previous panelists, but I think this set is more than competent to give initial reactions. And also because this development plays a big role in not just supporting the multilateral system, trading system, but also plays a big role in revitalizing the disrupted supply chains, global supply chains. So while we see Japan, China, Korea, and some of the other important economies being a part of this agreement, the United States and India are not, and for very different reasons. The interesting thing is the negotiations started a while back, if I'm not wrong, even before the first Modi government. But then everything very unexpectedly changed over the last 6-7 months. I wanted your reaction on how do you see this partnership unfold? How do you see the implications on financial stability or the global trade system, given that we are trying to come out of a pandemic? And I'll be very happy to get first thoughts from Professor Yoshino, because I read in the news that the Japanese Prime Minister made a statement that they are still very optimistic of India joining the partnership eventually. So any thoughts on this?
Thank you very much for your question. Can you hear me? Okay. I think I'm a financial economist, so I always look at first exchange rate mechanism. And all the countries has to make exchange rate be based on market mechanism. Otherwise, these trade negotiation is impossible to do. So I'm also proposing to China, they are going to open the capital market, and then exchange rate should be based on market. So that is very important for the trade. Second one is when we talk about trade issues, some of the sectors takes 5 years, 7 years to adjust, especially agriculture. Manufacturing, it takes shorter. And nothing has been discussed in this debate, how to negotiate with losing sector. So I think that adjustment speed should be different from one sector to another. So detailed analysis of their sector by sector will be needed. But as economic textbook says, of course, in overall, freer trade will make all the country will be benefit. But we have to always take care about losers and then take them adjustment period so that they can smoothly change to other structure. Those are very important. Nothing has been discussed about how to cope with losing sector. That is also important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other reaction from the other panelists?
So I don't work on trade as such, but I mean, if I just look at the basic theory of how this is, one could think about it. So one of the measures that people like Ricardo Hausmann and others have promoted is to look at what the country currently exports and what are the products that are closer in technological complexity to what it currently exports. And India has for many years ranked very high on this. But there are many products that we can make which are closer to what we already make and export to other countries. So in terms of technological capabilities, we have the ability to compete with many of these economies with which we'll be opening up if we had to join RCEP. But there is a domestic political economy issue, and the good professor also, I mean, partially alluded to this, the domestic trade-offs that will have to be made in sectors which affect a lot of people, but are relatively low productivity, to be frank, like dairy and all. There needs to be some kind of compensation which is domestic to us. It is not something that the trade bloc has to worry about, but internally how to redistribute the benefits so that people who are hurt by this can feel that they were not shortchanged by it. But on the aggregate, an Indian economy, it is at a position where it should be feeling confident of competing and actually benefiting from an open trade agreement like this. Of course, there are a lot of details on negotiations and all that need to be done on so that the overall arrangement is favorable to us somewhat. But it will obviously be based on every country's interest. It is not just our interest. But if we were at a different stage of development where our technological capability were not suitable to compete, I would have made a different argument. But that's not the case in India.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rai. So maybe we'll take one last question and then we'll end. So Mr. Shukla, this is for you. There's a question on, and I know you've touched upon this a little bit, but if you could elaborate on the challenges for increasing digital infrastructures and digital financial services in India, especially for MSMEs, because you do this every day. So if you could throw some more light on what are the real challenges here, and
to be candid, I think challenges really are a subset of development. And I think all of us would agree that in terms of an overall framework for the regulation of the digital space, that's possibly yet to come. And there are various moving parts to it. So there are several elements and aspects of that framework which need to be built in. And some of them are being talked about. For example, I think just to take the recent committee report on non-personal data, it primarily, the focus of that committee report seems to be with respect to how can non-personal data be used for the benefit of startups. And the startup infrastructure, I think, is a major aspect that that committee has dwelt upon. So, that's a thought process, that's a train of thought. But overall, from a framework point of view, I think that the framework still is something which is in the works. That said, from a digital point of view, there's so many things that even in the more traditional brick and mortar space, things have been pushed forward with in terms of MSME segment being in focus. For example, when you look at the TREDS repository, for example, for the purposes of financing off the back of receivables for the MSME segment. It's basically an infrastructure that has been enabled three years ago in terms of allowing people to go online, building a repository which is digital in the sense, I mean, it's digital in a sense, but it is still paper-based in some sense as well. But you can see the clear focus in terms of the fact that this is something which allows people to trade MSME receivables online. You can bid for it. Whoever is a successful bidder will take the financing and move on. So, there are things like these which have been quietly happening. And the sense is that more of this will happen as we move forward because of the sheer, one, necessity. Two, I think the COVID pandemic in itself has been very revealing in terms of, different ways of working. And I can speak to that also from the perspective of how business continuity processes have been looked at by various players in the market in terms of what do you do when everybody disappears from the office and sits somewhere remotely and is online all day long. You have to continue to be able to work. And therefore, what do you put in place in terms of business continuity processes overlapping with, a situation like this one to tweak it to make sure that you can still do business and you can still do the work you need to do. So this is possibly going to, I think, give some impetus in terms of more change in terms of how it's going to be in the future. Because you can already see in a number of places where work from home is actually now going to become the norm and is being blessed also from a regulatory framework perspective. So the recent DOT guidelines for voice-based processes in the BPO sector in particular is a case in point. The work from home, work from anywhere concept that has now evolved will also, I think, give a lot of impetus to development in this area.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shukla. I think, unfortunately, we've run out of time. I could go on and on for another hour or so, but Professor Ram will not be very happy if I do that. So I want to thank the panelists for a wonderful session. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. And I'm sure we'll do this again sometime soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Bye.
Real life, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the next session of our GFC conference. My name is Anand Mishra. I am the professor at Jindal School of Banking and Finance. With me today, we have two stellar participants, Mr. Krishan Dharmarajan, who is the Executive Director of Center for Digital Financial Inclusion, which is a non-profit enterprise developing and supporting digital innovation for social impact. So basically, it's a non-profit enterprise. It does very interesting work in the area of rural livelihood, in the area of health and nutrition and education and rural development. And of course, they are Mr. Dharmarajan and his organization is doing it with the help of digital technology. And we also have Professor Abhay Singh. He's a lecturer at Macquarie University. He's an R trainer. He's a data scientist. He's a consultant. He has also written a book. And if you want to speak to anyone about financial technology and what is underpinning financial technology, that is machine learning and artificial intelligence, Professor Abhay Singh is the person to go to. And Mr. Krishan brings in a very interesting perspective, which is way more experiential, because the kind of work his organization has done, it seems a very grassroots level kind of work. And actually, we would be very interested to know from him what is happening at ground level. What are rural folks actually, what do they want in terms of financial services, in terms of financial solutions, the financial products that can be useful for the kind of lives the people are living at in the rural areas, and which other areas wherever the financial services has not reached us. So let's begin this conversation by a very simple introduction. Although I have given a very brief introduction to both the individual gentlemen here, but I would like both of you to talk a bit about for a couple of minutes only as to what you do, what's on the horizon for you and your organization, but within the space of financial technology and financial technology's interface with financial inclusion. So, Mr. Krishan, I would start with you. If you could, give us some brief idea, some exciting things that your organization or you are doing in the space of financial inclusion with the help of digital technologies. Over to you, Mr. Dhar.
Thank you, Anand. See, our organization now, our center is about 6 years old. We are in fact housed in an academic institute, and we are focused a lot on using innovations, digital innovations to for social good. It started with financial inclusion, and now it's in the larger social good that we do. And we do, and in this, a lot of analytics work is also involved, the kind of work that we do. At one level, one of the exciting areas we are working on is that we are supporting the government in redesigning the entire data architecture for the system, for the core system that supports the self-help groups across the country. So there are about more than 6 crore women across the country's villages. It's a huge number. So how do you track their transactions? Mainly, these are transactions which are linked to savings and borrowings and all that at groups of women in villages. So how do you ensure that their transactions are also digitally captured, and they are also connected to the banks digitally, and they can get the kind of services and the products that we are all used to? So that's a huge challenge, and designing it and then now further developing it, the entire responsibility, we are supporting the government, and probably unique and the biggest project of this kind anywhere in the world. So that's the scale of what we do. Anything we do in India at national level will be a global first, and that's the scale we do. So a lot of the stuff which we are doing in recent years, many other organizations, the government, world over, these are the cynosure of eyes, because this scale we get only in India. So this is one thing we are doing. Additionally, on the health side, we have put in place systems statewide which are helping maternal and child health, where we were able to track every mother, every expectant mother, her risk factors, and her deliveries and what are the medications which she's been administered, that she can give them the necessary attention, and further following it up with the vaccination, inoculation of children. So we're able to do it at scale through just mobile and analytics on the cloud, and able to intervene and take action. So it is not just data that drives research, it's actually data that results in action and helps to save lives. So it's working in remote areas, in remote geographies, in very low resource settings. So that's a new thing which we have conceptualized, devised, and now we have rolled it out across the state. We can go elsewhere. We're looking at other geographies internationally to be where also these ideas can be used. These are two broad projects that we're doing. Additionally, last 6 to 8 months, we also have, in very short time, we developed and deployed an end-to-end COVID digital response system, which tracks every, all the migrants, which tracks every person with COVID symptoms, and then the visit by health workers to their houses and their symptoms through IVRS, and then finally network all the hospitals, look at the bed availability, the treatment, the diagnosis, the medication. So the entire thing comes in a unified digital platform. And we feel this is a unique system of its kind anywhere in the country today. We're doing it statewide. All the data is available real time in the state portal. So this is a way of using tech in a disruptive manner, in a low cost, rapid scaling, rapid development, and also making it open to the public to see, how the government processes are going and combating the disease. So these three are some examples of large projects we are doing. We're doing several other things on the awareness side, and also helping, sometimes supporting the government in conceptualizing large programs behind the scenes. So just these are the quick highlights of some of the work which are currently doing. Yeah.
So quite fascinating. In fact, I will have, not only I, many of people who are listening here will have a lot of questions about each one of these verticals. I'm sorry I'm using this adjective, verticals, that healthcare and COVID, but I'm sure that each one of them has a fascinating story there. So I will come back to you with some questions later. Let me speak to Professor Abhay a bit. So Professor Abhay, you are a finance professional and the quant, and actually you could be called a quant. And also you have solid background in technology. So tell us a little bit about your activities. Of course, you do so many things, but I am right now within the context of this conversation. I'm interested in what are you doing in space of financial inclusion. Of course, you are in Australia and Macquarie University. And my follow-up question, which I can ask right now, what financial inclusion means for a country like Australia, which is a developed economy? What does it mean? Obviously, for India, it has a different connotation, but for Australia, it will have different connotations. So I know that you are active in the space in Australia and nearby countries in the Oceanic region. So tell us what you're up to and what does it mean? What is the meaning of financial inclusion for Australia?
Thanks, Anand, and thanks, Mr. Krishnan, for providing more details on the wonderful projects you are doing. All right, so what I do, I'm obviously, as you said, I'm a lecturer, academic researcher in financial analytics area, so in fintech. And I do have a background in information technology, as I have my Bachelor of Engineering in Information Technology and from India. And then I have an MBA in finance, then I ended up doing a PhD in finance. And so the path was kind of set for me when I started doing my engineering that I'll be using tech in finance at some point. It's not an unknown pathway for anyone who is from the subcontinent. It's a very typical pathway, but doing a PhD on top of it, and then you get to work in this wonderful area called fintech now. It's not new. People think fintech is new, but fintech has been going on for almost 2 decades now, since the invention of computers, I would say. And when computers started making decisions for financial professionals. But now when we talk about fintech, we talk about it in more of a data intensive way. We are talking about fintech in the sense that when we can utilize data, and as Mr. Krishnan pointed out, to analyze data and come up with actionable insights. So that's the area where we as researchers are also looking at. So we are looking at new data sets, new methods which you can use and come up with solutions which will be good for the financial well-being of the countries. So I'm using the term financial well-being because I want to kind of broaden this field of financial inclusion to financial well-being, because that's where it leads to when we talk about financial inclusion in a developed country like Australia or any other developed countries in the world. We start talking about financial well-being, which doesn't mean access to financial instruments or tools or banking services, but also thinking about how you're going to progress through your life, how you are going to take care of yourself when you go through those stages where you will need support. Are you covered for that? Are you going to be able to make those decisions? Do you have access to the tools which you are required to make those decisions? Is there a disparity between the society? Are we talking equal opportunities or not? So all these things start coming into play. So it's no longer about just thinking about do we have access, but can we have access for the betterment of the future, for the betterment of our future and the society? And because we are at the, I am at a university, and the role of a university is not just to give degrees to individuals, but to give them skills which they can use for the betterment of the society. And that's what we're focusing on as the university, and from that point of view of the business school, where we have curriculum based on fintech, curriculum based on financial literacy. We have research projects based on that, and energetic and really motivated lecturers who teach these things to the next generation of individuals who are going to make society better. And I'll come back to it and we'll talk further, I know for sure. But I guess when we talk about fintech, and it's a natural realization of fintech, which is that it increases inclusion. And I will also argue that at some point, fintech is going to increase or rather enhance our financial well-being at some point.
Sure. So I am being an academician myself now, at least in this stage of my life, I will have several questions to you about how do you integrate such something like that in your curriculum. So we'll talk more about that. Let me get Mr. Krishnan on the situation that is in India. So Mr. Krishnan, if you're there, I hope you can hear me because I can't see you on the screen right now.
Yeah, my camera is on. It's very much on, and I am able to. You're able to see.
So I guess there is some issue with the. Now I can see you. So so if I could, from top of my mind, if I could list, some of the causes which are which underpin the financial inclusion in a country like India. So let's say 5-6 causes. For example, I could say that lack of surplus income, right? So people may not have enough income to basically convert that into some sort of saving and actually earn some money from that, or actually utilize some sort of fund to expand their operations. Perhaps there are products which are not suitable to their requirement because people who are typically underserved, they perhaps require different kinds of financial services. Maybe they don't have requisite documents or titles to basically property. Maybe they don't even know about these products. Maybe they don't even trust the financial services provider. In some cases, I have witnessed and I have observed that transaction costs could be so high for them. And transaction costs may not just mean that, the monetary value transaction cost would also mean that how much effort and how much time does it take for them to access that kind of service. And one of the very simple reasons could be that the service provider could be remote. Although banking correspondent and traditional banking is trying to address that to some extent through banking correspondent, but still in fact, I know in my ancestral village itself, the remoteness of service provider is a problem. And one of the final reason that comes to my mind that the quality of service itself could not be appropriate. So, Mr. Krishnan, feel free to add to many of them. I'm sure that there are many other broad reasons for this financial inclusion in a country like India. But in your opinion, if I could segment, the people who are ill-served by financial services, which are the segments which are ill-served like worse served today in terms of financial inclusion? And what are the reasons for that? If you could talk a bit about from your experience.
Yeah. You see, when you say ill-served, generally, why does it happen that there are certain communities and places which are not able to access today? Because and when we say financial inclusion, it is linking these people with the formal financial system. So there are always village moneylenders and others who are available, and they will be there and they will make the best of the situation. And they have been there for centuries, and there has been a ecosystem that's developed. But to connect them to the formal financial system, one is that the banks don't look at their balance sheet, and doesn't seem to make sense for them to make that extra investment to set up something there, to set up a touch point there and engage with these people for the small amount of money they have. So they are simply not interested. They will bombard you and me with hundreds of SMSs and say, I'm giving you a free loan and when shall I come home? And all of that is available for us. But there's nobody to talk because it doesn't seem to make business sense for them. So that is where it is a combination of the fact that these places are dispersed communities, remotely located. So the brick and mortar branch model doesn't seem to work there. And two, they also don't earn much. And in some cases, it's like a vicious circle, because unless you give them financial services and help them, climb out of the hole they are in, they're going to remain there. And they're going to remain there because banks are not prepared to go because they don't have the money. So typically, sometimes I feel the bank only wants to lend to people who already have. So it's almost the way it is. Unless he is assured that you really don't need the money, he doesn't come and give you. In my own case, for example, when I had to go for an education loan for my daughter, I have to mortgage my house and land to do that. And then it prompted some small research on my side. I decided to go to an academic institute and see how they are raising loans for a lot of students. And I found many of them actually went and asked their uncles and aunts and other people who didn't have their own property to mortgage their property for. So what is going as an education loan is a hidden form of a property loan, mortgage loan. You call it an education loan, but what it is your mortgage property. So to just give an example that there doesn't seem to be a model to really go take it to people who don't have. And that's where fintech comes in. So when we look at it, how do you take banking to places in an affordable way, to places which are far away, right? And how do you make that engagement with those people also affordable in a low transaction cost, so that the overall model balances? So if I'm going to set up a physical office somewhere and then you're going to have a person sitting behind the teller window and somebody comes and then borrows some, takes some 200 rupees and goes from there, it just doesn't work out. Okay, so that's why it really can't work. So fintech has to play the role in seeing that, one, we bring these people into the banking system, and two, helping them to engage with that banking system, and three, helping build on that engagement and creating new products for them. So the whole journey, every stage, you need technology to bring them in. And that's what we have done fairly well in our country. The last 7-8 years, 5-6 years, we've done really amazing work by global standards. If you look at the numbers, what we have done with technology and all that. We have done a combination of policies, and we have done a combination of policy and technology, which have gone very well closely together. So one is we said, okay, we relax the KYC norms. We allow people to come into the banking system easily. And we also come up with no frills accounts, zero balance accounts where the poor people which can be open for the poor people. And simultaneously, we launch a blitz across the country and get everybody a biometric enabled Aadhaar number. And we link that Aadhaar with the bank opening so that we immediately have an identity mechanism and a low cost way of authenticating that identity, and a seamless way by which bank accounts can be opened once that identity is established. So here we have a combination of a policy which makes KYC easier through a biometric, and then simultaneously have a national level program saying opening a bank account for every household, and a Jan Dhan program, which then goes and opens the bank accounts. So if you look back, it is really very classic. You have the tech, hand in hand you have the policy, and you also have a program at a national level and being driven by no less than the Prime Minister of the country, driving it and making it go to every household. So we did it at a scale and speed never before done in the world, and at a cost never before seen in the world. So in financial inclusion, in terms of this, I think this country has been amazing, and universities and others across the world can study how it was done. So this is direct application of financial inclusion for technology. So the entire thing is underpinned by technology, the policy backed by technology. And then what did we do? We didn't stop with that. We opened the bank account, we gave them a debit card, and we said this can also be used. So then we come to the next stage of engagement. So I'll probably come to that. So the first step is touching the financial system formally. So that we made happen through, underpinned by technology.
So if I hear you correctly, so we have been able to at least make a first definitive step that we have acquainted large proportion of population with formal financial system. At least many of them have Jan Dhan account, although there is a criticism of that many of those Jan Dhan accounts are defunct in the sense that they are not active. But I'm sure that at least from fund transfer from government to that Jan Dhan account is very much happening. And of course, that's a very positive step in that direction. So let me get back to Professor Abhay about this. One of the problem and challenge that India is facing is basically many of the fintech companies, in order to customize solution or come up with financial products which are suitable for customers, potential customers, they need data about them. And and people like us, we have data trail. I mean, formal financial system has a lot of data about it. But what about people? And I'm asking this question because you're a technology person. I'll come back to what is happening in Australia and other regions a little later. But what about rural folks? Although mobile penetration in India has increased, some amount of features also is increasing, but the digital footprint is still not that intensive. So if these fintech companies want to create financial products which are suitable to the needs of these people, how can they collect data from alternative sources for rural folks in India? Is there any technological perspective there? How do we move forward with this? Although there are some development in India, but I would like to know your perspective, sitting in Australia. What can the fintech companies do?
It's a very interesting question, and I'm sure I can give my 2 cents worth of thought on that, but with the caveat that I am pretty sure a very well-versed technology person in that area will have a better answer. But the way I see this is that we have to come up with alternate ways, as you say. And one promising thing for India is that India has one of the highest mobile uptake rate in the world. So, and the reach is increasing by the day. And it's no longer the case that where you had to be in the queue for years after years. I'm going back to my childhood, where you have to be in queues for years and years to get a landline phone in your home. You can go and you can get a SIM activated in 5 minutes in India. I've seen that happening firsthand. And that's after the Aadhaar came into effect. So I guess what we are saying is that if these individuals don't have access to smartphones, how you generate that data? I would like to think of it with that perspective, that if they have just a feature phone, if they don't have access to, let's say, technology which they can understand, and can we make technology accessible to them? So that's one of the things which is well researched and well thought about in the technology world, where they are thinking about not just having access to an app, which is always in English, for example, having something which is in their native language, and give them access to some basic things which they do from day to day. A smart card is an example for that, which you can use and you can operate your own account. Biometrics is pretty big in India, so that gives you a lot of data, and that can enhance a lot of processes which can give you data access. But at the end of the day, we'll have to come up with some sort of technology-based apps or devices which we can distribute among the people who may not have access or rather technical knowledge to understand every single nitty-gritty of the apps which these fintech companies come up with. For example, they may not know how to invest in, let's say, micro investing apps, because they don't want to invest in stock market ever, but they want to be able to know where the market is to, let's say, sell the things I'm growing in my farm. So those kind of things, if they can have access to, and of course that has to be driven by the companies and driven by the government, and also by the technology companies which can provide them internet access. And these things, I think, are getting in there. I'm sure Mr. Krishnan can provide more insights here, and because he's working in that area. And I agree the way India has come up with the eKYC and all these arrangements. It's I think he'll be glad to know that people are already studying that. They are researching that. So he pointed that out, that it should be researched, and people in academia should research that. We are already doing that, and it's really not, I wouldn't say surprising, but I'd say encouraging to see that how a country with the second highest population in the world can have such a reach when it comes to financial inclusion. There are still challenges, there are still opportunities, and there are still things which we can make better. But at the end of the day, where we are or where we were compared to today, 10 years back, I think we have come a long way. And there are opportunities which we can tap into. With data, I think if nothing works, we need to go on the ground, generate some data to begin with, and think about how we can secure that data, how we can convince people to give us their data. So I think the security aspect is one of the most important or the critical issue, where we don't feel like giving our data to anyone. If someone knocks on my door and asks me for my date of birth and my mobile phone number in 2 questions, I'm gonna shut the door on his face, because that's security for me. I'm not going to give you those 2 information in quick succession. But if you tell me that this data is secured in a way where I will never get access to it, or no one else will get access to it, in that situation, I may be able to give you access to that, but only when it's encrypted. So there has to be solutions, and there are some. I'm not going to name names here because I don't want to promote anything, but there are things which all over the world people are working on, and blockchain-based solutions are there, which are there for data security. So those things have to be put in. And as I said, accessibility will increase as the apps will be in native languages, as the solutions will be in native languages, people can understand that.
So one of the things that one thing that you mentioned in your conversation, that if we don't get data, then perhaps we have to go out and collect data. That's the very thing I think the CDFI does. That they actually go out. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Krishnan could correct me on that. So they're actually collecting data from the ground itself. Mr. Krishnan, coming back to you, if I put almost similar kind of question to you. So we as you pointed out, and I agree that we have taken the first definitive step. We have the, at least bank accounts is quite prevalent. But now let's talk about, making funds available to rural folks or people who do not have access to, financing at a right point of time. And that too financing of very small ticket item, 10,000, 15,000, 50,000. In order to make it feasible for fintech company to lend this small amount of money, and also given the context that rural folks may not have so much data, they may not have generated so much data because their interaction with financial system has been limited historically. So how are financial technology company and your organization itself dealing with this kind of situation? Is SHG a way to go, or are there other models available to address the lack of data kind of situation?
Yeah, you see, let's start with the basics to understand this. I first said, establishing the basic rails for people to engage with the formal system. So we said we open bank accounts. So in order for us to do anything for them with those bank accounts, for the poor and all of that, as we said, we need data. So where does the data come from? Because if all the transactions are happening outside the banking system, so there is a bank account, the bank account is there, it is dormant, but there is an economy that is thriving in the village. There is cash, people are buying, they are selling things, a lot of stuff is happening, but the banks don't know about it at all. And nobody knows. So this is what is happening, that when you say data, the data has to be digital. So we need to get the data digitally. So the only way to do it is to actually make the transactions digital. So people have to do digital transactions. They have to go cashless. That is one story which has to be done, right? At the same time, this is also important for these people to even engage with those bank accounts. So you've opened so many bank accounts. So you cannot open an ATM in every village. It doesn't make sense. There is no business model to drive that. Okay. So you need to get the people to engage with their bank accounts. They have to do transactions with those bank accounts. And that transaction has to result in data. And then people can use that data and to do things for them. So getting them to transact with these bank accounts is the next challenge once you have opened these kind of accounts across the country. And for that, there is this cashless campaign, do cashless, go cashless, because behind it is that you will generate some track record of what the guy is doing, right? Even if he's withdrawing a cash, at least I know that he has gone and withdrawn cash and this is what he had. But if both his earning and spending are outside the banking system, there is nothing we can do for him, right? So how do you engage them? And that is where another thing which we did right is that we put a countrywide interbank payment system, which is probably the lowest cost anywhere in the world, which can also be operated through multi-channel, including a mobile, including a card, including just a biometric. The whole range of interfaces are available. They're available at low cost. And to make it happen over a 2-year period, the government even gave a waiver up to 2,000 rupees. All card transactions, UPI transactions are free. Again, unprecedented in the world. It was done. So everything possible that we make these accounts available to you, and the transactions on these accounts, even micro transactions, are free, and they're digital and they're secure and they are with 2-factor authentication also, right? So that much has been done. So this is where the engagement starts happening. So now you have to promote this engagement. It's not a short, I cannot sit with one fintech product today and say, hey, you give me data and I will tell you what I can do. Any kid can do that. That's a kid's project. Let's see you go out there and make those transactions happen. Why will a farmer go and use his debit card? Why will a housewife go to the shop and use her mobile or something to do a transactions? Can you make her do that? Unless you make her do that, your fintech story and all of that is not going to run, right? So the key thing here is to make them transact digitally. And on one side, taking advantage of the cashless campaign that's going on across the country, do that. And then importantly, tie up these transactions with the livelihoods of the people. What is it that they're doing? If you are, today you and I are able to go and get a bank loan or something, because when you get your salary in the university, it gets credited to your bank account. It's tied up with your livelihood. Your income is tied up with what you earn. But what the farmer earns is not tied up with his bank account. He goes, sells somewhere in the mandi and gets it in cash and comes home. So also with housewives, so also anybody else. So also your maid at home who insists that I want only cash, even if you want to give it to another form. So you have to get them onto the digital bandwagon. If you don't do that, there will always be a set of people in the country who will digitally transact and who will do the most advanced transactions. And another set, which is a much larger set, which is completely divorced from all of this, and which probably needs these digital channels more than ever. You and I can be supported by brick and mortar banking. It still makes sense for a bank to deal with us. But for them, the digital is the only way the model will work. So it's all the more reason you have to make them transact. So how do we build models where they'll transact? Then we get the data, and then we start building on that data to do things. And that is where another important question for us to come to is this overemphasis on security. So, as Professor was saying before me, Professor Abhay, if somebody comes and asks me for data, I will not give it. But today, when it comes to all of us, I use my Gmail, I use WhatsApp. Everybody knows that the mail is being read. My personal mail is being read. Not only is it being read, Gmail is prompting and telling me what to type next. It is actually looking over my shoulder. And I'm not concerned. I'm happy. But I'm very concerned that a poor farmer's data somebody is taking and putting his number somewhere in the website and the whole world comes crashing down. When you can share your data for your personal benefit, Why can you not make it easy for a farmer or a laborer in the village to share the data without the whole country and their uncle coming down with a ton of bricks on security? So everybody has a right to own the data and to share the data when he feels in need for sharing. And that we have to enable. So this data security, while it's important, it should become an enabling mechanism. Because for all of us, we have already enabled ourselves. Please understand. All of us have opened their entire doors when it comes to even a small benefit to us. I mean, we are very happy if I'm suddenly prompted, please buy this, please buy that. Oh, he knows already because he's reading your phone upside down. But you are happy to share that. So why don't we make a same enabling sharing mechanism across? You'll be surprised today, the data sharing mechanism in the country is such that if a person in a rural area shares his data for getting one government benefit, that data, that government department cannot share with another government department to give a facility to him. He has to reapply. Can you imagine? This is the way we have brought, and this is a live problem. When we do schemes, we help government, every time there has to be a fresh validation, fresh onboarding, so because the security which we have enabled in the country in such a way that it is very restrictive. While we have done this on one side, on the other side, we are very happy to open up where the more affluent sections are involved. So let us have a bit of symmetry in this. Let the sharing become more enabling, and only then the fintech will work. The entire fintech works on leveraging the data. If you don't leverage the data, there is no business model for the entire financial world. There isn't anything other than this. This is the only way it will go forward. So let's look at data, let's look at transacting data, and let's look at a more enabling framework for data to be shared and leveraged for the purpose of people, and they own the data. The data is not owned by anybody. The individual owns the data and he should be able to leverage that.
So the next questions that I'm going to ask you after I speak to Professor Abhay about a couple of things, because whatever Professor Abhay must be hearing from you must be music to his ear, because data is the most important thing for him. But I'll ask you in a couple of minutes before I take questions from the audience. One question related with MSME sector, and another question related with gender. I'll come back to you on that. How do we basically make working capital kind of loans available to MSME sector in underbanked area. So Professor Abhay, you are listening to and I'm sure that you are already aware the kind of challenges country like India would face in terms of collection of data. And there's this raging debate that is happening about the privacy and security of data. My personal opinion notwithstanding, but still, tell us, what can country like India learn from Australia? How's Australia managing its data security? Is sufficient amount of data available for fintech company in order to structure interesting business model and come up with suitable financial products, which actually, as you mentioned earlier, financial being of the people is promoted, and in some area those kind of financial services are made more accessible to people who hitherto have not been able to access certain kind of financial products. So what's your thought on that?
So Anna, I'm in the camp where I really believe in the right to privacy. So, and I'm sure there's a camp out there where we think that right to privacy is nothing but a perception where it doesn't exist, but it should exist. That's what I believe in. But that's my personal point of view. At point where it comes down to the economic point of view and how to use that data or sharing of data for the betterment of the people and for the economy, I think the regulations around that are the most important part. And we need to stop, or rather the government around the world need to stop catching up to the technology. They have to work alongside so that they can regulate the sharing of it, as Mr. Krishnan pointed out, that there are measures where you cannot take the data from one individual and share it with 10 million people. So that's something we need to come up with. In Australia, the things work in a similar way, where you cannot just share the data with people you like. When you consent to your data, you are consenting to that organization itself. Although there have been cases where even in the Royal Commission on the banking, we found there were some cases where there was some questionable conduct, but that's been dealt with, and we are dealing with these things on a day-to-day basis. As I said, we have to come up with regulation which is on time and on par with the technological enhancements rather than chasing it. So as long as we can do that, then the regulation will protect the right to privacy. And that's something which is, as an individual, everyone wants to have. I get the point where we are talking about making it a thing which enables it. So that's why my previous point comes along, that as long as we can ensure that right, everyone will be happy to share the data. With our emails and such like that, we are assured that that's a computer reading it, not an individual. As long as Google says there is an individual reading that email, we will stop using Gmail, most of us who are worried about privacy, we will not use that. But as long as we are saying it's only a computer reading that data, people are assured. So that's something which we need to do. That's something we have to say, that our data is only accessible to people we cannot access to, rather than anyone being able to. And that comes with the terms and conditions with all these financial technology apps, which most people don't read. They just say approve. And then they go along with that. I think there is a need to make that simplified. And there is a lot of work going around that, where you should be highlighting the important points which relate to your own data, because data is the currency they are using. If there is no data, you cannot make that app work. You cannot make the customer to use it. And that's the whole point about buying behavior. If I don't know what my app is being used for, I cannot give you another advertisement for something related. So if I'm giving you that opportunity to get those dollars in your account for advertising, I should be allowed to tell you if you can use it or not. So when it comes to taking lessons from, or rather getting, I wouldn't say taking lessons from countries like Australia, because no country has perfected this yet, where there are no problems with this field. There are problems everywhere if you try and look for it. But when it comes to proliferation of financial technology, I think the access to financial literacy has to be improved, where we can tell people that it's no longer the case where you have to go to a stockbroker or go to a bank to do a banking transaction or buy a stock or manage your superannuation, which is like a provident fund in India, or like a retirement income in India. So that things have to be there. So there is a lack of that even here, and countries like Australia are working on that to make it more and more accessible for everyone. And we forget that we still live in a world where there are more than 1.5 billion people around the world which they don't have access to banking at all. So we have to, and that's not limited to developing or underdeveloped countries. That also is applied. Like we have almost 1 million people in Australia who don't have satisfactory banking or financial accessibility. So that has to be improved. Overall, what we have to do is we have to be open about our experiences around the countries. So if we talk about Australia, we are making really good progress with new technologies like blockchain and using it for things like making people use it for micro investing, making people use it for banking. Neobanks in Australia are coming in, which are removing the requirement of brick and mortar banks, where you can have your banking just set up on your phone with a 3-factor authentication. That's a very big thing in Australia, where you do that, and you can provide it. Basically, if you have a driving license here, you can get a lot of services set up online without much issues. So that way, these things are coming up, and soon enough, I think everyone will be transacting from their phone. But that's developed world. In India, and other developing countries, it has progressed at a faster rate than it has in the developed world. So the way I see it, it's gonna be at that level which the developed world is in no time. And how it's taken from there, how more and more advanced transaction mechanisms, advanced trading mechanisms, trading apps and things like that come in, it has to be seen. But I think the whole idea would be to promote this idea that you can use your own information for your own capital gain, rather than losing out anything. So as long as you can make people think that whatever I'm sharing with this company is gonna make me better off, and not make me feel like I shared something without any gain. At that point, people will be happy to do that. At the same time, government have to catch up with regulation. So RegTech is really big. And I think in India also InsurTech and RegTech are getting really good focus and for the right reasons.
So I agree, Professor Abhay, that the trust and consent in data collection is absolutely important, and the regulation has to take care of that. So since we do not have much time left, but I'll have a couple of quick, I will request a couple of quick response from Mr. Krishan about two important issues in India. One is about gender, because the women in rural areas and in areas where, even in the urban areas where the financial services penetration is not that much, they actually bear the brunt of exclusion from financial services. For very obvious reason, all of us know about that. They do not have property rights, and they do not have access to various kinds of technology. So how do we address this issue of within the financial inclusion, the issue of gender? That's one thing. Second one is that, do you think that, since I would have asked many questions about MSE, but I have a very pointed question. Do you think this advent of GST, which is basically giving a rise to some sort of digital footprint for MSME at least, is it going to, notwithstanding all the criticism of GST and implementation, but do you think it's a overall positive move for financial technology companies, because GST is at least, giving much more data about the cash flows of various smaller MSMEs, so that cash flow based lending is possible by fintech companies? So first question was about gender. How do we address the question of gender within the financial inclusion? And the second one is, what do you see the role of GST in this, development of new financial products for MSME sector?
Yeah, so the gender part is very key, because in all these things, the financial literacy is one of the key things, and the woman, as you know, she doesn't have assets, and she's also not able to. A lot of her work is also not paid; it's unpaid work, and therefore it is important that women have livelihoods, and those livelihoods are, as I said, linked to the formal banking system. You'll be surprised to know, when some of the surveys that we did today, more than half the farmers in the country are women. People say farmers, but about 50-60% actually women. So when you say farm issue and connecting the farmer, it's also actually women farmers. A lot of people who sell milk, small marginal farmers who come and sell milk every day, which we come and drink in our homes, they're all women. So the important thing earlier to tie it with livelihoods of women and bring them into the gender mainstream is important. And some interesting work on DBT also, benefit transfer, is also happening, because some of these programs which are directed money transfers at women. For example, one of the programs which we helped design and roll out across the country for maternal benefit to the firstborn child for every mother in the country. The program, the government insisted that the account should be in the name of the mother. It's not even enough. There's already an account. It's a joint account. No, it should be in the name of the mother. So you also nudge women into actually opening accounts and operating them and putting money for them in schemes which are tailored for them. So that is again something which empowers them and brings them into the financial system. And it gives them that small bit of clout in the family that she can say, okay, see, this is the money which I have got in my account because of what I have. I mean, if I have a child, I get this money from the government. So things like that. So those are the ways I think we need to look at it, targeted government schemes at them, both in terms of benefit transfers and credit schemes, and also launching financial literacy campaigns, which are more targeted at women. Okay, so that is something which is essential. On the GST front, I think very clearly GST is a way of digitizing transactions also. So when a transaction is digital, it automatically attracts GST, and therefore cashless and GST go hand in hand, and they also generate a digital exhaust at the end of it. It has a downside on it, in the sense that it has the risk of generating a whole parallel economy which wants to stay in cash just because it doesn't want to get into GST. And a lot of people will say, if you want digital, I will put GST. You'll find that in many shops. So that thing is there. But in the long run, or even the medium run, I think GST is going to be a way in which we are going to make more and more small and large industries alike become more and more formal in their transactions with each other and get more and more digital. And that definitely is going to create the kind of data trail that can help MSMEs tomorrow. But it is important for them to get into the virtuous cycle of actually doing fair digital transactions and formally doing it, opening up their data to aggregators who can then connect with larger banks who can come and lend to them. So the whole thing, the earlier thing, the same thing which I said, operate your bank accounts, do it digitally, generate transactions, create the data, create products around the data, and then see that people will get benefited out of that. So MSMEs, yes, there is a story in GST linked to digital transactions and cashless and formalization of the sector. All of that is linked with the credit that we can get.
So let me take some questions from the audience, and I would request very quick responses to the extent it is possible, very quick responses to that, because we don't have much time left. So Professor Abhay, there is one question for you. I think you are very aptly suited to answer this question. Can blockchain accelerate financial inclusion globally? I mean, the answer is definitely yes, but I would like slightly more nuanced answer from you.
No, the short answer is yes, if you really want a really short answer. And a bit longer answer is, I think we need to work on making people understand what blockchain is. A lot of people kind of really get scared when they think of blockchain and they stop trusting it. And the whole point of around blockchain is that you can trust that your information is safe there, and the way transactions are done, they cannot be hacked, basically. So in that way, of course, when people are using that technology, not for crypto, but for developing fintech-based products, which are enabling transactions, and they can be validated independently, that increases inclusion, because that makes more people trust in them, and trust increases inclusion. So trust is a big factor when it comes to finance. In finance, if there is no trust, people are not going to be ethical. They have to be ethical because they have to generate trust, ethics and trust, and that will bring me to RegTech again. But in that sense, it's interesting that even developed economies, when blockchain revolution started, they were catching up. They didn't think that it's going to become a big deal because they were still thinking about it in terms of how to prevent people using Bitcoin to buy drugs online. They were not thinking about the technology as such, that how that will be used later on for things like smart ledger. So if we think about finance now and accounting-based systems, smart ledgers are used, which are enhanced by blockchain technology. Maybe not in the same form which it was introduced before, but in a bit of a modified form. So the whole point is that when you go online, people who cannot reach the brick and mortar places, they get access to that. And we are getting in a place where 5G will be a thing soon, and that will enhance the whole access way too much. And the issues around the speed of the whole transaction, they should also go away with the enhancements coming in the technology. So of course that enhances, and we need more people who research on this and make our transactions enabled by such technologies, and so that it can increase those transactions and generate the data which is required for all these fintech revolutionary apps.
So, Mr. Christian, to you, let me pose this question to you. Although you spoke about the data security and privacy issue, what about the other risks which one of the participant here is asking? Let me frame this question in such a way that your answer could be, a little shorter because we have only 5 minutes left. So, do you think that the dynamism that we are witnessing in India about financial technology, do you think this kind of activity poses certain risk to financial system? Is there any systemic risk because of all these activities that are happening in fintech, and they are going to gather pace in time to come also? So what kind of risk do you think it's something to be worried about?
Yeah, so just to quickly clarify what I said earlier also, it's not that I'm saying there should be no privacy. In fact, we have worked and created a whole security privacy framework to find out how you can, classify apps into different categories. But what I'm basically trying to say is that it should not be disproportionate. So when you talk about risks, what is the risk if a farmer whose total income per year is per month is probably 8,000 rupees? His whole family subsists on it. What is the risk if you know his name and address and his phone number? Just please tell me, can somebody tell me? And because of this, because of the risk involved and because of the amount of encryption I have to do and the consent I have to do, if the whole business model for him becomes unviable, does it mean I throw the baby with the bathwater? So it's why I'm saying is I have tried to we have generated business models. We have tried to see how can you make a surplus, how can you make an IRR out of creating transactions in this micro and giving them 5,000, 10,000 rupee loans. And let me tell you, every paisa counts there. Every paisa counts there. So when you build business models, you will start thinking about these things. At a broad motherhood statement level, we can all talk, government should have regulation, we should do that, we should do this, and blah, blah. A lot of stuff can be done. But all of this has a cost. So when we say risks, let us look at the risks in terms of the proportion. What is the kind of risk and what is the downside and the upside of it? In my case, already I know about 10 banks in the city must be knowing exactly as soon as I get my salary or bonus, I start getting SMSs. Obviously, it's going somewhere, right? And I already opened up my backyard. So do you think a farmer earning 8,000 rupees a month has any less risk or any more risk than what I have? So let's be proportional and let us look at a stratified way of looking at risks. And I don't think, digital is like, there will always be risks and things opened up. It's like a catch-up game. There will be people trying to hack in all the time. There will be you and I, as we do digital transactions, we are open to these risks. At the same time, there's a whole lot of innovation happening on security, on firewalls, on ways of securing it. And it has to happen. But that does not mean we stop transacting digitally. And what I feel is it's important to be proportional. It's important to actually develop products and frameworks that are meant for that level of transaction, for those needs, okay? And not overdo a lot of the stuff because it's quite easy to overdo. When you make statement at the highest level, it's quite easy to, ignore what happens on the ground there. So let us understand, you have not yet created a successful business model for this. We have been talking decades. And every new thing that you are doing is only making that more difficult by increasing the cost side of it, right? So we have to start looking at some things and see how we can do it more effective. That's all I say. And that's again an area of research, is the sense, how do you develop business models? What are the gaps? What are the places where the costs are going up? Are they proportional costs? How can we do it better? And I assure you we can do it without any risks coming in, provided we are proportional about what we do. Yeah.
Thank you. These are fair points. Professor Ashish, if you're there, I think you wanted to ask a question. Please go ahead, because we have already exhausted our time. But
run out of time, so I can even pass. My question was actually around digital payments, and because there's a lot of work in the fintech space that's done in India around digital payments, I was trying to understand how the nature of competition that exists in the market of offering these digital payment services and settlement services is playing a role in financial inclusion agenda in India. And I'm asking this to this panel because just only a few days ago, government announced a cap on transactions, digital payment transactions, which seem to favor certain companies against the others. We also know India doesn't want to follow a China type model of a duopoly. So I was wondering if you have any thoughts on this vis-a-vis financial inclusion.
Yeah, see, both sides are there. One is that if there is somebody who is offering payments more cost effectively and better, and if it's a very level playing field, okay, why not allow them to grow beyond all caps? At the same time, you raised a very valid point. I mean, a kind of a duopoly kind of thing we don't want to promote, especially if there are players who have very deep pockets and you can actually come in and take over and do a lot in the space. It's a very interesting thing, and I think it calls for deeper research and thought instead of us, just reacting in 2 minutes. But it's a very valid thing. It just shows how tremendously this opportunity space is growing. We have the largest players in the world coming and making investments in the space now in India. And interestingly, all of this is linked to financial inclusion. So you made the right point.
Thank you.
Professor Abhay, you have any comments on this?
No, I think Mr. Krishna has summed it up, and it's a driver for inclusion, which is there. The digital payments have to be there for inclusion, and it's I guess everyone has to go digital at some point. So why not just start now?
So yeah, so thank you very much for this interesting conversation, Mr. Krishan and Professor Abhay. I think most of us are now, many of us were already convinced. We are more convinced that in order to leverage financial technology for financial inclusion, we need to collect data, not just the traditional data, but also data from various other sources. And data will not come automatically. We'll have to be able to nudge people in a direction so that their transactions and other things are performed digitally, so that suitable and appropriate business models could be constructed on top of that campaign. So thank you very much. I hope to continue to see you on JSBS platform many times, and I hope that we are able to engage you in a deeper conversation about this thing on a different platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Thank you. Thank you.
We're live.
You're live? Okay. Okay, everyone. Welcome to this panel on unemployment pandemic, resurgent India through upskilling. I'm Sumit Maskar. I teach at the Jindal School of Government and Public Policy. I specialize in labor research. So today we also have a very interesting panel. We will be talking about various aspects of unemployment, which has arisen due to the corona pandemic. Now, as we all know, the corona pandemic has really brought the world to a standstill. And this global health emergency has had a major impact on the various aspects of economy, society, and polity. In this panel, we will focus on the impact of this entire process on the employment. There have been multi-layered impact on the employment sector. So the first pattern that we all noted, especially during the lockdown, and which was absolutely demonstrated for those who were watching through televisions, that there was a section of workforce who were extremely crucial for our everyday functioning of the economy and society. And despite the lockdown, it is the doctors, the nurses, the care workers, the sanitation workers, the police force, and several other workers who were seen as the corona warriors. And they continued to perform their jobs like they were doing on any other usual day. And they were obviously at the highest risks of getting corona infection. Now, secondly, there has been this massive movement of migrant workers across India to their places of origin in the countryside. And again, this went on for several weeks, whereby workers, migrant workers who were located in bigger cities, also in smaller towns, who were literally walking back to their villages. So as far as migrant workers are concerned, there are several organizations that are conducting study. One of the biggest studies that is being conducted is by the ActionAid organization. And what their first round of their survey, they have done the second already. The first round of their survey highlighted that there was acute distress among the informal workers, especially these migrant workers, and with extreme high levels of livelihood loss. Literally 78% of them were facing this. About 53% faced indebtedness because of this pandemic situation. More than half of the migrant workers reported that they were stranded for over a month, and nearly 3/5 of them said that they had to vacate their housing during the lockdown. Now, obviously, there was a particular 2 months where actually the lockdown was absolutely very strict. And with the easing of lockdowns, things have changed. And what the second round of this ActionAid survey suggests is that there are people who have started to return to their livelihoods. But the major finding from that survey is that a significant of them remain unemployed. So while in the first round, what the survey found that about 78% were unemployed, the second round showed that it has now come down to 48%. However, the most striking finding is that only 10% reported to be full-time employed. And among those workers who have resumed employment, nearly 42% are partially employed. This obviously has a major impact on the low consumption and high indebtedness. About 19% said that they have no access to 2-time meal a day. Again, this pattern will have major impact on the health and of the workers and their families as well. The third aspect, as far as the employment scenario is concerned in the country, is that the upper middle class, the middle classes, that working population, because of the inability to move outside their localities, this meant that majority of them were working from home. Now, this working from home has become a new normal since March this year. However, the challenges that this section of workforce faced were also manifold for themselves as well as for their families, and especially those individuals who had children who were also taking online classes. Now, in several cases, the lockdown scenario also meant that the middle class were not able to rely on the domestic workers, which means that they are also domestic, they also had to, work, do this, carry out this, whatever domestic chores at the home. Now, while several of these middle classes and upper middle classes had to adjust to the work from home situation, there were also others who had to face massive pay cuts, either voluntarily or non-voluntarily. I'm leading a survey on the COVID and the Indian middle class, and we have gathered a sample of 542 individuals from nearly 21 cities and towns located in 15 states across India. The initial findings suggest that nearly 52% of those surveyed have experienced disruption in income. Several firms have blocked the salaries of their employees. Others have requested their employees to go on unpaid leave. As a result, several cities have also witnessed distressed selling of properties. Apart from these challenges, the other big challenge is the massive layoffs in the corporate world. So not only one particular segment of the workforce has been hit by this corona pandemic, you have various levels of economy and the workforce that is working in those particular segments. They are affected by this particular scenario. Now, to discuss this further, we have three distinguished panelists today with us. I'll very quickly introduce them, and then we'll go in the order which has been mentioned in the program. So first speaker we have is Professor Saurabh Bhattacharjee, who is currently an assistant professor at the National Law School, Kolkata. Saurabh has bachelor's degree from Nalsar University of Law, Hyderabad, and master's of law degree from the University of Michigan Law School in the United States. He will be discussing the theme of the precarity of work and the likely impact of the so-called labor reforms in the wake of pandemic. So this is the broader theme that Saurabh will also talk about, but also discuss the themes that have been highlighted by me. The second speaker we have today is Dr. K.P. Krishnan, and he is the Investor Education and Protection Fund Chair, Professor in Regulatory Economics at the National Council of Applied Economic Research. The chair has been established with the support of Investor Education and Protection Fund Authority of the Government of India. Dr. Krishna leads a group focused on the research and policy outreach in the broad area of regulatory and public economics. The third speaker we have is Dr. Vaishali Lahiri, who is a research consultant at the Migration and Asylum Project. She has received her doctorate from JNU in 2017, and her research interest comprises of economic and social and gender justice and inclusivity in various contexts, including the livelihood, rights and accessibility, and migration. And she will be also talking about the COVID and employment, particularly in the informal sector. So with these three distinguished speakers, I would first request Professor Saurabh Bhattacharjee to begin his comments.
Thank you, Sumit. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers and the Jindal Global University for having me here. It's a great privilege to be part of this conclave. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, right? Okay. I'm sorry for that. I'd like to throw up a few questions pertaining to the changes that are taking place in the field of labor laws. Quite tectonic changes, if I may say so, in the context of labor regulations and how they might unfold and their likely implications in the wake of COVID and the sort of disruption the pandemic and the lockdown has led to in the labor economy, and whether these reforms can help in addressing the livelihood crisis that pandemic has resulted in, and also address the larger structural problems associated with the labor regulations in this country. We've already have had quite a bit of work done around the paradox that has qualified labor regulations in this country, that on one side, businesses workers complain of over-regulation, of rigidity, and how such rigidity has hampered the growth of employment, how it has resulted in a major livelihood crisis, some might say. And on the same time, there is a severe shortage of formal legal protection for workers. And as practitioners, pretty much most sectors of workforce that we interact with, we do find that there is a terrible dearth of any meaningful legal protection that workers have. And then the major challenge for labor laws in this country were to resolve this twin paradox of over-regulation and under-regulation. And many of these problems associated with lack of legal protection, lack of formal social security protection, have in many ways been accentuated and exposed, one might say, as a result of the crisis caused and many crises caused by COVID. And if I may borrow from Professor Shamsundar from XLRI, he had written on how COVID has been a sort of a stress test and has exposed every single inadequacy within our legal framework and the weaknesses within our existing laws. But what I'd also like to throw up are a couple of questions around the direction of changes that have taken place as soon as the lockdown began. And we must distinguish between the immediate changes that the Uttar Pradesh government and a few other state governments did in terms of dismantling their existing labor laws in a substantial manner, and then the acceleration of the larger debate on labor codification that had commenced right from 2014 after the Modi government came to power, and the process of codification and supposed simplification that had began, and how that gained a fresh wind. And now 3 major codes along with the earlier wage code have all been passed by the parliament, and rules have also been drafted by the labor ministry. Now, when we look at the changes brought about by the Uttar Pradesh government, or for that matter, Madhya Pradesh government and some of the other state governments, a competitive process of gradual dilution of many of their existing labor laws, it highlights the gradual change that has taken place in the nature of the state itself. And if the fundamental premise of Indian labor laws was that state will be a neutral umpire between the labor and the capital, perhaps that premise has to be revisited, especially when you look at the priorities of the state at a time when the lockdown exposed the complete lack of social security protection for more than 90% of our workforce. Instead of the immediate response of the state being thinking of ways of extending some form of minimal protection to workers, the immediate response of the state was to further demolish existing labor laws. And that in many ways should force all of us to think about what could be the role of the state in future, and whether our existing legal models, which assume that state will be this neutral umpire, can it at all function in the same manner as it has over the last 70 years or so. The other thing that we need to also focus on is the possible employment generation potential of such changes. One of the major rationale informing Uttar Pradesh government's decisions were to attract investors, to bolster job creation. And when you have laws that remove significant degree of protection with respect to hours of work, with respect to conditions of work, with respect to union protection, can they really build in new incentives for employers to invest and create jobs, especially when many of these laws have sunset clauses, some of them for 3 years, some of them for 1,000 days, some of them were as little as for 6 months. Can laws with such sunset clauses really allow for employment generation, given that the gestation period for many investment would be much longer than that? But moving away from the immediate changes that the government or many state governments brought up, the other major change that we have seen is in the passage of the new Industrial Relations Code, the new Code on Occupational Safety and Health and Working Conditions, and also the code dealing with wage code, of course, was something that had been passed well before the COVID. Now, if you look at some, and Social Security code, the fourth one, that has been asked. If you would like, the objectives behind this may result in realization of those objectives. And fundamentally, there have been two broad areas that they sought to address. One, the supposed rigidities in the labor market and the labor regulations, and at the same time also ensure formalized workers even in the formal sector itself. And with as much as 90% of the workforce outside any formal legal protection, one may of protection and the promise of legal protection to look at the specifics. Certainly want students here and scholars, how much of the, yes?
Yeah, can you repeat the point?
Is it better now?
For like 30 seconds.
Or now, or is it still very slow?
It's better now, but go ahead. Yeah, okay.
Sumit, why don't you move to the other speaker and we'll come back to Saurabh.
Yeah, okay. I think we'll have to do that. So I think our next speaker is Dr. Krishnan. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sumit. My greetings to all the fellow panelists and all the listeners. Very good to be here with you. Sumit, I will take about 4 or 5 minutes to just point to some nuances in the data that you brought out very well to, I think, more clearly and sharply draw attention to the problem and maybe conclude with a couple of minutes or a minute on what I think are the policy options. So if you permit, the aggregate statistics actually point to, quote unquote, a complete recovery in the labor force. So if you look at the CMIE data, for instance, unemployment rate in February 20 was 7.76%. Same unemployment rate in October 20 was already down to 6.98%. Now, this is something which is often quoted by a lot of spokespersons on public television to say that there is no problem. Things have now begun to recover. But you and I know, and all of our listeners know, that unemployment rate is computed as a fraction of people not working but looking for work divided by total working age population. And you and I know that the distress situation is such and the employment situation is so discouraging that people may have even stopped looking for work. And hence, this is not exactly the right number to look at. We need to look at something else, which is the employment to population rate, or what is called EPOP in the literature. This is the fraction of working age population that is actually working. The story already begins to be different and much more pointing towards distress. What is it showing? The EPOP data of CMIE for February 20 was 39.3%, whereas the same EPOP in October 20 was 37.8%. In other words, a 1.5 percentage point drop, and 1.5% of working age population is already close to 15 million. So this is point one. But again, some of us who do the statistics regularly know that even EPOP is not a great indicator, because anyone who claims he or she is employed is counted as employed. Whereas if we look at persons who have reported as having worked for at least 1 hour a day, it's not a very large sort of time estimate we are talking about 1 hour a day, then the gap that I mentioned earlier of 15 million, the adjusted EPOP is even larger. It is a 4 percentage point drop. In other words, 40 million. So we start with what looks like the labor situation has stabilized to 40 million people by very conservative accounts already in great difficulty. Now, as you pointed out, Sumit, a lot of this is actually driven by salaried people losing employment. And the data here is February 20, 86.5 million people were in the salaried workers category. And in October, this number is already down to 73.8 million. It's a very significant drop. And this is seriously a cause of concern. Unfortunately, the CMI data doesn't directly capture migration, but there are some other proxies. Clearly, a lot of these salaried people have migrated from present jobs to some other jobs because they need the income, they need livelihoods. And probably in addition to moving jobs, they've also clearly moved into informal jobs and perhaps moved locations. There's an excellent analytical piece that Marianne Bertrand of Chicago Booth School has brought out. It's on her website. It's been reported in the newspapers also. That points out a very interesting fact that the number of quote unquote farmers in India, those who are in farms, February 20, that number was 13 million. And at the height of the crisis in June, this number was 130 million. So maybe we are getting some of these partial answers. People are clearly, we saw the migration. Some of us saw it on the television. People are going back home, which means a lot of them going back to rural India means they are going back to the farms. Farms aren't exactly productive, and greater number of people, it's an old Indian problem of disguised unemployment and all of that. Now, clearly, we know clearly there is a problem, and the problem is a large number problem. It's not a problem that can be ignored. And I think this has clear implications for policy. And in the light of what my preceding speaker said, it actually gets us a little worried because clearly wages are down. And another of CMI's data, the Proves database, is already pointing out profits for the firms that they track are actually increasing. And here the sort of crazy phenomenon of the Sensex hitting numbers it hasn't seen during the peak Indian capital boom. So clearly the capital labor relation is getting rewritten massively. Not all of it necessarily because of a sort of misdirected policy. I think a lot of it because of inaction. Net result is huge labor distress. So I think to sort of quickly move to what needs to be done, we need better paying jobs, which means we need formal jobs. The problem is we've made formalization very expensive. Now, the point that my preceding speaker made very correctly and eloquently, you're making labor laws, quote unquote, more liberal, more friendly. The problem has always been labor has got the short end of the stick the best of times. It clearly got badly treated during the pandemic. Now, it is also unfortunately correct that many of these labor regulations were very onerous. So what did they end up protecting? They ended up protecting the labor departments rather than labor. So the cost for compliance for industry is high. The benefits of regulation for labor is low. There's a whole bunch of intermediaries who are creaming off the quote unquote gains. So state players, capital seem to be gaining, and a lot of labor seems to be already badly off and is getting worse off. So clearly we need formalization, but we need formalization which is inexpensive and which is not inimical to the vulnerable. I will stop here. This is the sort of general overarching remarks. In case there are specific questions that Sumit P. want me to address, be happy to come back. Thank you.
Thanks. Excellent remarks. What I would like to do is, we will gather all the comments. First, maybe, we'll go back to Saurabh and let him complete his 2-3 points that were remaining, and then we will go to Dr. Baishali. Okay. Yeah. So Saurabh, maybe you can just, there are just 2 minutes, I think we lost. So if you can, complete the remarks, that would be nice.
Sorry for that disruption. Reliance Jio has still not all powerful, despite owning most of the country at this stage.
Reliance Jio perhaps is not very powerful when you're speaking about labor.
The point I was making, in fact, I'd like to draw upon what Professor Krishnan was saying, that perhaps, yes, there is a need for relooking much more closely at the direction of the changes, especially the sort of formalization that we are attempting. How much can laws themselves bring about in terms of an institutional change? And I'm a little skeptical, despite all the rhetoric about labor reforms that have come up in the recent months. First of all, at a time of such massive disruption, I'm not so sure whether changes in the labor laws itself is going to boost investment and whether that is going to lead to generation of employment. Secondly, if you look at some of the literature around the relaxation in labor laws, whether in states like Rajasthan or in some of these special economic zones, and if you go back even further, export promotion zones and all, the literature seems far more skeptical about the claim that relaxation of labor laws automatically is going to lead to generation of employment. And in fact, there hasn't been a significant change at all in terms of the direction of employment generation altogether. And therefore, perhaps we need to think of what are the other structural barriers and not simply look at labor laws in terms of the sole barrier in employment generation. Thirdly, I must also point out that when you look at the changes brought about in the Social Security Code, or even for that matter in the Occupational Safety Code, a lot of them are largely compilation of existing schemes and existing laws. So there isn't really a structural shift that has happened or that is going to happen as a result of these codes. It's essentially the existing laws which were spread around 40 different central labor statutes are being brought together into 4 codes. But in terms of fundamental underpinnings of our existing laws, there isn't a major change that is being attempted. And particularly so with Social Security, because many of them have been designed around factory model of production, and where bulk of the economic activity has moved away from factories to service sectors and other informal modes of work, then reproduction of those forms of social security schemes, how effective they would be, I'm very skeptical of that. And lastly, even in terms of liberalization, I think sadly what has happened is liberalization has largely been conflated with hire and fire. For those who work around labor laws in much more detail, would see this code as a missed or these 4 codes as missed opportunity, because there were plenty of areas where simplification could have happened, but that hasn't really happened apart from what we now know as Chapter 5B of the Industrial Disputes Act. So apart from hire and fire, there is not really a major shift that is going to take place. So in terms of employment generation, I don't really foresee these codes as being a major game changer, in spite of the rhetoric in the media around them. So maybe I'll close my introductory remarks with this, and maybe come back later during the question hours. Thank you.
Thanks, Saurabh, for wrapping up your comments. I think, yeah, they both connect with each other, like Dr. Krishnan's comment and your comment about what kind of changes really are going to be coming about with this particular law reform. Obviously, precarity among the labor force remains one of the very important concerns. I mean, historically speaking, our 92% of the workforce has been in the informal sector. And now that has increased now, and we are reaching like nearly 95%. So the share of the formal sector has really shrunk in a very significant manner, to the extent that even in the public sector, nearly 40 or 50% of the pretty much the workforce is on contractual basis. So we are really, at this particular juncture, we are really faced with this challenge of formalizing the workforce or providing formalizing kind of conditions of work. And at the same time, we are going pretty much in the opposite direction. Anyway, on that note, let me bring in Dr. Vaishali Lahiri for her opening remarks. Yeah.
Thank you, Sumit. Thank you for inviting me to the conclave. And as the eminent speakers here rightly spoke, that before decoding the current unemployment crisis that India is going through, it is important to understand the bigger picture of employment scenario in India. As you also mentioned, that 90% of the Indian workforce is dependent on the informal sector of work, characterized by precarious work condition, lack of social security, low payment structure. The COVID has done nothing but actually worsened the situation. In fact, before COVID, India was undergoing through some of the worst phases of unemployment ever in the history of Indian employment and unemployment scenario. And on the top of it, unplanned lockdown without any prior intimation or public consultation actually triggered a humanitarian crisis of epic proportions. It is my personal perspective that probably possibly the government also could not foresee what was coming actually. And Indian television was flooded with heart-wrenching story of migrant workers walking down thousands and hundreds of miles barefoot. So it's important to understand who are these people, how they suddenly became visible, and why it is that they hadn't been visible until now. Okay, that brings us towards the question of migration and mobility. Okay, till date, what I believe is that Indian data capture format has not been very successful in capturing the migration dynamics. In fact, be it census data, be it NSSO data does focus a bit on the migration flow or seasonal or temporary migrants, as we may call it. But the Indian census data, which is it's like a population enumeration of every resident of India, however, has limitation in its own terms. Like they only take account of the migration stock on the basis of place of residence and place of birth. Okay, so we don't have a real picture of the migrants who migrate to the city for a temporary period of 6 to 7 months during the lean season of agricultural production. They find some job here on the basis of their peer network. We really don't have data for that. And having mentioned that, we had a fantastic law, as respected panelist also mentioned, so Professor Saurabh Bhattacharya mentioned that we had Interstate Migrant Act as well. However, unfortunately, like it was there, but probably it was never used. Okay, many people in the academia, even our students, haven't heard of this. However, having said that, that we need to maintain and update the way we collect our migration data. I also want to mention that we should be careful about the ways we maintain our data. The state and the central authorities or the agencies should respect the right to privacy as well. Unfortunately, there has been a lot of discussion over the issue on data, what can be made public, what cannot be made public, which data can be collected, and to what extent and which purposes that can be put into. So these are very serious issues that need to be understood. and genuinely we need to work together on it. Okay. However, I must also mention that compared to other countries, India's unemployment rate has been comparatively and traditionally lower. It's not that unemployment rate per se has been lower, but as Professor Krishnan mentioned, because the way we measure unemployment, that is the time use criteria, is the single most measure of assessing the unemployment scenario. Like even a person is engaged for 1 hour a day, we count him or her as employed. So what is the outcome of employment if a person is engaged for 1 hour a day? What is that the person brings to his or her home, okay, in terms of the wages, the benefits, etc. So even lower unemployment figures doesn't mean that actually the situation is good. Like we have to decode the data and also understand the complexities that come with it. Okay. And next thing I would like to mention is that since the in fact, India had a very late skill policy. The first skill policy that came in India was in the year 2009, when the 11th and the 12th 5-year plans recognized the importance of skilling the youth, particularly with the participation of the private sector. And with the new government in 2014, a new skill policy was again introduced in 2015. Okay, and the point that was put forward by the document in the skill policy was that majority of the unemployment crisis in India is because of the skill gap that exists. What is provided in the classroom and what is expected by the market, there is a huge difference between that. Yes, to certain extent, I do believe that there exists certain skill gap with respect to the curriculum that is provided at the ITIs or vocational education institutes and what is required by the market. However, I differ to believe that it is only the skill gap, like skill gap is the only factor that is responsible for the unemployment scenario that India is undergoing for the last 1 year or 2 years. Okay. Why I say so is because of some statistics which I would like to bring forward. See, like if we consider that the average unemployment rate in India has been traditionally between 3 to 4%, 3 to 5%, those who are vocationally trained has received any kind of vocational training, be it formal or informal, is less than 5%. So that doesn't explain, like only 5% of India's population has vocational training, be it from any source, okay? And the unemployment rate is still below 5%, has traditionally been below 5%. So that doesn't explain the cause of unemployment. So we need to respect the fact or acknowledge the fact, yes, there is a skill gap, but skill gap is not the only reason the unemployment scenario exists. Okay, so there is much beyond the data of it. Okay, and in the project I'm currently working in as the team leader and the lead consultant, so it tries to assess the legal needs of the migrant communities in the city of Delhi. Unfortunately, what came in forefront is that most of the first generational migrants, even after spending like 10 to 15 years in Delhi, don't have access to documentation which are very basic, like access to ration card. They might have some in the village, but there is lack of clarity. First, there is lack of clarity on how to make a digital ration card. If they access the PDS from Delhi, when they migrate back to their village, will they be getting the benefit or not? So there is a lot of confusion among the people, lack of awareness, and basically the lack of documentation has affected the migrant population in a very deplorable manner, and it shows irresponsibility on the part of the privileged citizens as well as the government, that we haven't been able to do much for the people who have actually built our cities. So cities look beautiful because of these laborers, okay, whom we have ignored for so long, and suddenly, like in last 2-3 months, we can see like babies sitting beside their mother. And another thing which I found is that even like there is a structural problem with the Jan Dhan account. Like most of the people didn't have any Jan Dhan account, and hence they were not, they couldn't get the money that was promised to them, even if they were living in very dire situation. Why it should be the case that only if you have a Jan Dhan functionable Jan Dhan account, then only you will get the direct benefit? Why it's not the case that even if you don't have Jan Dhan account, if you have any type of account, say post office account, any other bank account, if you are in need, the government ensures you get the money that you are supposed to get. Okay. And obviously women were the hardest hit among all those situations. Most of the women I interviewed, I came across, were working as domestic workers. And it's not about women living in Delhi. In fact, since India's workforce is largely informal, providing domestic help is a major source of income for Indian women, and that is a regular, almost like a regular salary they get. Okay, so that is an important source of income for most of the not so privileged household. And even after the unlock phase started, most of the women were not absorbed back into their jobs because they used to serve in some gated colonies, which may have stigmatization against the poor people, that they will bring on with them the virus, which is absolutely not the case. Okay, so the virus came from somewhere and came from very elite circle, if we may say so. However, they are bearing the burn of it. And on top of it, it's common with both women and men workers is that they haven't even received their due payments. And when I asked or pushed, probed a little with the workers, that do you want any legal help to get your payment issue or your wage issue to be resolved via some legal counsel? They were very reluctant on it, because what they stated, I'll just state in Hindi, बदनामी हो जाएगी तो आगे नौकरी नहीं मिलेगी, काम नहीं मिलेगी. It simply translates into that even if I urge my employer to give, or even if I take your legal help to get the wage out of the person of my employer, but I will earn a bad name. Henceforth, it would be very difficult for me to find an employment. So that is even if legal structure does exist there, the precarity of the market is such, the people, deprived workers are not even in a mood to exercise that. And I fully empathize with them. I understand what the problem is. So these are very structural things that we need to address. Okay, and coming back to the earliest point that I was speaking on, was that the skill gap. So government of India has brought out several programs to gap the skill gap that exists in the market. One of them is PMKVY, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. The other one is the dual system of training. Dual system of training is for those who have received at least school education and are interested to go to ITI and can explore the manufacturing sector as well as the service sector. And PMKVY is like a short-term training course. It is believed that it will increase the quality of the workers, make them confident, and will also result in increasing employability. However, sadly, the case has not been so. So I'll share with you very recent data. So in the year 2017 to 80, out of 16 lakh people trained under PMKVY, only 4.5 lakh people could receive any placement. That means less than 28% could find placement. Now we are harping so much on the fact that people need to be skill trained, then only they can find the job. But the government data only shows that when like the outcome of government training systems is such that less than even 1/3 of the population, trained population, is getting job. So we really and seriously need to rethink our options, and we need to work together. What are the challenges that actually they exist on ground, and the ways that we may work towards it. And I must mention that there were certain challenges which Sumit might also have encountered, is that going out to the field and surveying people or households is much easier. But in time of pandemic, when you are like conducting a survey with 500 or thousands of households or 1,500 of households, so it's a bit difficult because you are like, we are using a telephone. You can't see the person, and the person can't also, the respondent can't also see you. Okay, so it's a very mechanical thing that we are trying to do, and in the process, we need to be bit empathetic as well, because when the worker or the like deprived household is talking to you, you can't be just very mechanical, you can't just do the thing like ticking the boxes and it gets over. You need to be to address the situation as well. It's very difficult to do it over phone because they don't know you, they don't know like whether to trust you or not. Even difficulty is with the minority community as well, because the burden they have faced with all the CAA and with all the disbelief comes in, like if person from other communities interviewing, and like most of the population whom I survey had very little formal education. They were not even primary educated. Okay, so they had they didn't even have the basic education, and to make them believe that this is not related to CAA and this is for their own good, it's very difficult thing. I think even the research pedagogy is evolving very much during the pandemic time, and the CSOs have played a very important role in this altogether. And one challenge which I faced, I also need to mention that, because just give me 1 minute. This is the last point I would like to mention, is that like on paper, there are millions and thousands and lakhs of CSOs in India, but there are very few CSOs which are actually functional on ground. In fact, I have came across CSOs which could have been like started by the persons in the same family, and they get the cream out of that, whatever government schemes and benefits are there, but their on-ground translation is hardly there. So it's very important we understand the importance of CSOs as well, and we understand the capabilities of CSO, and we make ourselves aware of the fraud CSOs as well. So thank you. I would welcome any question. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks, Vaishali, and thanks all the panelists for your excellent interventions. I mean, you all have really highlighted very important issues from whether we should go for formalizing. We probably, formalizing is slightly, obviously, much better in terms of providing protection to workers in this crisis situation. And obviously, what Saurabh has highlighted is about the laws, and they are not necessarily going to help this current situation, which has resulted in massive unemployment to many and underemployment as well. And cuts in their income. So there is a multi-layered issue with unemployment. So obviously, depending on which segment of working population we are looking at, the challenges are different. So when we look at the upper middle class and middle class population, the challenges are very different than compared to the migrant workers or those who are at the lower end of the economy. And accordingly, we will have to deal with that situation. And obviously, the other point that we have really that has come through is the skilling issue. That obviously skilling is one big kind of medicine or solution to all kinds of problems that is now. Skilling is important for the economy. You need to have a skilled workforce for a better development. But can we actually have that as a solution also for the current crisis? This is something that also we need to think about. So what I would like to, request all the three panelists, is that there are 2-3 questions that have also come up. But this could be also like another 2 minutes from you, in a way of closing remarks kind of thing. So we have this broader question about what are the 3 major skills that should be present, that people should actually get so that there is more employment in the future, given the kind of changes that have come about. Again, there are some who are asking about whether there is a specialized course on some artificial intelligence, which where people can actually explore. And then there is question about what do we think about people who got who lost their jobs. And were they able to find new jobs according to the preferences, which will replace the computers? And then our opinion in general on the skewed changes in the unemployment sector, the labor force participation of men and women with increased household responsibilities and childcare because of the shift from work from home. So, which is one of the important findings for us in our middle class and COVID survey across the country, whereby this is one aspect that I was very much interested in looking at. What exactly happens when the domestic help is not coming to your place? And then who actually ends up sharing the burden? And obviously there are the initial findings clearly suggest that the women at the household are bearing the burden of these household responsibilities. But yeah, so over to you all. We'll start with Saurabh, and then we'll go to Dr. Krishnan and Vaishali. Yeah. You need to unmute, sorry.
Thank you, Sumit. On the skilling part, perhaps I'll keep that aside because I've not really worked on the issue of reskilling as much. Most of my work has been around the labor regulations. Only thing that I'd like to flag in is also the fact that perhaps we need to think deeper about the Apprentices Act. We have a system of regulation that made it mandatory for institutions to have apprentices and provided some degree of state regulation. And maybe that could be a vehicle that could be used to bring about or strengthening our existing framework for skilling. But I also sense that there's a tension between the larger rhetoric around labor reforms and liberalization and using legal regimes again for strengthening your skilling and training framework. So that is something that will have to be navigated. On the specifics of people who have lost their jobs, and much as Vaishali pointed out, COVID has in many ways exposed all the weaknesses in our existing framework. And I do believe that the massive unemployment crisis that we are confronted with shows us the need for strengthening unemployment insurance framework. We do have something within the Employee State Insurance Act and the schemes framed under that, which would be now submerged within the Social Security Code. I believe that that needs to be expanded because the wage cap that we have means that the vast majority of workers are kept outside the existing schemes under the ESI Act. So possibly we need to broaden the scope and coverage of that scheme, but various forms of unemployment insurance schemes have to be put in place where they don't exist or have to be expanded where they exist. And as far as the whole change in work patterns, especially with work from home and increased domestic household responsibilities, I think there are multiple levels of responses that we have to think of. One is certainly the whole issue of workplace privacy, because with work from home, what sort of control that the employer then starts to have at your own work is something that I think we need to start a dialogue on. I don't have the answers, but probably people who work in the field of employment and industrial relations and privacy would need to engage with what sort of basic ground rules could be put in place. Secondly, on the issue of childcare, I do believe that there is again need for stronger paternity leave, maternity leave, and maybe even old age care leave systems. How much of that is affordable, how much of that can be translated into reality, again, needs a far more realistic debate between various stakeholders. But I think there's a need for that conversation to happen. And maybe instead of placing the burden entirely on the employer, we need to again place these norms within the social insurance scheme so that there is a burden sharing by the state and other different stakeholders. So that could be an option. And perhaps some serious consideration on these lines might help us in addressing some of these new challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Saurabh. Yeah, Dr. Krishnan.
Thank you, Sumit. I have again 5 quick points that I want to make on skilling. I have some direct experience, having spent 3 years as Secretary Skill Development, Government of India only till recently. Point 1, we know that a bulk of India's employment creation is not in the formal sector. That is clear datum, that is fact. But what is it that we have done in the skilling programs? The entire skilling program is directed at creating workers for the formal sector. Now, Saurabh spoke about the Apprenticeship Act. Now, Tatas and Birlas and L&T have been doing apprenticeship before you and I were born, or before I was born. You guys are much younger. We don't need to evangelize to them on apprenticeship because an enlightened employer knows the advantage of apprenticeship. There is enough and more in literature to show that they know the economic benefits of apprenticeship. But it is my street corner halwai, the street corner Anthony garage that actually we know is running an apprenticeship system. You and I have gone and got our two-wheelers repaired. Do you remember that Mundu who's called Kake Athya, Utha spanner, ye kaam kar? Now, this is apprenticeship. But in India, this is not apprenticeship because there needs to be an apprenticeship contract that needs to be uploaded on the website. Some X-joker needs to certify, Y-joker needs to say yes, and then I will give the state's contribution to apprenticeship. Hence, number 1 point, move focus away from formal to actual informal employment where India is creating jobs. Now there, Vaishali, remember, 95% of these jobs actually do not pay the legally prescribed minimum wages. And hence, what happens is, I can only report a job as a job if it's paying minimum wages. So my skilling programs report 30-40% employment because we cannot legally report the others because no employer or employee wants to report this. We need to deal with this problem. Point 2 quickly, domain versus foundational. Employer after employer tells you, please do not train people in my domain. It goes back to Saurabh's point, namely, I will train that kid on the domain at the workplace because this is the difference between skilling and education. You do education in classrooms, but you do skilling at workplaces. So domain knowledge is best acquired at the workplace. I need to prepare kids to be able to acquire the domain knowledge at the workplace. And hence, a bulk of my skilling programs actually need to repair the damage done by the Indian education system. Functional literacy, foundational skills, ability to show up on time, minimum communication, cleanliness, brush your teeth before you come to work. You and I take all these for granted. This is not taken for granted for 90% of India's workforce. Third point, continuing versus one-time skilling. This is an era where the best skilling systems continue skilling. So hence, it takes me to the next point. Skilling has to be extremely decentralized. It can be federally funded. We have the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, but it's a very top-down yojana. It is driven by Delhi, whereas this needs to be driven by Vijayawada, Coimbatore, Burdwan, because it has to be bottoms up, funded from the top, but it needs to be probably even municipal level. It can't even be state level. Last point, I'm including the decentralized in the fourth point. Last point, skilling has succeeded only when there is skin in the game of all concerned. The government has to be a big part of the expenditure, but employers and the employees, however minimally, have to put in a little bit of money. Otherwise, I have seen this at close quarters. When it's a free program, everybody thinks this is money meant to be eaten away. So we need to figure out a sensible system of co-payment, and for the poor, figure out ways of reimbursing the co-payment, there are design solutions to all these problems, but we need to address the fundamental economic incentive issue that I need to be interested in my skilling, and it's not only the government of India that should be interested in my skilling. I'll stop here.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Vaishali, quick point from your side.
Krishnan, sir, you rightly pointed out the two most important things, that skilling ecosystem till date has been very centralized, and the state and the in fact, though there was provision in the 2009 policy, which is now superseded, that village panchayat may decide on what needs to be skilled at the unit level or block level. However, to be very honest, there is no such decentralization, since most of the courses that are being provided at the ITIs are very centralized and not suited to the needs of the local economy. The need of Delhi's economy may be very different from Madurai's to that of a village in Sultanpur or Lucknow. So there is no respect and recognition to the needs of the diversity we have in the country. Second thing, which I think the government now is trying to overcome that, is that our skilling or training programs has been much oriented towards the manufacturing sector or the secondary sector rather than the service sector, which Indian economy, like when Indian economy opened up, there was a direct jump from the agricultural sector to the service sector, which many of the developed country or developing country hasn't done. So that was a direct jump from the primary sector to the tertiary sector. However, that wasn't reflected in the skill training programs. It were more oriented towards the manufacturing sectors. And also given the fact that 90% of the India's population is based on the informal sector of work. And as Sir rightly mentioned, even the little puncture wala or the parlor didi do provide apprenticeship program. They do train people under them. So it's like apprenticeship program has existed very organically in India. And there is also need on the part of the industries as well to be interested in the skill training program. Most of the thing we come across is that in our surveys that industries are really not interested in providing the skill training programs. If they can go right away and hire some worker with the requisite experience, they prefer that more rather than provide some training to the young population that come out of the ITIs or as a part of their course. So there is a recent program was introduced in 2016, which was called dual system of training, where the people receive training at the company. So companies are also really not very interested. On the third point, on the gender participation of the labor market, India is already going through very bad phases of female employment. In fact, the female employment has drastically declined with like 34% in I think 2005-6 to around 26% in 2011-12. So that is a fall of 8%. And we based on our practical experience now, we can see a very doom day coming for the women workers as well. So like this 26% would go down probably to another might be downsized by 5%, 10%. We don't know it now, but probably in the coming months or years we will have a sight to it. And the thing is that many of the industrial acts like Contract Labor Act, Factories Act had provision of creche facilities, but however they were never exercised, unfortunately. Third thing is that with work from home, on the women, like on the mothers and daughters in the family, the responsibility on them is even more, with cooking, washing, with household help not coming. And that has been reflected in their academic outcome as well, because I was going through a recent publication that mentions that the submission by male scholars in the lockdown has been disproportionately higher compared to the female scholars, because they are loaded or overburdened with work. And we need to take care of the childcare needs, be paid, unpaid, or like state stimulus provided childcare need of the very young population that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vaishali. And thank you all the speakers. I think we have already crossed the little time limit. So what I'll do is I'll just speak for like just 1 minute and then wrap up this session. So I just have one point to make as far as the connections between all the three speakers is concerned. One thing is very clear, that the state intervention is absolutely necessary, whether we take the formalizing initiative so that we provide certain kind of protection to the workforce, or when it comes to the newer kind of challenges that have come as far as work from home is concerned, whereby you need to create more childcare facilities where the state could actually play a very important role. But also in terms of skilling, actually, Dr. Krishnan made a very important point that, of course, there is a top-down approach, but maybe it can be decentralized at the very local level to the municipalities or to the Zilla Parishad, that kind of level, whereby the industries and the state could work together. And this is something that is extremely important. And the last thing is also about the investment of state in education itself. So when we talk of skilling, we are somehow not really paying attention to the overall investment in the education sector. Maybe this is something could actually be very helpful for having a very skilled workforce in the longer run. But thank you all for your interventions. It was a great discussing this issue. And I think we will have to move to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we are live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's session. I am Shalini Goyal, Assistant Professor at the Jindal School of Banking and Finance. I joined JSPF when the school started in 2018. Prior to this, I worked in academic research and in the corporate sector for more than 13 years. At JSPF, I teach courses around data analytics. I'm very delighted to be moderating this session today, and I'm looking forward to some exciting presentations by students on the theme of converting a ghost town to a smart city. The concept of smart cities is not new. It has been around for years. In India, the government launched the ambitious 100 Smart Cities mission in 2015. And here we are, 5 years later, in the middle of a pandemic. Interestingly, though, smart city technologies are being used in various ways now in the middle of this pandemic. In Karnataka, for instance, a dedicated call center was set up to monitor and advise patients under self-quarantine. This was done under the Mangalore Smart City project. With increased work from home, additional technologies have come in. Given this experience that we're getting now, the idea of smart cities will hopefully have greater resonance and acceptability amongst us post the pandemic, given what smart cities are capable of doing for its residents, which we're learning now as we go. Of course, the future of smart cities will also depend on economies of the countries, and not just India, but also the economic status of other major countries and unions like the US, China, and the European Union. And today we have some very young and bright minds from various universities across the country. We have teams from Christ University, Ashoka University, TAPI Management Institute, and I'm certain that they will provide us enough reasons to appreciate and understand the concept of smart cities by providing novel and sustainable solutions to improve the quality of lives in our cities. I will read out the case provided to the students for their presentations, so the audience has a perspective to what they're presenting. So this is the case that was provided to the students. You are a team hired by the government to revamp a small abandoned area outside a city. You are supposed to implement new social infrastructure, sanitation methods, and governing methods with the help of modern technology to build a smart town. The government has granted 23,000 crores to be completed in 5 years for this project. You have to allocate it effectively for different costs. It is expected to be home to about 2 million people and self-sufficient in agriculture. Please ensure that the sustainable development is followed while building the plan. And they had to develop a detailed presentation mentioning the following, which is the timeline of events, solutions based on emerging technologies introduced in the fourth industrial revolution, the cost breakdown structure. Each team will present for 10 to 12 minutes, and judges can ask questions after each team's presentation. With that, let me also introduce you to our two esteemed judges. We have Mr. Amol Vidwans, and we have Professor Bhuvaneshwari Raman. Mr. Amol Vidwans is currently the director of the Mahi Sustainable Solutions Private Limited. They work towards providing sustainable alternatives to existing problems for the current and future generations in the areas of waste management, energy and water conservation, and smart cities to the Indian market. He is trained from the universities in Mumbai and Sheffield in the UK. Mr. Bhuvaneshwari Raman is the Professor and Dean of Academic Affairs at the Jindal School of Government and Public Policy. She is trained in architecture, urban planning, and social sciences from the School of Planning and Architecture in Chennai, Asian Institute of Technology, Bangkok, and the London School of Economics in the UK. In her research, she looks into the transformation of urban land, urban politics, gender and urban poverty, economic geography, and governance issues, to say the least. So with that, I will hand over to Mr. Amol Vidwans for his special remarks, and I also wish good luck to all the participating teams. Over to you, Mr. Amol.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everybody. I think it's going to be a great session, and I'm looking forward to actually interacting and understanding and seeing the presentations by the teams. Let me give you a quick background of what I do. I take care of a company which is called DMI Sustainable Solutions. We are primarily into waste management. We are into smart city solutions. I've been working on smart cities for the last, from 2014, writing about smart cities and kind of, looking at how the smart cities would get spanned out in the Indian context. And I think as my understanding is that there are certain components, there are certain challenges, and I am looking forward from the teams to look at what kind of solutions they're offering And that's something that I would like to look forward. And without spending too much time, I would like to have the presentation started, and then we can take it up from there.
Okay. So with that, I will hand it over to team 1, which is comprised of students from Christ University, Bangalore main campus. And
I'm sorry, I'm not able to hear anything. So can the teams be a bit louder, please?
It was me talking, Mr. Amol, Shalini. I was just introducing the team 1.
Sorry?
Can you not hear me?
Hello?
Okay, can the team 1 please start their presentation, share their screen, and let's see if we can hear each other.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. So it's going to be, the first team is going to be Christ University, Bangalore main campus. The participants are Snehil Verma, Sanya Singh, and Christine.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. You will have strictly 10 to 12 minutes, 12 minutes at the max. And I'll have to unfortunately cut you after 12 minutes, just to make sure that everybody gets their time. And at the end of your presentation, the judges can ask you questions. Okay?
Ma'am, can you enable screen sharing?
Okay.
Yeah, it's enabled. You can try.
Okay, please try it now and take over, and please start. You'll have 10 minutes, let's say.
Yes, ma'am.
2 minutes just for the buffer. Okay, over to you.
Snehal, aren't you able to share the screen?
Yeah, I'm sharing it actually. Okay. All right. Is it visible?
Yeah, just put it on the slideshow mode.
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is the idea behind our proposed city. Our city's name is Paradise City, where you can discover paradise at your feet. Sneha, to the next slide, please. So first things first, we're going to talk about the key features of our Paradise City, which would also be discussed further in the presentation. This would be an operational smart city. That is, there would be implementation of the latest technology in our city. It would be a home to approximately 2 million people. There would be an establishment of International Finance Service Center in our city. And here the central government would basically hold an indirect stake in the Paradise City. There would also be an establishment of the single window system in order for time-bound acceptance and rejection of proposals. Next slide. Moving forward to the deliverables which we have covered in our presentation. We'll start with basic infrastructure. Snehal, next slide. So under basic infrastructure, first things first, we have the residential infrastructure. Under residential infrastructure, we are basically constructing signature twin towers with 20 floors, along with Paradise Towers for the accommodation of the residents of the city. There would be high quality CCTV cameras installed in the entire city, and there would a special team would be assigned, which would basically monitor the activities of the city and would report any such suspicious activity. We would also establish a quick emergency responsive service system in our society, in our city, which is basically a 24/7 helpline, just like USA has a 911. We would establish a special helpline for the residents of the city so that their problems can be catered and can be directed towards the respective authorities. To comfort the religious beliefs of the citizens of this city, we would also establish religious institutions. Moving forward to commercial buildings, our commercial buildings include office buildings, retail buildings, warehouses, shopping mall. Next slide, please. Next, we talk about the roads. The roads of a city would be international class. We would construct zero accident city roads, and we would also ensure that the sidewalks are made of plastic waste. We would dispose the non-recyclable plastic waste, and we'll use that waste basically to form the sidewalks for our city. And this would be done after proper field scale testing so that no environmental harm is caused. Then we talk about the water facility. We'll create a zero discharge city. Water would be drinkable from every tap. Storage of surface runoff or rainwater, that is rainwater harvesting, would be implemented. We'll have top class water treatment plants and sewage treatment plants. Then we move on to power. 99.999% we have power reliability. Our city will also focus on projects like solar plant, wind power, LED street lightings would be done on the roads, and we would also have a power backup. Next. Then we talk about the district cooling system. So under the district cooling system, chilled water would be provided till the building level. There would be reduction in energy and maintenance costs. There would also be reduction in noise and vibration, and it would also enhance the air quality. Then we also talk about multi-level car parking for systematic parking and efficient coverage. Next. Sanitation method. Under sanitation method, we're focusing on automated waste collection system for maximum resource recovery. And we're also focusing on minimal emissions, no wastage visibility, and for flood resistance also. Then we talk about the utility tunnel. There would be that the electricity, steam, and water pipelines, they would be put through this utility tunnel, except the gas and the sewerage pipelines. Next slide. Then we talk about the transportation of our city. There would be last mile connectivity. When we talk about last mile connectivity, we basically mean that there would be enough sidewalks, properly connected city with sidewalks. There would be an established metro system, a shuttle service system to initiate pooling among all the residents of the city. There would be proper lane management, and it would also result in transit-oriented development. Next slide. We cover here the social infrastructure and the entertainment facilities. We talk about, we'll construct parks. There would be establishment of multi-speciality hospitals, schools, world-class dining, golf course, clubs, miniplex for the entertainment of the people, and skill development and training center. Next slide. These are the visuals for roads, multi-level parking, waste collection, cooling system. Now I hand it over to Snehal. Snehal.
All right, so Paradise City will have a lot of food security, but that would require a series of agricultural policies to be implemented. So these are the points that we will inculcate in our agricultural system. So firstly, Paradise City will have climate smart and precise agricultural technologies. It will use a combination of digital tools such as GPS and sensors with automated machine learning and other things like tractors, and it will also be using AI. There will also be GPS mapping of the crop yields, and there will be certain restrictions on fragmentation of land holdings beyond a certain limit. We will determine these restrictions once people start living in the city, and we can figure out to what extent land can be beneficial and fragmentation beyond what point results in losses. And a lot of these farms will also be owned by the government. So in case of inflation in prices of crops, the government can handle it. And there'll also be practices such as the vertical farming, crop rotation, intercropping, and crop diversity, which will be implemented. So this will basically ensure that the quality of soil is retained and does not degrade throughout the years. And these practices have also proven to have reduced the need of pesticides and insecticides, which will guide us in the direction of organic farming. We will also have emergency flood and hurricane control systems and emergency funds in case there are natural calamities or epidemics. And this is much needed because of the effects which climate change has had on our world. There will also be sprinkler installations and drip irrigation system to provide water to the crops. I will now hand it over to Christine to explain the technology used in our Paradise City.
What makes a smart city is the incorporation and implementation of the newest technologies. So these technologies, which form the base of the fourth industrial revolution, will be the base for enhancing the 4 pillars of sustainability. So few of the technologies that Paradise City plans to implement is, first of all, is the Internet of Things. So Internet of Things include all sorts of devices, sensors, applications, and so on that collect the data that enable technology solutions to be effective. So now this data will actually be used to control, will be used in the analysis of tracking traffic congestions, climate changes, air quality, citywide lighting, and so on. Now, coming for the next point is the information and communication technologies. So despite having a lot of data, this has to be put into use, and this will be done through information and communication technologies. So the services that this sector would be looking into include AI-powered voice command systems that will be across the city, high-speed Wi-Fi connectivity, a 4-tier data analysis and processing system. And other than that, there'll be citywide monitoring and automated services, as I said before, lighting, transport, and so on. Now, 4G and 5G connectivity will be enabled across the city so that citizens remain connected globally. And yeah, as Nehal mentioned, the geospatial technology will be used for tracking the crops, or let it be even for the transportation systems. Now, as we all know, robotics and AI is the base of the 4th industrial revolution, and this will definitely be something that the city will be focusing on in terms of implementation. Other than that, we'll be promoting services such as the use of drones and, as mentioned before, the citywide assistance service. Now, technologies will be focused on smart infrastructure and transportation, as mentioned by Sanya, and smart energy, such as the smart city grid, the smart city grid, implementation of renewable energy technologies such as solar, hydro, wind power, and so on. And other than that, we would use eco-friendly products such as LED lights, promote plastic recycling, waste management, segregation, composting, and so on. So, yeah.
Next slide. Government policies which would basically govern our city are as follows. We'll establish the 4 pillars of sustainability. For economic stability, we are creating employment opportunities for skilled and unskilled labor. For social sustainability, if you look, we are basically creating a sense of social responsibility in the citizens, and we are creating a society which is based on the grounds of equity and equality. Next slide. Government policies also covers the environmental sustainability, which has been mentioned throughout, and the cultural human sustainability, that is promotion of the cultural and the traditional integration. Next slide, please.
Okay, now looking at the economic centric focus is, these are the 4 main plans that the city has. First is the establishment of will have the financial sector focus, and this will be done through establishment of core financial services, capital market and trading, information technology services for the financial sector, as well as information technology enabled services. And then there'll be the promotion of BPO and KPO services. Other than that, there'll be special economic zones, and this will be include both processing areas as well as non-processing area services. Processing area services include the International Techno Park and international market zones. And as for the non-processing areas, it includes all our commercial buildings, services, service apartments, residential flats, malls, hotels, and so on. Then there's the World Trade Association.
Christine, sorry to cut you. Your time is already up. So I would suggest that you quickly get to the budget and finish it off because you've not touched the budget yet.
Next slide, please.
Okay, looking into the budget, it's a 4-phase plan. The first phase is for which we have set aside 100 crore is for acquiring the required labor and skilled and unskilled labor, providing them with the required training and so on. And moving into the second phase, which is which is a 2-year period, which involves the will include a 3,000 crore budget, will be for the site development, landscaping, roads, drainage, and the utility tunnel creation. Moving into the third phase is actually where we will be. There will be the construction of the power generation, distribution plants, the waste management, segregation systems, all the ICT services, parking, and so on. And for this, that's rupees 15,000 crores. And now moving into phase 4, which is the last phase, is actually this is where we look into the real estate development. This is for developing offices, commercial buildings, residentials, and so on. And by the end of this, we hope that the goal is achieved. And this will ensure that there's employment opportunities. It will creation of a financial hub and so on. And yeah, this is a small scale idea of what the map would look like. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That was a great presentation, I think quite comprehensive. I will now hand it over to the judges for any questions if they have. Mr. Ramol and Professor Bhuvaneshwari.
Yeah. Professor, first.
I'm so sorry, we can't hear.
So you're not audible.
Professor Bhuvaneshwari, you could go ahead first. You can ask your question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, I hear. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
I was just wondering, it's an interesting presentation, and it had the ingredients, it has the right ingredients for a good recipe. I have a few doubts, because if you look at Paradise City, Ghost Cities itself has two origins, right? Both the terms that's given to you in the brief, the Ghost City and the Smart City, are very open-ended concepts, right? They are open to many interpretations. Like if you look at Ghost Cities, yeah, they are cities. The origin of ghost cities, if you look at it, there are two reasons. One is that there is an economic decline, and therefore investments are going out, economy is going out, and then the city is pretty hollowed out, okay? But you have a group of people who are caught in, who are necessarily the poor who cannot escape out of it, yeah? And the other version of ghost cities that you see in China is that you have this real estate dream, like the one that reminded me when I heard your phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, which priced out everybody, right? My question to you is, your proposal hinged itself too much on technical prowess, yeah? It's very technologically determined, the way you looked at smart cities and the way you interpreted smart cities. Smart cities have to be built by people, and everybody is not going to be the same. And a lot of the solutions that you gave in your smart cities in terms of economic sustainability, social sustainability, and environmental sustainability reminded me of the path that Bangalore took during Krishna's regime, and you know where it ended up, right? So my question is, how do you see democracy fitting in? Because, you know, technology can be both enabling and it can be a tool of control. And a lot of the words that you put in, governance, central government, and then it's not clear. And sometimes in one of your presentations, the word control itself came in. We'll control where people will go, where people will go. Human beings are not like that. And particularly city is a place which is much more flourishing. Whilst it's true, how do you navigate the technology is an issue for me. You talk of all the new technologies, but they are also going to come up with certain implications for the very sustainability and equity and justice that you're looking for in a city. Maybe you have it. It's a 10-minute presentation. It will be nice to hear your thoughts on it. That's my question.
Ma'am, may I take up the question?
Go ahead.
So, ma'am, actually the fourth industrial revolution is predicted to create millions of jobs, though that it will be a shift. There will be millions of jobs that will be created. And actually, one of our plans was that we would actually have a skill development center in our city itself. So this would actually train both the unskilled and the skilled labor for different things. So that is definitely one aspect that our city has looked into and will definitely try to, meaning, ma'am, we do understand the factor. And yeah.
Ma'am, can I continue? Right. So, ma'am, we see huge metropolitan cities in India and all over the world share the same problem of over traffic, overpopulation, and lack of waste management, lack of energy management. And it is so dependent on fossil fuels and exhaustible resources. And all of this is going to come to an end. So the core problem is that it is not sustainable. Now, right from the beginning of our city, if we instill these values of sustainability and teach people and the residents of our city, like, why is this required? Why are these measures needed? And how will this help us sustain our entire species, our population? Then I'm pretty sure that the population of our city would cooperate and follow the guidelines, because at the end of the day, they are the ones who are being benefited from the sustainable and organic lifestyle.
And sorry, ma'am, but to add on to what Christine and Snehal, like my teammates said, I just wanted to bring this fact forward that this is the ghost city on which we're actually working, right? So there's this area which is abandoned on the outskirts of the city, and we're actually creating a city over there. So our city, see, we have the funds, we are getting the funds from the government, right? We have the land. The only thing which is required here right now is establishment of, because an area, a lot of factors contributes towards abandoning of an area. It could be that there are not any employment opportunities, but we are creating employment opportunities for skilled as well as unskilled labor. And if it's sometimes like certain people are not, perfect for running a particular machine or a particular tool. So we are actually providing them that education to enhance and to use that machinery. So we are providing them employment. An area could be abandoned because it doesn't look, sometimes people value scenic beauty a lot, right? An area doesn't look pretty, so nobody wants to stay there. It's not beautiful or it's not enriched with greenery. We're also focusing on that as aspect, and we're also establishing environment sustainability. See, ma'am, every operation does has its merit and demerits. But the only thing which we can do is overpower the merits over the demerits and try to bring down the harm which is being caused. Construction would lead to a lot of damage to the environment. So we are trying to control it with establishment of the environment sustainability, all the measures we are bringing forward. So it's like a two-way chain, but it has to be worked on along, and we have to bring the upper side, like the positive side on an upper note, and we have to also work on decreasing the magnitude of the negative side to it.
Okay, can I just do a time check, please?
Can I just ask a question, please, if you don't mind?
Yeah. I hope, Professor Bhuvaneshwari, you got the response to your question. I hope you did.
I think in the interest of the time, I just leave it. I think what I'm trying to emphasize is that the people is largely missing in this whole presentation, right? It's very technological driven, and there is a certain assumption of how technology is going to work.
Okay. Actually, as Professor was saying, it's exactly the same thought I had. Basically, predominantly what you're talking about, we are talking about everything being perfect. In real life, it is not like that. In real life, there are issues, concerns. Other thing I just wanted to know, when you say sustainable solutions, I didn't see any examples of sustainable solutions that you think would bring in, which will benefit the city. See, because you're talking about pollution, you're talking about the other aspects. What kind of, if you can throw some light when you say sustainable solutions, what exactly do you mean by sustainable solutions? And can you give us some examples of what sustainable solutions you are proposing in the city?
All right, sir. I would like to take up that question. So what we essentially mean by sustainable solutions are solutions that are not use and throw. These are things which will sustain, which people can use again and again, and which will not cause further damage to the environment. This is something which will, continue the human race as it is, and it will reduce the impact that we have had on the earth till now. So a few of the solutions we can offer is that all one-use use and throw plastics will not be used in our cities, and we have also mentioned subsidies which will be provided to the citizens if they opt for greener options. And when it comes to farming and running industries, we are completely switching to a greener state of mind. When it comes to farming, we are using organic solutions for everything. We are replacing pesticides and insecticides with more eco-friendly options. And even when it comes to running industries like the textile industries, we will focus on the development of only eco-friendly fabrics such as cotton, silk, wool. These are all biodegradable fabrics. And when it comes to the running of banks and institutions, what do they basically require, which is bad for the environment? They require electricity and water and all of this. And electricity comes from...
Snehal, I'm sorry, I'll have to cut you again. We are really going to run short of time, and it will not be justice to the other teams. Please keep your answers short.
All right.
Your answers have been very long. Please try and brief it as much as you can, so that the other teams do not,
All I'm looking out as for examples, you say these are the sustainable solution example that we're going to implement. I'm just looking for solutions. You say that, okay, we are talking about, you mentioned about street lights. You
Yes, sir.
mentioned about other
Pick
aspects.
up the question.
About sidewalks. If you, we also mentioned, Christina, are you taking the sidewalks part?
Could I just take this? So quickly covering the points, I think it's mainly focusing on the new renewable energy sources such as solar, hydro, and so on. And other than that, rainwater harvesting is something that we're definitely looking into. Using technology to actually minimize, study the patterns so that we are actually reducing energy consumption, looking at the air quality. And so sustainability is not just limited to environment, it also looks into the well-being of the citizens. So in that sense.
Okay. I think we'll have to move on to the next team now. The judges can mark the team based on their presentation and the responses to the questions. I would now thank you, everyone. This was really great. And I hope you understood the questions and can think over them, later as well. I would now like to move on to the second team, which is also from the Christ University, Bangalore. It is comprising of Shreya, Sohail Sanjay, and Andy Matthew. I would request that you please share your screen quickly and please keep a time check. I will have to keep cutting you because we need the other teams to get equal time, okay? Over to you.
Ma'am, before we start, can we just confirm if the judges have received the judges document from our side?
Have received what?
The judges document. So we had created a complimentary judges document for the judges to refer. We've sent that to Saurav.
Yes, hi. So, ma'am, we've sent it to you on mail. They had two documents. They had a presentation and a Word document. Would you want to present it? Or what is it for? Could you tell us the purpose?
So it is the elaborate budget. We have not elaborated much on it in the presentation. So we wanted the judges to have it so that they will be able to refer.
So I think an option for it is share the screen for that as well. And you can elaborate on it while sharing the screen. So you can share two documents then.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll try that. Is this screen visible right now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Over to you.
And I think you can start. Is Anne not there?
I think she's having some network issues.
I think she's back. Anna's back.
Okay, one of you please start in the interest of time.
Yes, ma'am. I think Shreya, you can go ahead. We'll continue.
Yeah. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're presenting to you the El Dorado Digital City. And here's our plan. We're presenting this in the form of tiers. We have multiple tiers in which a digital city is built, and we've made sure that we've covered each of them. In the user tier, that is for the public. In the interest of the public, we're building houses and apartments made of plastic bricks, which is new. But considering the fact that there's a lot of plastic waste that we have in India, we can make this possible. So these will be 625 apartments holding 50 houses each. These will be built in a very conservative manner for the poor people and in the interest of the poor. Then we have smart education here. We have 10 government schools around the city. Yes, we've assumed an area of 300 square kilometers with about 2 to 2.5 lakh of population. So we've built schools for them which have smart boards and projectors, and they're completely smart. And we have a university and a research and development which can attract a lot of tourists from other places, which will also serve as an income for us. And then we have hospitals. These smart hospitals will help in providing world-class healthcare. And these will not only serve our own city, but also the neighboring states and cities who might want to come here for treatment. Then we have the business district. So we have two business districts mainly. The first one is for a central one. It is for a large-scale international companies to come over and invest in the city. And these are built as SEZs, aiming at FDIs. And then the other one is for small and medium enterprises in the interest of our own FDI, to promote the small and medium enterprises and to promote entrepreneurship within our own city, to promote people from our own city to come up and set up establishments and earn money. That these are the two business districts that we're looking at. And then moving on to the information tile. We're trying to be more sustainable, and in the interest of that, we're going to reduce the paper, and the governance of this city will be mainly through digitalized documents. Of course, the communication with the states and the nation cannot be done exclusively in digitalized form if the other governments want paper forms. But within the city, we will try to keep it digital. And then we have two applications, one for e-governance, that is all the government staff will be interconnected for facilitating communication or sharing information. This application will be extremely secure and only for the government to access and use. The next will be the citizen connectivity application. So this will be used to monitor the entire technology around the city. So in order to make sure that technology does not take over man, we are going to have this application to help the citizens talk about any problems that they face in the smart city or with any technology that they encounter. Moving on to the infrastructure tile. So here, firstly, we have charging stations. So we are looking ahead of time. So we have charging stations which have both petrol bunks for the cars right now functioning, as well as for the electric cars, we will have charging stations put up in the same places. So we will establish these, and then smart poles all around the city in the roads. Here we will have micro towers with Wi-Fi access points. So we are providing citywide Wi-Fi, and we will also have environmental sensors in these poles. It is inspired from the indoor smart city. And then we have the new wireless power transmission. That is, we do not require any wire here. So this has been recently introduced by Tesla, and we would try and incorporate this idea into our own plan. And then water management, we are going to bring in photo activated slot system, which is in the interest of the SDG goal of aquatic lives, and also to treat the wastewater. Again, for the waste management, we have a whole system planned where our public will be encouraged to segregate their waste into wet and dry waste. So personally, I'm sure most of us do not segregate our waste at home. So this will be an incentive where if the public, the residents of the city, segregate their waste and give it to us, we will pay them money per kg. And then what are we going to do with this waste? We're going to send the dry waste to a geothermal plant. And also in that same geothermal plant, we are going to collect all the food waste from marriages, hotels and houses. And we're going to pay the people, the hotels for these as well. And we're going to collect these and make geothermal energy out of it, from which we are going to use heat pumps instead of air conditioners for all our public places, like, yes, we're almost done, for offices, malls, etc., etc. And then with the dry waste, we're going to build a waste to energy plant where we convert our dry waste into electricity and we take it. Then we're going to practice vertical farming throughout. So we're going to have buildings, old buildings, and we're going to take up new buildings as well and construct. We're going to have vertical farming practiced, and we're going to have smart roads with traffic and parking. So we can move to.
Yeah, I'll be taking up from here. So
okay, time check, Sohail. Time check. Quick time check. You need to go fast on this. Sorry,
yes,
you need to go fast on the slides.
I'll be going a little faster here. So we'll be basically collaborating with Amazon so that the delivery system will be completely drone-based. We'll be going in phases. It will not be completely drone-based in the first phase. We'll be increasing it bit by bit. And we'll also have Alexa, which is basically an AI installed in every house so that it takes care of the security system because it is voice-based. Then we have smart health ATMs, which are like in place of primary health centers where the people can go and check their blood pressure, IBM, height indexes, etc. And they can also digitally have an appointment with the doctors if it is a minor issue. Then we have a new technology that is the ESOS toilets, which are basically self-cleansing, and also it is an smart toilet, which will be placed around the city. The cost is minimal because each would cost around 7 lakh rupees. And we have a central guidance system for the parking system that is almost in place in almost all the malls around India, where you can see a green light if there's a parking light available. So it is a central guidance system that can be accessed to the Wi-Fi that is provided citywide in the city. Talking about transportation services, we'll have two major modes of public transport. That is, one is a metro, which covers almost all places of the city, which circumnavigates the city so that we promote public transportation. We also have electric buses, which will be purchasing from the Swiss. Next, talking about tourism, we'll have 4 heritage sites. These heritage sites will be having architecture that has been in India from the Mughal dynasty, from the Sultanate dynasty. So in order to promote tourism, we'll have this heritage sites. Then assuming that we are near a river, we'll be developing the riverfront area with gardens, basement parking, and we'll also have a Cornish-like system that is there in the Gulf. We'll also be creating an indoor rainforest in order to attract tourists around the world. This will be a model based on the model that already exists in Dubai. Then smart malls, because we are producing geothermal energy on our own, we'll be completely getting rid of ACs for ventilation, and we'll be focusing on heat pumps. And also these malls will have all the guidance system. Then talking about other policies that we'll be following, one important thing is we'll not be selling any land to private owners. We'll not be giving any land for private ownership. We'll only be leasing the land, so that our policies of using plastic bricks and renewable energy, usage of renewable energy is followed. Then there will be terrace farming in almost all the apartments along with the vertical farming. This is to ensure that it is a self-sustaining agricultural system. Then we'll also have a contract with the neighboring cities electricity board, so that if we are creating excess energy, it can be transmitted to the board. And also if in times of need, the board can supply us with electricity. This system is already in place in some, this system is actually a system in progress in some states in India. Then we'll be focusing mainly on vertical farming. We'll be taking up old containers, that is shipping containers and old abandoned buildings, and we'll be converting them into vertical farming, so that we reduce the land requirement and also the water requirement. Statistics tell us that vertical farming requires almost 60 to 70% less water, and it can give multiple times the produce that is needed. And in order to invite foreign direct investment and also to create employment opportunities, we'll be creating a central business district that will be a special economic zone, so that it will have policies different than that of the other areas. And also the city would directly come under the central government and not under the state government, so that it gives some sort of autonomy. And one more important thing is that all the vehicles registered inside the city would be electric, and that would be a policy that we would follow in order to encourage people to move on to electric vehicles. Of course, if vehicles from outside the city enter, we have petrol pumps for the same. So
moving on to the timeline come action plan. So would you like to elaborate? Or
no,
so we've just divided the 5 years into quarters, and we're going to smartest to the lowest. First, I will go from the metro facilities, that is going to take out 5,000 crores. And then in the interest of vertical farming, we'll have to establish buildings, which will take 3,710 crores. And then for the redevelopment of land, considering the large number of land that we will have to redevelop and equip according to its usage, we'll have to take 3,000 crores for that. And then the university and the research and development lab that has to be internationally established will cost about 2,500. And then the heritage sites, about 1,260 crores. We're looking at the solar energy plant for the city at 1,200 crores. And then for the general operations, we'll have to establish a system. And for this, we will need about 1,000 crores. Apart from that, we'll also be collaborating with Alexa and Amazon, as Sohail had pointed out. And then for the central business center, this is to invite FDIs. And so we will be spending about 800 crores on this. And then for the malls, about 750 crores. The riverside development, so we're going to develop 4 sections around the rivers with gardens, parking, and a promenade and toilets with 741 crores. And apart from that, we've also allotted 469 crores for the rainforest, because we are trying to make this our USP, the city's USP, and this is going to be a main tourist attraction. So we're spending so much on that. And then the wastewater management, the whole system of geothermal energy and the waste to energy plant and the photo sludge system, that will take about 455 crores. And then the IT park that we're setting up, along with the government municipal office where all the governance will happen, will be about 430 crores. Then the MSC, the medium small enterprises, will take about 200 crores. And then the smart hospitals that we're establishing will take 150. Then the smart roads, that is, we're focusing at 11 highways and the other small roads to connect within the city, is about 135 crores. The houses for the poor, we're looking at very, very small conservative houses, which are made up of plastic walls, which is a new innovation. This will cost about 125 crores because these are apartments that are extremely conservative and simple. And then the employment that is needed to carry on all this work is going to be placed at 100 because we have a limited time of 5 years to set up the entire grand city. We're looking at a large employment. So that would cost about 100 crores. Then the smart education, about 10 government schools, construction plus smart features for 60 crores. The buses, transportation, about 50 crores. Then the wireless power transmission, it's pretty economical. It would cost about 18 crores. Then the police stations, fire brigades, we're looking at that cost at 15. Then the fuel stations, we're going to put up 50 numbers around the city so that there is one petrol station every 4 to 5 kilometers. This put up at 13 crores.
Shreya,
and yes.
Shreya, I'm sorry, I'll have to cut you. Yeah, that's fine. I think the budget is there and you can just put it up. And I think we'll now open it up. You're done, right?
Yes, ma'am. We're almost done. So we can
have already shared the documents. So if it is made available to the judges, it would be really helpful.
Yes.
You just show it here and I'll open it to the judges now for questions. We'll take the questions.
Can I attach it in the chat box, ma'am, if that is okay?
I think that should be fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
if
you're sharing it with the whole group. But yeah, over to Professor Bhuvna and Mr. Amol for the questions. We'll do the questions for the next 5 minutes and then we'll move on to the next group. So we'll do the questions till 5:12.
Just a minute. Sohail, can you please share that file here in the chat box, if you can?
Yeah.
While he's sharing the file, can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
What is your utopian imagination of the city? If I were to ask, what kind of a city did you envisage? Did you
I'm
think
sorry,
about
I didn't get you, ma'am.
See, you can think city is one is to think of city as a flat land and infrastructure. If you consider a Lego piece, right? You can consider a city like a Lego piece. You can put together various blocks together and then you can fit in the people. Or you can think of a city for people. So where did you start? Because I kind of get both your teams. Because the term smart automatically took you to this technological determinism and you put in everything that's possible technologically, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you are also going to deal with, somebody has to live in this city and it's going to be people, okay? And the very nature of the way we have organized our society, we are deeply implicated in capitalism, which is often going to produce this uneven development. So some of them are going to be very rich, who will fit into your technological dream, and some of them are not going to, right? And similarly, that is one question I had. Then similarly, you had linked to it, you had mentioned about land and property, right? And you had a certain imagination of property. And then when it came to water supply and sanitation, you were very silent about it, right? Which is one of the basic infrastructure. Whereas you elaborated a little bit on wastewater and electricity, etc. Then what struck me was you said you're going to put everything in the central government. At one level, you're centralizing everything. You're centralizing power. And in the same vein, you're saying that it's going to give autonomy. You know, there are a lot of tensions for me in your proposal. And that, to me, goes back to how you interpreted what is a smart city. And where it's the same question like the other one. What did you think? Is it all about technology and putting all?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for that question. Yes, you can take it.
Okay, if I may. Because this is very inevitable that we are moving towards a technologically advanced society. And in many books, many authors have already mentioned that we are going to have a new species. And basically, it is going to surpass the Homo sapiens and it is combined with AI. So these are all fiction, but there is some sort of truth to it as well. So basically, when we are creating a city for the future, we want that city to be compatible with the future. And because we are building it from the scratch, we would like to develop it as much as possible.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt?
Adding on to that, yes.
Can I interrupt?
Yes,
it's true. Technology is going to take you in a particular direction, right? We are already in 5G, 6G, and 7G has already come in terms of research. But there is something called negotiating the technology, taking into what is on the ground. So you are playing that negotiator's role. Yes, and what you're telling me is, this is the way the water is going to flow, let me flow with the water, right? That was my question.
So ma'am, thank you for that question. Adding on to what Sohail had told. So that is why we look at inviting people in. It is one thing to build a lot of things. It is one thing to put up a lot of technology, but we were very careful about inviting people to reside in the city. And that is why we tried to put in a lot of tourism and business. I mean, as you had said, it is a capitalist world. And we have business centers which are specifically meant, as you see, a huge proportion of our budget goes into that as well. So we're looking forward to all these companies as well. And we are sure that even these companies are moving towards such infrastructure. For example, Bangalore itself was rejected by many international corporations in spite of being such a technologically efficient city, just because they felt that the infrastructure was still not good enough. So we don't want that for our city. We want it to be good enough so that people come there, reside there, and they really like our city. And that is the kind of thing we're looking forward to. And considering the people, yes, we were very careful about not having the technology surpass the citizens. That is why if you see, all of these are under the control of the app and the citizens. None of these are here to there is no, you will not find a single technology that replaces a human here. All of these technologies serve the human and makes their work easier. It does not replace anybody. So that is the way we visioned this city. We were careful to not replace a human, but to help a human, and yet invite a lot of investments.
Yeah, I would just as to what Doctor was saying, Professor was saying, I think the practicality is, I can see that in the presentation.
I think you're not audible.
Facilitate everything via technology. You can have. Yeah, I'm saying if I were to choose to decide and live in a city, my first thing is going to be not what technology benefits can be offered to in that city, but what is the human connect that I'm going to be facilitating. I think somewhere that seemed to be missing in your presentation. All you've been talking about, both just the earlier presentation and your presentation, we're talking about technology solutions. We are talking, this can be done. Everything can be done if they buy technology. But the point is, how is it going to connect to the humans, and how is it going to benefit me as a citizen of the city is something which I didn't see in the earlier presentation, neither did I see in your presentation. What you're talking about is predominantly technology. This solution, you could put in a 4G, you can put a 5G, or you could put in, you could get Tesla into it and all those things. That is fine. How at the end of the day, I have to live in the city, and I don't decide and I don't choose a city based on what technology solutions are implemented in the city. Yes, that is one selling point. You could use it, but how is that connect going to happen, which is going to make my life easier as a citizen, in the city? What is it going to do? When you talk about waste management, what is it going to do on waste management? If you're talking about vertical farming, how is it? How are you going to help me implement it for vertical farming? There needs to be a plan for that. I didn't see anything of that sort anywhere in the presentation. All I saw was, yes, we're going to do vertical farming.
Okay, sir. So thank you for that question. We'll just make it short. Yes, we'll have it short. So if you see each of these technologies just serve the people. So here, if you see smart boards, which are going to help your kids learn better, and these geothermal plants or solar plants, they're going to make your electricity bill cheaper and yet affordable and sustainable for your own kids to have electricity later. You have heritage sites which have touchscreen banking.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Whatever technologies you're mentioning, they are not cheap. Okay, that is very clear. If you're talking about geothermal and all those aspects of it, I think why are you not looking at as a solution as simple as biogas? Why aren't you looking at a solution? Because if you see the government today in their plans also is talking about replacing petrol with biogas. So there are simpler solutions. All I'm saying is what is coming out is we are so driven by technology that we are talking about solutions that may be ahead of their time today also or in the future also. There are basic solutions which are available, which are practical, which are doable. And in a country like India, that is what is required rather than going in for the solutions that you mentioned. Simple solution. Why can't you look at biogas? Why can't you look at composting? Why can't you look at smart streetlights you mentioned? Yes, they can be used. You could do so. Those kind of things. I think that is what is more practical rather than going and saying, we'll have a 4G, 5G, 6G, and I need a Tesla. I don't need a Tesla. How many people today, Tesla with all those things that he's been talking about, not one single car has been delivered.
Yes, sir. You don't need a Tesla today.
So, sir,
but the thing is, yeah.
Guys, just a minute. All I'm saying, it is good to dream that yes, we should bring in Tesla, we should bring in so-and-so guys and everything. But the point is it really practical? What we need is practical solutions on ground which will work.
So just to conclude,
rather than
yeah. We'll have to cut you here, Shreya and Sohail. I think passionate conversation, very important feedback. Please use it in your next presentation wherever you're going to use this. But I'll have to really cut you here. We have less than half an hour left, 2 more teams, and we want to hear Professor Bhuvna and the closing comments. So we cannot let them go without that. So I'll have to really cut you here. Please, let's move on to group 3. Group 3 is from our neighborhood, from the Ashoka University. And group 3 is Yashraj, Idhant, S. Bansali, and Hema Simha. Guys, quickly share your presentation and please keep your slide moving faster. We cannot go beyond the time. So please be careful of the time. Thank you.
While Hema Simha, okay. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Good evening, respected judges, the audience online, and my fellow participants. The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it, by Robert Swan. We must be the ones to introduce the change towards sustainability and a sustainable lifestyle in general. With this, we, Yashraj, Samveg, and Hema Sinha, will introduce you to our city, Unnati Gram. And in the next 10 minutes, with very practical solutions, we will explain to you how we'll transform this ghost town into a glory town. Next slide, please. Yes. So we'll be focusing a lot on the UN Sustainable Development Goals like no poverty, zero hunger. And I would also like to share that the core feature of our city is the concept of sustainable development as defined by the Our Common Future report, which states that we are meeting the needs of the current generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. And we'll also try to come as close as possible to the radical concept of environmental democracy, wherein the success of 10 people doesn't come at the detriment of 1. This will be a democratized city, not like Ralegan Siddhi in Maharashtra, where Anna Hazare did redevelop that town, however, using autocratic means. This will be a democratized, decentralized process.
Let's begin with the city design. The city is divided into 3 parts: the residential city, education city, knowledge city, and the entertainment city. So water source in between, and both sides of it, we have an artificial forest. Beside the artificial forest, we'll be having a permaculture farm, which grows food in a symbiotic relationship with the land and completely organic. We are using the town plan system by an ancient Vedic system called the Nandyavata model, which optimizes traffic flow, easier commute, optimizes parking spaces. It gives different shapes of convenient leisure spaces and also makes laying down gas and drainage pumps very, very easy. Now let's look at how we feed and inundate the city. Like I mentioned before, we will be having a permaculture farm on either side of the river, which is a very sustainable way of growing your own food. Hydroponic farming, that is farming without soil, only on water, will go hand in hand with rainwater harvesting on the rooftops of all residential areas. We'll also be encouraging residents to grow 10% of their food at home. We will be also giving tax holidays and other such benefits to vertical farming agri-tech startups. Now, how do we change the entire supply chain? We change the supply chain by using something called a blockchain, the blockchain technology. Using the blockchain technology, we unify the entire market and make the entire movement of goods transparent. So the prices that the farmers need to get transparently, they will be getting it. We will be using something called smart contracts, which will make the entire process very, very safe and simple. We're including a little bit of machine learning for soil scanning, water, light, humidity, temperature management. And all of these will go to the Agri Research Lab that we want to set up on our own in the Knowledge City. Smart water management. At the core of the plan is to make it sustainable. So the smart water management system is a cycle system when the water gets treated with the flow of the water itself, without using extra electricity for the movement of water for pumping of water into the reservoirs and water treatment plants. We're also looking at staggered water management system, wherein 30% of the water will be fulfilled by rainwater harvesting. So we integrate rainwater harvesting and make it compulsory for factories to sign up for at least one recycling plant.
For waste, we will use compulsory color-coded dustbins and then perform a central resegregation to completely sort the waste and make it reusable. Later, we plan to sell some of this waste to raise revenue and build biofuel plants for energy generation. We also plan to reduce waste through machine learning to monitor waste generation and encourage eco-friendly products. Next slide. For electricity, we are using solar energy, thus having staggered solar panels on buildings and floating solar panels near steady water bodies. We will also maximize renewable energy generation which will maximize renewable energy generation. Additionally, using organic waste, we will generate some electricity through biofuel plants. We also plan to distribute through underground cables in a grid structure where each cable is within 500 meters of the main supply line. Smaller feeder lines to individual homes, buildings, and society complex are provided as and when they develop. For connectivity, underground optical fibers shall ensure fast connectivity for data collection and can be used for later for Wi-Fi to citizens. Secure underground data centers are at the heart of the city. Mobile towers, even at remote locations, will help quick connectivity, especially farmers and etc. For education city, we have state-of-the-art. We are encouraging state-of-the-art education centers that invite experts from various places, and we encourage philanthropy for funding of universities. Research labs and libraries will drive innovations in cities like Stanford, ensure a skilled workforce, and its research aids in innovation, like in the Silicon Valley. Reskilling centers skill unskilled youth and help people acquaint with new technologies. Smart buildings filled with solar walls, sky gardens promote natural airflow and cooling. Green ventilation systems will keep the building cool, thus there'll be better airflow. Low-rise buildings will help light reach the ground since we are rooftop farming, and we are better for health, and it will be better for health and welfare, especially of the elderly. Smart parking systems thus ensure minimum travel for parking too.
Okay, 4 minutes more. So I quickly suggest that you quickly move on to the finance part.
Model to have a clinic every 2 kilometers. We're recording all the medical records in one medical data bank so that we all have a structure of how the medical healthcare system is going. And we'll also be using blockchain technology for organ donation and health records, which makes the process safe and transparent. Governance is at the core of the entire system. We're going to manage all administrative systems using blockchain system, which makes it more transparent so people can see the public records. And this will cut down the entire red tapeism that we see in other cities. Carbon trading. So now when we are using ensure sustainability and to incentivize people who are actually doing it well, we are going to introduce a system called carbon trading, where every factory or office which helps in which reduce the greenhouse emissions will be credited with some money, while factories and industries with more than regulated amount of above threshold will be penalized. Now people make the city. So the core of the entire process has been transparency and self-sufficiency. There is pride in growing your own food. There is pride in having your own water. There is pride in being able to commute in a safe manner. And the core of this is the blockchain technology, which we have ensured in the welfare schemes, healthcare, and also other agriculture technology.
Right.
You are practically done with your time. So I quickly suggest that you please do your budget.
Yes, we are on our budget, ma'am, and we are monitoring our time. Thank you.
Yeah,
we'll do it in 2 minutes. So as for the timeline, we'll have it in phases with the completion of projects. So we'll start with inviting investors, taking out tenders, and starting the construction. I would like to directly go to the budget and explain you the timeline through it. Right. So this is our budget, and this is a very, very practical and rational budget, wherein we have taken the actual costs of the current equipment in the current age, and then we have applied it here. Just for example, when you see buses, we'll be procuring 400 buses per year from Tata, and we'll invite other tenders as well. Each of these buses costs 74 lakhs according to 2018 prices. When we buy it in bulk, we'll get it for 50 lakhs. Now, metro, why don't we have a metro rail? According to the metro rail policy, a city of 20 lakhs cannot have a metro rail. Second, we cannot have a metro rail because it costs 400 to 500 crores per acre. So in a budget of 23,000 crores, you cannot have a metro rail. Now, we'll be getting 2,000 buses, standard buses. Along with these, we'll have a rationalized transport system that is being developed in Delhi right now, wherein buses run through the main roads and then the arterial roads. And finally, in the inner circle, there will be buses that connect you to any part of the city. Also, we'll have electric vehicle charging points at individual homes because there'll be solar panels. And we'll also try to develop electric vehicle charging points through public-private partnership. So this is our cash flow. You can see that we have it subdivided into healthcare, sewage, water. And at the end, we do have a few thousand crores left to run the city and have the revenue expenditure working. This is our presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Quickly, the next 5 minutes for questions. We are already short of time. So let's just try and wrap the questions in 5 minutes. Over to Professor Bhuvana and Mr. Ramol.
This is Amol. I think my feedback would be this: whatever you presented is practical. It is doable. I think that's would be my feedback. So I think I have nothing else to question or ask anything.
Thank you, sir.
Only one concern I have is: do you really think that whatever the budget is, you've been given, would you be able to really use it the way you're proposing it, or do you think any kind of an issue that you might face there?
Professor, we will be employing a lot of blockchain and this transparent process in the disbursing of funds, which will mean that there will be a central ledger online, which has a database of all transactions taking place. So everybody and anybody will have access to that information, so that there is no under the table transaction.
No, I'm not talking about under the table transaction. I'm talking about the practicality of implementing all that you have mentioned in the presentation in the span of 5 years.
Long answer short, we will be.
We are looking at inviting a lot of firms also. So there'll be private-public partnerships. that will actually help us implement all these things that we aim for, and we aim to be very quick with it.
And sir, as also for the disbursement of funds, so just as an example, a very large hospital was created in Bhavana in Delhi under the AAP government for 200 crores. We have allocated 400 crores for building healthcare facilities for every financial year. So that is close to 1500 crores. So we can use these funds in a staggered manner to develop this. And that hospital was developed in 2.5 years. We have 5 years. So we will easily be able to complete this in a timely process.
Sure, sure.
Okay, great. Professor Bhuvana, would you have any other question or can we move on to the next?
Yeah, I just have a comment. Thank you very much for your presentation. You started very well. It was interesting to see that you had this line put in on sustainable lifestyle, and also you put it on environmental democracy. But I think when you unpack the solutions, there's a certain tendency to control and centralize power. And that's a comment for all the groups, that you think that technology can somehow neutralize power. And that's not going to happen. There is enough literature on socio-technical determinism and also social construction of technology. Technology is a choice you make. The kind of technologies you had mentioned, drone, blockchain, all of these are aggregating technology, and it's going to strengthen the status quo. So my comments to you is think through, because some of the solutions that you gave for healthcare, we have allocated 400 crores. It's not a question of allocation. It's a question of whether you are putting your bid in preventive healthcare or you're putting your bid in curative healthcare. A lot of the solutions that you essentially come out with is in tension with your own stated visions that you're talking about. Similarly, you can think of organizing activities in space in a much more compact way. You do not necessarily need buses of inner corridor and outer corridor. You can reorganize the activity. These are some things that I think, in the interest of time, just think through it. Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Bhuvana. We'll now move on to the next group. Thank you, Group 3. Quickly, because like I said, and you can see the time, it's already 5:33. We were supposed to end at 5:45. So I quickly want the Group 4 to do it in the next 10 minutes without stretching, and then Q&A in 5 minutes so that we can hear Professor Bhuvana speak with her closing comments. Please, Group 4, which is going to be Ritvik Garg, Pranav, Nikhil Gupta, and Anuj.
Ma'am, the share screen has been disabled.
Vidyut, can you please give them rights? Just try it. You should have got the rights because I already said this to Vidyut a while back. Yes, we can see your screen. Just quickly get into it. And please close it at 5:45. Okay, your screen is visible. We can't hear you. You're probably on mute, whoever is talking.
Hello. Yeah, hello everybody. I welcome you all here. So we are Team Ignite from TAPME presenting you all our smart city planning. Anuj, can you change the slide? So our initial model is based on a smart city named Bhopal, and our costing is based on a smart city named Indore. So basically 20% of our investment will be received from government allocation, and 80% of the investment will be received from private partners. The main idea behind this is that private partners tend to bring with themselves their technological development and advancement, which government entities in no condition can compete with. So this expertise, when they bring, it definitely stimulates competition among private partners, because in Bhopal itself, there is Gammon India and there is DLF India. So wherever smart city is built, the partnership and the competition, it harbors a lot of stimulation, and therefore we've gone with P model. Anuj, can you change the slide? So our vision for the smart city is a fully functional IT hub within 10 years. And we have segmented the geographical area into different functional units. For example, there is a separate block for housing, There is a separate block for administration, recreational activity, etc. Now this is a ghost town. There is already a set infrastructure, so there is no point in going from the starting building and infrastructure. The strategic component of area-based development in smart cities are improvement, city renewal, and city extension. So first point in city development is retrofitting. Retrofitting will introduce planning in an existing built-up area to achieve smart city objectives along with other objectives to make the existing area more efficient and livable. In retrofitting, an area consisting of more than 500 acres will be identified by the city in consultation with the citizens, depending on existing level of infrastructure and services. So just see that there are already existing house, and if you provide additional services into those house, they will be able to cater to smart city objectives. The second is redevelopment. Redevelopment will affect a replacement of existing built-up area, environment, and enable co-creation of a new layout with enhanced infrastructure using mixed land use and increased density. So there will be a lot of things that needs to be redeveloped and changed, and that will be taken care by redevelopment strategy. The third point is the greenfield development will introduce most of the smart city solutions in a previously vacant area. Now this is a ghost city and there has to be a lot of vacant area. Greenfield development will cater to that particular part of area, and smart city involves a lot of new creation. So greenfield development will take that into consideration. And then there is pan city development. There are some services that whole of the city needs. So that will be taken care under pan city development. Now, as one of the judges previously said, we do realize the human component of this, and not a single person goes to a city just because there are some additional and good facilities provided by it. There has to be something concrete that the city provides. And that is why we have based our city into a university and an IT hub. So basically, we have allocated a lot of fund into building universities, and those universities will produce a lot of future IT consultants and employees. And this harbors and additional investment into IT hubs will make it a university and a IT hub, and therefore a lot of new population will be attracted, and it will also be fostered with our additional technological services that we provide. Anuj, can you change the slide? So housing, 75% city will be based on retrofitting. There are already existing houses and they just need to be retrofitted. Services like smart water meters, garbage RFID disposal, solar powered electricity. So under solar powered electricity, in the old houses, 10% of it will be solar powered. And green building infrastructure, you can change a existing infrastructure of a house to make it green and such that no air conditioning is required. Solid waste management, incentivizing rainwater harvesting through tax cuts. So 25% and the other 25% of the city will be based on greenfield development. Now, keep in mind, this is the vacant area that we are going to use now. So all the previous amenities that I told you about before, like smart water meters, solid waste management, will be here also. But as these are new buildings, 40% of them will be solar powered, and at least 15% of the housings will be affordable housings.
Ritvik,
yes, ma'am.
Ritvik, it's been 9 minutes and you're on slide 4. I really suggest that you go fast. I cannot let you go beyond 5:45. So if you leave out 10 slides, I will not be able to help you.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, so just keep that in mind and go quickly, really quickly, please.
So under, I'll just take administration. Under administration, we have community bodies. Under municipal bodies, these community bodies have representatives from each and every community, and they help in administration and grievance addressal. Anuj, you can move on to the next slide. Hospitality sector. So each citizen will be equipped with a health band to monitor their health, and it will be connected to common database that provides info about prior condition and health issues. It will also provide notification for sudden emergencies, fatal injuries, etc. And based on WHO guidelines, 10,000 beds will be incorporated in 15 hospitals. The guideline is that there has to be 5 beds for every 1,000 people living. Anuj, you can move on to the next slide. Nikhil will take up this slide.
All right. So when we talk about the technological part of a smart city, so we have come up with a few pointers. That first one is the traffic management, in which we will be using the co-sharing method, where we will be discouraging the private ownership. Now, next concept will be reprogrammable spaces, in which there is a particular space and which can be reprogrammed into a community center, into a yoga center. So it can be reprogrammed into many other things. Specifically, then again, we have high internet speeds, which will be allocated into very specific public spaces. Now, we will have sensors for water grid management because through our analysis, we found out that most of the losses are happening through water leaks. So we need a check on that. Similarly, we will be promoting the use of hydrogen as a fuel to generate electricity. And there will be a few checks where we can actually measure what is the performance of the carbon that each and every individual is producing from a single household. So these type of checks will be incentivized for people who have lower footprints. You can go forward. Yes, Ritvik, you can take it.
Yeah. So under PPP model, we've taken, as I said before, that we've taken example of Indore. So in Indore, yearly 7,600 on an average 7,600 rupees were spent on smart city development. So we figured that 23,000 for 5 years will be too less of an investment, and therefore we keeping in mind the capital and revenue part of it. So we took help from our private partners, and with this, our whole investment comes down to 1,92,000. So for housing, we've spent the bulk part of our investment in housing, and as well as technology, along with roads and transport. But as I said before, that academic institutions still take the most part of it, as this is a university hub as well as IT hub, and our yearly investments on each of those. So in first year, we are spending 38,700, which is much more than the rest of the years. And the investment keeps on going decreasing, as the bulk of the investment in later parts of the year is more of revenue expenditure. Anuj, you can take up the next slide.
Right. Thank you, Ritvik. So I'll quickly take you through the project planner. I won't get into details of it since we're short on time. So I'll talk about how housing as well as retrofitting works hand in hand. We're working on housing, but just like Ritvik said, majority of our project would be retrofitting the existing infrastructure. So the subsidiary activity would be beginning from day one. Meanwhile, we would also be working on installing healthcare facilities, the first 4 hospitals that would be retrofitted, and then development of the next 4 hospitals. So the overall model would be as population comes through to live, we would provide them facilities then and there. We would not be creating all the infrastructure at one time. We'll be doing it in phases according to the population. Now, talking about all the major components, we've created provisions in our plan for all the technology that might come to the system. So the first thing that comes up is smart grid. If you look at Andhra Pradesh, we see a huge upsurge in smart grids, and the incentive here is the cost of electricity is very cheap because it's a hybrid model. You generate electricity from your solar panels as well as from the traditional source of electricity, and whatever the balance is there, you have to pay only for that. So it's a very doable solution, and we'll create provision for it in the building. So this is a primary incentive to stay in this particular city. Improve lighting systems and control. Again, this is a system that has been implemented in smaller cities like Udaipur. Improve heat recovery and storage. This is part of the architectural program in the retrofitting itself. Water management system is real-time data acquisition.
Okay, Anuj, I'll have to cut you. Otherwise, we won't be able to have the judges speak. It was a great presentation. I think you already talked about these things in the previous slides. So I'll now hand it over to the judges for questions and then quickly have them make their closing remarks. And I forgot to mention that this group is from the TA Pi Management Institute, Manipal. I'm sorry, I forgot to say that. Yeah, over to the judges, please.
Yeah, so Anuj, Anuj and the team, I have a question. Basically, you are saying that these 80% of your funding is going to come from private, partners. How are you going to ensure revenue for them? Because all you're talking about so far, what I've seen is the investment part of it. Because we need to ensure revenue. How is that the revenue is going to be, handled and managed? Because no private investor would put in money and then say, forget about it. So what is your revenue model? Can you please explain a little bit on that?
Can I add my question because it's connected? I also had a feeling when I heard your presentation, whether I was reading on one of those consultant smart city plan projects, right? 20% private, public, 80% private, and then everything that's put in. It's not quite clear to me, like Anmol sir raised, that what was your idea? How did you think these various elements are fitting in, apart from the revenue itself?
Ma'am, I'm not quite clear on your question, but
basically I want to know, how did you start thinking about what is a smart city? And why did you come to this conclusion that there should be 80% private investment, 20% public investment, and then...
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, so...
And then you used words like retrofitting. I have other questions, but I'm not getting into it. You use words like green development, brown development. These are all straight from a smart city consultancy plan. And it's also your institutional framework is again there. And you're layering it in a place where there are legally loopholes. And that's why I was pretty surprised. How did you come to this solution?
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, so what we've tried to do is we've tried to model our smart city planning on an existing plan, and so a hybrid of the public and private partnership. It has been already done in Bhopal, but not to this extent where they are applying technological advancement. So to keep our plan into a practical sense, we've taken a hybrid model of what has already been done along with what we seek to do. So,
okay, Ritvik, can I interrupt? That's what Anmol sir was asking. This is how the India Smart City Plan started. That all the private sector is going to come and donate the money.
Correct. In fact, if you see today also, every smart city has a smart city private limited company that was created. And what is happening today? The government departments, and they don't see eye to eye. And nothing is really happening. If you see today, frankly speaking, out of the so-called 100 smart cities, only you could count on fingers, maybe 25 of them are on track. Rest of them don't even know what they're doing with the funds. And that's why the funds are also not getting allocated by the central government. So my only concern is that if you are bringing in all these guys and you're saying that, okay, the 80% private, see, no private investor is going to do a charity, whether it is a smart city or whatever. They are not there for charity. How are you going to ensure them revenue? Because there's no other way. I didn't see a revenue model coming anywhere in your presentation. Your concepts are good. All this is fine. This is exactly what is a KPMG would put in and say, okay, fine, we should do this retrofit and all those. That is perfectly fine. But where is the revenue model? Because 80% you're saying is going to be funded by a private investor. Why should I put in 80? Why should I put in 80% in your project? If you could answer that question for me.
Yes, sir. Sir, so a bunch of incentives are planned for private sector to come in, such as tax cuts. And so, sir, right now when they are investing heavily in this particular city, so they'll be given tax cuts for next 5 years. And these tax cuts. So, sir, anyway, we'll be spending money in our revenue expenditure in later part of the years. So if you can give tax cuts in future, but take money from them right now. So, sir, the concept of net present value. So net present value will be more for the government right now. And therefore, we've gone with this model.
No, let's say I'm a builder. Let me just quickly elaborate. I'm a builder. And you come to me and say retrofit this thing or build new houses. Why should I put in money in your project? Because see, at the end of the day, why should you kindly answer that question?
Yes,
why should we put in money in the project?
Sir, so
I'm a builder.
Okay,
Ma'am, I'll just take a minute. I'll just answer.
We don't have a minute. Also, I'm sorry. I hope that. So please take in the comments, work on it, and it will help you probably in your future presentations. We cannot go beyond this. I think the judges have fair questions. Please think over it, and you don't need to have the answers right away. But this is just for your futures. Think about it. With that, because we have a next session beginning at 6 o'clock, and we really cannot push it. It's the same Zoom session. So now with that, that were the teams that we had. All presentations were really good. I was really impressed personally. And with that, I want to thank the student community of JSPF that organized, this, communicated with the various colleges and got this, through. The results will be declared tomorrow, but I want Professor Bhuvaneshwari to give the closing remarks, and then we can close this. Professor Bhuvaneshwari, please.
Yeah. Thank you all. It was interesting to listen to all of you, and interesting to listen all your video. Okay. Thanks to all of you for this interesting presentation. You've all thought through the technological solutions very well. And yes, it's true. But the only thing that I would urge is please do keep in mind that a city is a place which is characterized by diversity in terms of people and in terms of activity, right? And whereas in a lot of your thinkings, one of the concerns that I had, and I think it will be useful to think through, is where do different types of people fit in here? Okay? You're not going to have uniformly, how to put it, a lot of these dreams that you presented today, imaginations of the city that you presented today, to me seem like a middle class and elite dream of what a future city should be. Where are the other groups coming in? That's one thing. Okay. This is just I'm raising points for your thinking. It's not. Please don't take it as negatively. Yeah, one. And second thing is the third group, which is from Ashoka University. They talk about an interesting point on sustainable lifestyle. But when they translated it into solutions, they went back to the same old solution of centralized grid, AI, drones, blockchain technology. The reason I'm telling you this is we see how drones and AIs are implemented, and I can give you a case evidence in Orissa where drones are used to do a land survey and property rights are going to be completely reorganized. Okay. And end of the day, we human beings, as Kant would say, we have this animal instinct and we also have this moral instinct within us, right? But the animal instinct always tell us to survive and always tell us to self-preserve. And therefore we are constantly trying to aggregate power. And that's a reality within which you're going to operate. And cities are that. So whereas, please do take into account, you're talking about people, cities are about people, and where people contest with one another to claim city resources, right? And the smart city is fitting within this larger contestation. And therefore, what it means when you overlay a technology, who's going to benefit from it and who's going to lose out? And what are you going to do to negotiate on behalf of the losers? Yeah, that's very critical. When you talk about solutions like public-private partnership, who are these private people? We talk about these categories as if they are homogeneous, happy categories. State is bad, private is good. Is it so? Who are these private people? Think of smart city itself. It's a lot of these projects are large developers' dream. That's one thing. And second thing, the one that I wanted to close with is basically do think of the relationship between technology, power, and people. And then you can figure out what kind of a smart city you would like to design, where everybody can live equitably and everybody can realize their freedom. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Bhuvaneshwari. I think with that, we come to a close. Next session, people are already starting to join. So thank you to the judges, Mr. Amol and Professor Bhuvaneshwari once again for taking out time to do this. Really great presentations. Thank you to all the students and to the students at JSPF who organized this.
Shalini, sorry, if I may come in terms of the winners of this competition, how is that going to be announced? If you can just mention that, that would be helpful as well.
So we'll collate the results from both the judges and we'll announce it tomorrow.
Yeah, after the session, we'll be sending out an email and announcing this.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Very good, guys. And these were mostly first year students. Only the last group was second year. So which was pretty impressive.
Thank you, professors. Thank you, Shalini ma'am.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good evening and rest of the weekend.
Just 1 minute. I'm just going to get something.
We are live, sir.
Are we live?
We are live, sir. You can start.
Oh, okay. All right, great. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this keynote session in the Global Finance Conclave. My name is Omlan Dasgupta. I'm an associate professor in the School of Banking and Finance at Jindal Global University, and I'm also the Assistant Dean Research. So I'm actually trained as an economist myself. But I mainly work in development economics and environment, so not very exciting. So I'm really, really happy and privileged to get this opportunity to talk to one of the stalwarts in macroeconomics and financial economics. So everybody, please join me in welcoming Professor Viral Acharya. This is the point where in a normal session you would have an applause, but times are hard. So, so before we start off, so before we start off, of course, let me introduce you. Professor Viral V. Acharya is the CV Star Professor of Economics in the Department of Finance at New York University Stern School of Business, that's NYU Stern, and an academic advisor to the Federal Reserve Banks of New York and Philadelphia. As an academic, of course, Viral has had a stellar record. He started off with a bachelor's degree in technology and computer science from the Indian Institute of Technology in Mumbai in 1995. And from then he went on for a PhD in finance from NYU Stern in 2001. And of course now Viral is a full professor at NYU Stern. That itself is a testament to how successful he has been. Viral's primary research interests are in theoretical and empirical analysis of systemic risk of the financial sector, its regulation and its genesis in government-induced distortions. And this inquiry cuts across several other strands of research: credit risk, liquidity risk, their interactions and agency theoretic foundations, as well as their general equilibrium consequences. He is very widely published, and he has published in the top journals in both economics and finance, includes American Economic Review, Journal of Finance, and so on and so forth. And it's not just in academics, but he has also been associated with various important financial institutions in different roles, in advisory roles as well as directorial roles. For example, Viral was the director of the National Stock Exchange of India and the NYU Stern Initiative on the Study of Indian Capital Markets, a director of Western Finance Association, and a member of the International Advisory Board of the Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, and the Advisory Council of the Bombay Stock Exchange, BSE. But more importantly, and perhaps much more relevant for the session today, is the fact that from 23rd January 2017 to 23rd July 2019, Viral was acting as the Deputy Governor at the Reserve Bank of India, in charge of monetary policy, financial markets, financial stability, and research. And during this time, his various speeches and various other thoughts have been collected in his latest book, which actually shares the same title as the title of this keynote session, which is The Quest for Restoring Financial Stability in India. So with that introduction, let me start off the discussions for today. So the Global Finance Conclave this year has been in the shadow of the pandemic. COVID-19 pandemic, of course, and we are discussing various strategies that the country can follow to get back on its feet, basically. And in this respect, the quest for financial stability is perhaps one of the most important questions that we have to answer going into the future. Let me start with the title itself, the quest for financial stability in India, or for restoring financial stability in India. And financial stability is, of course, as it is, it's very clear that for the central bank, this is a major mandate. And I'm sure you are also very passionate, you feel about this as well. But it may not be one of the most salient things in the minds of general Indian public. And that is something which is perhaps due to the fact that we have not had, at least in my living memory, I don't really recall incidents where the banking system has completely broken down and there has been bank runs and so on and so forth. And you have discussed this also in your book, and you have talked about the reasons for that. But you still believe that financial stability is something that is of very serious import. And this is something that should also be a concern for general public. So I would like you to first address this idea that how afraid should we be about this? And in this context, I would like to mention that right at the beginning of this conclave, we had a session, the inaugural session actually, and we had Mr. Jimmy Tata, Group Head and Chief Risk Officer from HDFC India. And he spoke about the package that the government had come in with to address this pandemic and the lockdown, and how it really did very well, and he spoke very highly of it. And the whole idea was, of course, to keep the economy afloat, but at the same time, it leads to a lot of government expenditures. Now, do we really need to be worried about, in the end, the government itself, perhaps not being able to satisfy its commitments? Can there be a situation like that, given the foreign exchange reserves that we have, given the strength of our financial system? Maybe you can start with your thoughts on that.
Yes, thank you, Amlan, and thank you, Ram, for inviting me for this conversation. A very good evening to all of you, and I hope you and your loved ones are doing well and continue to stay well during these challenging times. See, in India, financial stability doesn't play out like violent market reactions or bank runs. In my book, this quest for restoring financial stability, one of the terms that I didn't realize would get a lot of attention was actually the notion of a silent crisis. In India, what we witness is a silent crisis where bank balance sheets are deteriorating in quality, the non-performing loans are mounting, the skin in the game of shareholders, it could be the government as the principal shareholder in public sector banks, is declining. And the risk-bearing capacity of these institutions keeps dwindling as a result of the large legacy losses that they have incurred. Now, if a sovereign stands behind you as a bank, of course, the depositors, maybe even the wholesale financiers of these banks, don't fret and fume and vote with their feet in terms of pulling the money out. But the question is the bank serving the intermediation functions for the real economy well or not? Ultimately, why do we care about bank failures? If bank failures did not impact the real economy, we would not really be concerned about them. We care about bank failures only because it has an impact on lending outcomes, intermediation functions, and through that, the level of economic activity in the economy. Now, what happens in a silent crisis of the type that goes on in, say, China, where also many banks are state-owned, there's a huge number of state-owned enterprises, just like India, we are like a slightly less extreme version of the Chinese system in that sense. What happens is that banks which are undercapitalized do only two types of lending. They do what is called a zombie lending, So zombie lending is where you extend the maturity of your defaulting borrowers' loans and pretend as though everything is okay. It's called evergreening. Just like Kishore Kumar's songs from Aradhna, these loans are always evergreen. You know, they never default. Nothing happens to them. 10 years, 20 years down the line, it's the same borrowers borrowing from the bank because the banks are just continually rolling over these loans regardless of whether the borrowers are paying them or not. Now, this is extremely wasteful allocation of resources through the banking system. The sovereign is standing behind many of these institutions. In case of public sector banks, almost fully. Depositors, as a result of this sovereign backing, are putting their money into these banks as their savings, and the savings are getting allocated to among the worst borrowers of the economy. The other kind of lending that they do is what is called as lazy lending, where because they don't have any risk capital and don't want to make fresh loans because those could now become loss-making and wipe out further the skin in the game that the shareholders have. Or the manager may lose their job if the capital cushion becomes very, very thin. So they just keep buying government bonds. Why is there every quarter a call for the central bank to lower interest rates, keep the yield curve in check by going out and buying government bonds, etc.? While, of course, the sell-side analysts are speaking for their own bank's positions many times in the government bond market, a part of these calls that start every quarter in India is because banks are owning huge quantities of government bonds. And if you go and look at Indian banks, the undercapitalized public sector banks are amongst the biggest buyers as a percentage of their balance sheet of government bonds. So the tragedy of not having a run in India is that the entire middle tier of borrowers, which is healthy, so they sit between defaulted private borrowers and the government. So, all healthy private borrowers, which includes in many times well-run MSMEs, it includes retail borrowers, it includes well-rated companies of India or well-run companies of India. These are borrowing at either higher costs than they could have borrowed at, or in many cases, they are facing quantity constraints. Some of them are simply rationed from the credit markets altogether. So that is the problem in India. The reason why we have to take financial stability, in my view, even more seriously in India, because we have actually largely socialized the losses of the banking system. So we have lost teeth in some of the discipline that a violent reaction like a bank run or a wholesale financier or an interbank market freezing would have on the banking system. We have outsourced it to government in case of public sector banks. We have outsourced it to the central bank for regulation of all the banks. But that governance arrangement by itself cannot work so well because you need the complementary functioning of market discipline to come along with it. So in some sense, the regulator and the government as the principal shareholder of many of these banks has to lift its own game in order to compensate for the missing signals in the market as far as disciplining these banks is concerned. So to me, this is the long and short of it. In India, everyone wants public sector banks for their own good. They want the safety of deposits. They want the cushy, low incentive, low effort, middle class jobs, which give you job security for the rest of your life. But it is a huge borrowing against the taxes to be paid by future children and youth of the country. In my view, it is as simple as that. It's an intergenerational transfer that is taking place. In the last 10 years, these banks have cost the public exchequer 4 trillion rupees in just direct injections. And if you took into the opportunity cost of that, you could have put this money into a Nifty or a private bank index. It's another 3.5 lakh crores. Even if I take current exchange rate, which is the weakest for the rupee over the 10-year period, this is over $100 billion. Now, this is just getting added to the government borrowing. It's going to cause increase in the taxes. Maybe we'll keep kicking the can down the road of government borrowing programs as well. Ultimately, someone has to pay for it. So I think what those who support these current ongoing tragedy or saga of Indian banking don't realize is that you are setting up the country for failure. You are setting up your children and youth for a much, much higher tax burden down the line, because right now you want these cushy, cozy jobs, which are actually fairly low quality. I can just tell you from my personal experience, I like to talk to common men to understand what economics are they experiencing. Because I'm in central banking and my area of research is banking, I often like to ask the common person, what exactly are they doing with their banks? I can tell you during my entire stint in India, never was the common man I spoke to, maybe the maid who used to work at our place, the home help that we have, including our driver who also runs errands for us. He said, I don't want to bank with the public sector bank that at the street corner because they don't give me any services. If I ask for anything, I have to wait there in the queue for a long time. So that's the state of affairs. They are so weak in their balance sheet, they are not even able to incur in the basic minimum costs that need to be incurred at the branches in order to provide high quality depositor services. What's the point of this edifice? I think, in my view, it's a 40, 50-year failed experiment of nationalizing these banks. If you take an objective view of history, it was done for political objectives at that time. I think the objective was never actually development and financial inclusion. If it was, I think in 50 years, India would have been at a higher credit to GDP than 56% that we currently stand at. So I think we have nothing. In my view, this is, we have to accept as a society that something was tried, it has failed, it's time to move on, because it keeps giving us this silent crisis. And let's face it, the bad loans that public sector banks have right now were mostly created during 2009 to 12 stimulus that followed the global financial crisis. There was behest lending. Phone calls were made to banks to lend to specific sectors, to specific firms. Even if you leave all that aside, even after 8 years, we cannot claim that we have cleaned up this mess. So I think, to me, that is the problem. A lot of reforms get discussed in India. There's a lot of excitement about them. I have been fairly astonished as to how little voice and support there is for banking sector reforms. It never is a big, it has kind of now again been forgotten. As I discuss in our book, we made a very big push for it in 17 and 18 because we thought we had seen how bad this could be following the bad stimulus of 9 to 12. But we regressed. We did not complete the task. We have fallen back into a mode where we have to use all other policies and hope that finance and banking, which are basically like the lifeblood of the economy. The banks are like the arteries. They are sending blood to different organs of the economy to keep the organs functioning in good shape. We somehow think that we can do everything else to the human body and the human mind, but if your arteries are clogged, you will still be okay. I'm sorry, it's not going to work. We are not taking the tough measures that are needed in banking reforms to ensure that the economy is well-oiled, well-lubricated, well-financed for sustained growth over the next 10, 20, 30 years.
So basically, you're saying that we do need to be alarmed about this because we have taken up all the risk involved in the financial sector on the public sector, and this is being transferred intertemporally, and at some point of time the burden is going to become too much, and we don't really know what terrible consequences might happen at that time. But the question again comes as, why have we got into this sort of a rut, and how do we get out of this? And for this, I would like you to shed some light on one of the concepts that comes up right at the beginning in your book, which is this idea of fiscal dominance. And I already see that there are some questions in the chat box about this, and clearly there's a lot of interest in hearing from you about this. As I understand it, it is the idea that everything in the financial sector is somewhat designed so that the government can continue spending fiscally. But how is this related specifically to the problems in the financial sector, specifically what about the NPA problem and the risky lending related to that, and then the whole thing going in circles. So maybe you can just spend a little bit of time to talk about this.
Sure, Amlan. See, fiscal dominance is a situation in macroeconomics where government borrowing, the deficits, so the expenditures above revenues that the government is running are so large that a financial sector regulator such as the central bank starts focusing on helping the government roll over its debts rather than paying attention to its longer term mandates, such as supporting growth or keeping price variations, keeping inflation in check, and so on. In the book, I give it a slightly broader canvas. And I say that for an emerging market where a central bank is an all-purpose central bank, such as the Reserve Bank of India, which is the debt manager for the government. It puts in place regulations for the debt and the currency markets. It regulates and supervises the banking system, the non-bank finance system, and so on. So it's not just in charge of monetary and liquidity policy. It's also performing all these other functions. It runs as a wholly owned subsidiary, the Deposit Insurance Corporation of India. What happens with an all-purpose central bank is that if the conditions for fiscal dominance are rife, and what are the conditions? That the government debt and deficits have to be very, very large so that they are beginning to actually face some pressure in the borrowing markets. If they try to supply extra paper, the bonds don't get priced based on what we teach in the MBA classes, that it should be the discounted stream of cash flows. Bonds get priced based on the fact that you are eating up a lot of savings of the economy. There is very, very little savings left for the private sector, and that crowding out ratchets up the borrowing costs for everyone because there is too small pool of savings and the borrowers are actually all going for them in a very big way. So then in India, what happens is that in such situations, the government turns to the central bank, possibly, as I explain in the book, even other financial sector regulators such as the Securities Exchange Board of India, and says, you have to help me out. So if it's SEBI, you say, forget about that you have minority investors and they need to know whether companies have defaulted or not. No, we are not going to tell them whether companies have defaulted, because if companies have defaulted, they will get downgraded. If they get downgraded, public sector banks will have to set aside capital to bear losses on these companies. If they have to set aside capital, I will need to provide more in my annual budget for the recapitalization. And if that happens, it stresses my fisc at the end of the year. I may have to cut back on my populist programs. Let's postpone it by 1 year. We'll worry about it later. We have many budgets we are going to announce next year onwards, so we'll take care of it that time. You turn to the central bank, you say, why don't you relax the capital norms? What is the need to recognize an NPA just when the firm has defaulted? It's basically, the analogy I always give is, a person is falling from the 100th floor. You know by laws of gravity exactly what the outcome is going to be. But when he's on 75th floor, you say, abhi to 75th floor pe hai, it's a long way to go. Why should you mark the person down as a dud right away? And this is how we have basically completely compromised the standards of our regulation. I think it's a governance failure. And fiscal dominance, in my view, is at the root problem, is basically a governance problem in how the economy and the society are organized. Fiscal dominance arises when there's too much centralization. There is too much being done on the government balance sheet. It's trying to do more than what it can finance comfortably in markets. And then it tries to skew the entire system through financial sector policies to support that borrowing program. In India, the problem is compounded by the fact that the government also owns public sector banks, owns the insurance companies, the pension funds, power finance companies. And therefore, the pressure on the regulators is particularly high because there is a desire to skew all the rules so that these entities collect savings of the economy and channel them in one way or the other towards the government. The cost, frankly, I lay out a whole series of costs of these in the book, but I would say one of the biggest costs is that I think it actually changes fundamentally the mindset of the individual. I find that in countries where governments are trying to do too much, individuals start behaving as though the solution to every problem in the economy is for the government to do something. If I could use a historic term for this, Hayek, who was an Austrian economist who worried a lot about the state control. He had in mind, of course, communism. But one of his books is titled The Road to Serfdom. And he basically says that when everything gets concentrated in the hands of the government, it kills the individualism. It kills the entrepreneurial spirit of the human mind that's under this form of governance of the economy. To me, one of the most sort of disappointing moments during my term at the Reserve Bank was that whenever I interacted with bankers and the industrialists, whenever they came to us for meetings, it was never about how we can expand the pie of the Indian economy. What reforms can we do? How can we actually unleash the growth potential of the economy? It was all about cut interest rates, do open market operations, relax these capital rules, relax the liquidity rules. Government should do XYZ, central bank should do ABC. It's all about what the government and the paraphernalia of regulators can do. The private sector doesn't talk about as much about what it can do to unlock value. And I think this is a big problem of fiscal dominance, that you create a society that is seeking rents. It's trying to get access to the government. It's trying to be in the good books of the government so that when certain government approvals are required, you are likely to be its beneficiary. You can call it crony capitalism. You can call it creating national champions. You can call it outright corruption of some sorts, depending upon how these transactions take place. But that's the society you create. So my fears of fiscal dominance in India go beyond the fact that I'm a votary for central bank autonomy and independence. The reason why I care about these things is because I think a country, especially if it's a democracy, requires checks and balances. It requires certain institutions which are outside the executive arm of the government, like the central bank, to provide a checks and balances function on what the government is doing. No one in India would say that the election commission should be compromised by the government. No one in India would openly say that the judiciary should be compromised by the government. And yet people are very comfortable saying all the time in the newspapers that it's perfectly fine for the central bank to be compromised by the government. The central bank is not a part of the government. It's not a part of finance ministry. There's a reason why it is a separate entity whose mandate is legislatively provided. There's some democratic accountability on the processes that it follows. Why is it that we are so comfortable accepting that a central bank should effectively do what the government wants it to do? I think this is a fundamental question we have to ask, because I think that the more you allow the institutions of the country to be emaciated by the fiscal dominance and the short-run populist election, other pressures of the government, the more you corrode the checks and balances plumbing of the economy, and you can't run such an economy very well for a very long time. And, if I just stop with an analogy, I like to think of the economy as having four wheels. There's the private sector and the banking system, and then there is the government and the central bank. Fiscal dominance is a little bit like one wheel of the economy trying to be the engine and controlling all the other wheels of the economy. That's not how a car is supposed to be run. A car is supposed to have a centralized engine. All the four wheels have to work together. They have to work in tandem. There has to be a right balance in what load they are taking in order to take the economy forward. If you try to drive the economy just on one wheel controlling all the others, you can only go so far.
So before we
just give me half a second. I'm going to bring my blinds down because there's a lot of sunlight.
Sure. Please do that.
Yes, I'm back.
So before we proceed, actually, I really want to congratulate you on the book, and I really enjoyed reading it. And I really recommend this to anybody who wants to understand how central banks function, especially in India. I do think that we have courses in our school on central banking as well, and this will be included as one of the readings in that course. But I want to come back to the analogy that you gave about the balance that you have to have. Now, while I was reading this, I could see that there was this tussle between the government and the financial authorities, and one of the things why the government is perhaps pushing for this is because they find themselves forced to spend because of perhaps the political economy of the country. Now, if we sort of give them a little bit of leeway on this, there is also this idea that there are certain spending items which are perhaps necessary, which are perhaps would not be very, looked upon as very sort of macro-prudential, but at the same time, maybe certain sections in India, because of the the socioeconomic get-up of India, maybe some of the sections of in the country actually depend on this. So is there actually a real trade-off between this sort of macro financial stability that we're talking about and the ability of the government to actually do the things that are absolutely necessary and important for them, right? So do you see this as a trade-off? At least that's what I felt when I was reading. And if so, what is your take on this, basically?
Yeah, see, absolutely. I think I'm not trying to say that the governments should not do anything. In fact, I'm always pushing for the right balance. In fact, that's what one of the sections of the book is called, striking the right balance. See, what has happened is the government is not spending a lot on education, health, and infrastructure. I would say these are the three key public goods that a government should provide, especially in a poor developing economy such as India. Instead, if you look at the composition of government expenditures, most of it is in the form of salaries and pensions, and then merit-based subsidies. Now, all of these create a short-term contribution to the GDP every quarter or every year that they are given out. But what research shows, and there were several studies at the Reserve Bank of India, is that these expenditures, which are called as revenue expenditures rather than capital expenditures, they don't create long-run fiscal multipliers for growth. They don't actually have crowding in properties. They don't actually improve the ease of doing business. They don't improve the productivity of the economy necessarily. And therefore, they don't lead to higher growth levels down the line. They keep adding through government expenditures to each annual GDP number. Now, you can justify the subsidies, but the question is ultimately there is limited resource. The government can't borrow to the hilt and do everything and undertake all ideas which are on the table. So we have to prioritize. And I think the prioritization in India has always been towards perhaps what is easy to do and what is popular to do rather than what the economy seriously needs. Let's go back to the example of public sector banks. They have been justified government after government on the basis of need for development and financial inclusion. Why is it that credit to GDP in Northeast India is less than 5% of GDP after 40 to 50 years of the creation of public sector banks? Public sector banks always say, don't compare me to a private sector bank because I have to go and open a bank branch in Leh, etc. I'm saying, fine. Okay, you are opening bank branches in difficult areas. If I go to the difficult areas of the country, is the penetration of credit high enough to compare us to the leading developed or even leading developing economies of the world? The answer is no. So it must be that we are operating these enterprises at fairly low levels of efficiency. I'll give you an example from the central bank. So, it helps put things in perspective. Of course, this is common in all public sector enterprises. I'm told that at some point of time in the Reserve Bank of India, there was a separate category of jobs called Farsh Jamadar. Okay, this person will clean only tabletops. Farsh is the top of the table in Hindi, right, or Urdu. So a job was created for people to be appointed at the central bank only to clean the tabletops. They would do nothing else. They would not clean anything else in the central bank. Now, sometimes these are the kind of jobs that we are creating in the country. Is this going to improve the long run future of the country if you create these kinds of jobs? Sometimes when I'm at the airport, I'm always contacted at the Bombay airport by people rushing up to me when I have just taken off from the flight, asking me if they should lift my handbag and escort me from the. Is this really increasing anyone's productivity? I can carry my rollover bag on my own. Is this the kind of jobs we want to create? Is the person who's walking from the flight to the exit of the airport made more productive? Most of us can hold one phone in our hand, even if I could argue that, okay, making a phone call would make me productive between that short distance. I can carry the bag and hold the phone on the other side. So I think we somehow assume that because a government balance sheet is large, it must be of the right type. And I think if you take a deep dive into the government balance sheet, let's face it, we spend less than 10% total on health, education, and infrastructure. A lot of what we spend on subsidies is not the total amount that goes to the last mile. You need several ministries, you need several other public sector organizations. They have to go and borrow in the market. The entire cost of that administrative paraphernalia is built into what we see as the total cost of subsidies on the balance sheet of the government of India. Is this really efficient? Can we roll back all these subsidies into a universal basic income, say at least for the poor of the country, where we now have UID, we have Aadhaar, PAN, etc. to verify all that. We have several bank accounts which have been created. And we have the unified payment interface. Why can't we do direct benefit transfers and let the individuals decide what they want to spend on and cut out all this administrative paraphernalia that we have out there? So I think we are not asking tough questions of the government expenditures, their prioritization, their reaching to the last mile in India. And so I think the goal of the government should be to provide public goods. That means creating a safety net by first providing the basic needs and then probably having some buffers to give a soft landing during shocks such as COVID. And I keep giving this example. If we had not spent $100 billion in the last 12 years on our public sector banking system, instead the government had gracefully relinquished these stakes and let the private sector take them over, let them get money from foreign sources if possible. They would have been more productive, more modern. They would have been providing good quality services to my driver possibly. We could have had $100 billion to provide relief and repair efforts at COVID right to the last mile where it is really necessary at the current point of time. And so I am not convinced with a deep dive into the government balance sheet that our big government is necessarily better. In my view, less may actually be more because it would force you to prioritize where you spend your money on. So the cost of fiscal dominance, of course, in part is that because the central bank gets compromised, starts aiding the borrowing program through lowered rates, easy liquidity, relaxation of government bond holding norms on public sector banks and other bank balance sheets, etc., is that there is no pressure on the government to manage its balance sheet in a proper manner, and ultimately it goes out of whack. This last point here, Amlan, is that in fact, you should look at how the government balance sheet gets managed in an accounting sense. Actually, the biggest jugaad of the country actually happens in the accounting practices of the government of India balance sheet. I cannot even put together a number. I struggled to put together a number for 2.5 years while at the Central Bank of India as to what is the total public sector borrowing of all the consolidated government of India balance sheet, the central government, the state government, the center's public sector enterprises, the state's public sector enterprises, other off-balance sheet budget borrowings that they do. What is the total borrowing that the government of India undertakes? You cannot put together this number. The Comptroller and the Auditor General of India possibly can, but they don't do it. They don't disclose it. Now, if we are not even earnest with ourselves on how much total money is being borrowed by the government in a given year, how can we be sure that it is actually being spent that well? Because no one is actually budgeting on a consolidated basis. It's just jugaad. You keep finding, acha, ye program karna hai, ye announcement kiya hai. Where do we create the resources for that? This public sector balance sheet doesn't need to invest in capex today. Let's include some borrowing on that balance sheet. These national small savings funds, they are not on the announced budget borrowings of the government. Let's borrow through that and we will fund Air India with that money. This is how, it's like a banya ki dukan, you know. It's like all the drawers are basically owned by just one person. There is no accounting. In fact, if I can recommend the foreword of my book, it's probably the best part of the book. It's written by former governor of RBI, Dr. Y.V. Reddy. He says that often the government, the central bank and the public sector banks are like a Hindu undivided family in which no one keeps anyone's accounts. Okay, and my fear is that with the conditions for fiscal dominance having become rife in the last decade, we are beginning to start seeing that Hindu undivided family of 70s and 80s. And the real fear is that it will come with the kinds of growth that brought about, which was 3 to 3.5%. I think that would be a real tragedy.
Well, we do hope that we will not get there and sense will prevail before that situation arrives. I want to, before I start taking questions from the audience, and there are a lot of them already, I just want a quick reaction from you about, so you have spoken about this idea of including the unbanked people, right? So making the credit system more democratic in that sense. And for that, a very, very interesting idea that you have advocated is the creation of this public credit registry. So one of the things that when I was reading about this, it occurred to me that so it's absolutely the economic logic for this is it's absolutely sound that one of the main problems is that the lender does not know about the borrower, and the more you know about the borrower, the risk becomes lower, and you will be able to charge a lower interest rate as well. That's absolutely fantastic. But at the same time, it does occur to me that even when people know each other very well, in the Indian society at least, there are various kinds of systems, social systems, different kinds of biases. And all these things can actually get into the formal sector as well through this system, right? And I'm not saying that the current system is better in any way, because now we actually have no information and this is even worse. But when this actually comes into existence, can we make any provisions to root out this kind of biases, which are perhaps there in the informal sector lending as well? And of course, many of these people are completely invisible to the formal sector. So what can we do in that sense?
Yeah, I think my sense is we have to use technology. I think one beauty of technology is that while it has some costs in terms of displacement of jobs and figuring out how to skill people to do those higher quality jobs that technology brings about, one advantage technology has is exactly that it doesn't know, the caste or the color or the composition of the people it is being used for and connecting to. In fact, there is a movement, a technological movement in India happening on the back of the UID, the Unified Payment Interface, UPI, and the Jan Dhan Yojana accounts, etc. Is that MSMEs, the small enterprises who are typically finding it harder to get into the formal credit net, suppose they are connected to the GST network, they are connected to the government e-marketplace, they are connected to Swiggy, they are connected to Flipkart and Amazon. then at the time they do their transactions on these large sharing platforms, or let's call them electronic marketplaces, at the time they are doing these transactions, their transaction data and as well as their other financial data through consent of the MSME can be electronically provided to banks which are sitting behind these marketplaces. So this is it's called OCEN, Open Credit Enablement Network. It's basically a standardized protocol, a set of APIs in the technical language, sort of programming platform to develop these connections all the way from the MSME to the e-commerce marketplace to the borrower, to the lender at the back. The lender gets this information through the electronic marketplace. It can then directly make loans available to the MSMEs. So the data goes from the MSME to the bank. The intermediate marketplace doesn't really see the data. The MSME just provides consent to send the data to the bank. The electronic platform is just the intermediary that makes the loan availability and the conditions visible. And the beauty is that now you can add the loan repayment to be a part of the transaction payment that's going to be made by the MSME to that platform. Because one of the problems is that right now banks create these selling agents and recovery agents, first to make the loans and then to recover the loans. These are not part of the ecosystem of the MSME. These are being thrust into the ecosystem of the MSME by the credit intermediaries. Instead, this e-commerce marketplace can act both as a selling agent as well as a recovery agent, because that electronic transaction becomes actually the mode to recover the payment to the bank. And the information that the marketplace has about the MSME becomes the collateral on the basis of which some machine learning or AI kind of default prediction exercises can be run by banks to determine what is the quantum of loans, what is the pattern of the cash flows that this MSME has. So what maturity of loans should I make to this MSME and so on. So the idea of a public credit registry, an account aggregator that pools all the various accounts of the MSME, connecting all of them to other kinds of verification, on this OCEN, the MSME can make visible its GST invoices, its transactions on the government e-marketplace, its transactions with the e-commerce platform on which it's working, all digitally to the bank, which is sitting at the back end. I'm told that while there are some concerns that the retail loans may be becoming too quick to get, and of course, ultimately banks have to manage the risks of these loans. So this is just a credit enabling technology. It's not a risk management technology. That has to happen at the level of the banks. But as a credit enablement technology, I'm told that some of the private banks now are lending even to actually enable the retail borrower to purchase toothpaste and toothbrush on an e-commerce website. It's a consumption loan. It's a cash flow based loan rather than the traditional lending that Indian banks have done, which is very asset based, which is sort of physical collateral based. And if the physical collateral cannot ultimately be seized by the lenders, they have historically excluded the borrowers from the network. But smaller borrowers don't have physical collateral. What the collateral that they have is their growth, the pattern of cash flows, and the information that they can provide about that. So the idea is that digitization of information, digitization of transaction records, and layering of the payments into the actual transactions of the MSMEs can actually enable credit to reach more borrowers in the economy. Now, as I said, this is not a panacea for fixing our banking sector's governance problems. That's a separate issue altogether.
Right. So hopefully technology will come through and we will be able to solve these various different and more complex issues, which we haven't been able to touch till now. And various things are happening as well, and as you have discussed. So at this point, let me throw the floor open for questions, and I actually have quite a few already. Let me start with the first ones. This is from my colleague, Professor Shohini Sengupta. And this is a question that I was going to ask you myself, and I have run out of time, so let me ask you. So the growing tension and very public tussle between the government and the RBI in the past few years, coupled with the resignation of multiple governors and deputy governors of the RBI, you included, has led to an erosion of public trust. What should ideally be the relationship between the fiscal and monetary authorities of a country like India? And with this, I would also like to add a little bit about what do you feel, how is the, as an institution, RBI has to evolve, right? And where do you see this going? And are you hopeful about the direction?
Yes, see, so in the book, I tried to spend some time on this, especially in the A.D. Stroff Memorial Lecture that I gave on the independence of the central bank as an important part of the democratic system. I also touch upon some organizational and governance issues in the preface chapter, which is on fiscal dominance. See, in my view, parts of the overall setup of the economy that are not executive arms of the government, they have constitutional or legislative mandates. There is a process to hold these institutions accountable to the government or to the parliament, depending upon how the accountability is designed. And then the government makes the appointees to these. So, you know, the election commissioner, the governor of the Reserve Bank of India, the Supreme Court justices, they're all appointed by the government through whatever is the process for these appointments. But then the operational autonomy is left with whatever the appointments are. Very often these institutions do require technocratic expertise. You cannot appoint me as the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of India because I have no expertise. I don't have the degree or the experience or the background. In my view, similar principles apply to central bank. Do central banks need technocrats? I absolutely think they do. It's a very, very complex subject. And you know, the value of an expert is only in dealing with complexity. If you're in a Goldilocks scenario, it's not that difficult actually to run a central bank. It's relatively straightforward, but it's only when complex things arise that you actually need to know what trade-offs to undertake, what are the unintended consequences of the policies that you are making, etc. This is not to say that those who don't have technocratic expertise cannot necessarily be good administrators or good people at the helm. They can be. All that I'm saying is that as an institution as a whole, you need some technocratic expertise in these bodies. So to me, this is a very simple prescription for how to run these entities. The government has the right to change the laws. If it wants, it can change the laws. It can change the mandates of these entities. If it has popular support to do it, well, do what you want. It can make the appointments. It can lay out what are the rules of accountability of the people it appoints. But once you appoint them, you have to let them function their job, do their job. The idea that you can pick up the phone every other day and instead of phone banking, which is what got us into the banking mess, you start doing phone central banking, which is that you try to control through the executive arm, the finance ministry or otherwise, you try to control the central bank into, and see in India, the pressure points are many because the central bank is an all-purpose central bank and the government is into everything in India. So the pressure points are just so many. My experience was that any small, no technocrat wants to be in a constant conflict with the government all the time. They are all cutting compromises all the time. It's not that these people who have left the Central Bank of India, they were so hard-nosed that they didn't make a single compromise during their terms. They did. They all did. The problem is that when the compromise you make today is the beginning of the negotiation to start all over again the next day morning, then it's just an emaciation and erosion of the operational autonomy of the central bank. So in my view, we need to lay out, it all comes down to governance. See, this is the term that I've been using a lot. Of course, in a situation such as COVID, central banks are cooperating with governments all over the world to actually help deal with the massive fallout of the pandemic, its economic costs, its humanitarian costs. trying to support the government borrowing programs if they are needed for undertaking relief and repair measures. But we operate with that sort of an arrangement all the time. And it's not because we are necessarily trying to arrive at good outcomes. I say almost unequivocally in my book, without saying it explicitly, that the pressures on the central bank rose when the national elections were approaching. And this is exactly why a distance has to be maintained between independent, non-executive arms of the overall machinery from the government. And my favorite analogy is that there are times when the government is playing T20, but the central bank is legislatively mandated to play a test match. It has to protect depositor interest, look for long-run price stability, guard the external sector of the economy. If you start swinging for the fences on the first ball, most of the times you're not going to be able to play well for 5 days in a row. And I think that's the trade-off we face. So my sense is, I don't think the fact that there is conflict and tussle should be seen as erosion of trust in the central bank. If anything, to me, it's the other way around. Do I feel good that election officers in the United States are right now saying no to President Trump to go with his will to not actually certify the ballots? Yeah, there is conflict there, but that's a good conflict in the system to have. It's a checks and balances. I think the same way what some of us stood up for was actually not to wear autonomy up our sleeves, as some notable economists in India have described that situation. It is basically to say that, listen, you cannot twist the non-executive arms of the economy to just suit your short-term purposes. That's not how it's supposed to work. I think most Indians would have a problem if such intrusion and interference happened with the judiciary or the election commission. But somehow they think it's okay for a central bank to be compromised. And I think it's because of what Dr. Reddy said, because the central bank has historically worked like being part of the Hindu undivided family. We need to change that. We are becoming more decentralized. We are becoming more modernized. We have a private sector, unlike in 70s and 80s, that also needs to borrow in the markets. So if the central bank is always towing the lines of the government, it's going to crowd out that big middle tier of healthy private sector borrowers that we have out there.
So conflict is good, but again, a bit of concern is that one side seems to be relenting in this conflict a bit too often, but hopefully things will change. Another question from another colleague of mine, Mrigakshi Das. This is about another thing that you have also spoken about in your book. So the question goes as, any comments on monetary policy transmission in the context of the shift on easier monetary policy rather than monetary policy transmission itself make it hard for easier monetary policy to work?
Yes, so see, what happens in India is that because the government borrowing programs are so large, every time the central bank relaxes the pedal on monetary policy, so either lowers rates or engages in some open market operations to inject liquidity, basically that reduces the short-term cost of issuing government paper. And immediately that space gets filled up. So, in my mother tongue Gujarati, there's a proverb that if you put your finger in a glass filled with water and you take your finger out, you cannot feel any difference. It's a little bit like that. Taking the finger out of the glass is a little bit like the central bank easing the monetary policy. And immediately the water adjusts itself to fill up whatever space got freed up. Now, of course, the volume is changing. It's only an imperfect analogy. But that's what happens. The government borrowing just crowds out any space that the monetary accommodation creates. And so it's not surprising that in a cycle of easy monetary policy, the central bank balance sheet keeps growing in size because it's buying more and more government debt. But if it is buying more and more government debt, it is possible that the government expenditures could have come down because you actually reduce the cost of government borrowing, and the government debt could have been reduced possibly because you are reducing the interest rate burden of the government. But no, the government programs keep growing at an even faster pace. So what happens is that the transmission of monetary policy in India works beautifully to the central government balance sheet. It works less beautifully for the state development loans. And then it works much less for the corporate bonds and the bank lending, etc., etc. In the post-COVID phase, the central bank has tried a variety of unconventional tools inspired by developed economy central banks in order to get the transmission to work directly to the corporate bond markets. In fact, there was a recent article which said that banks are now actually becoming big buyers of corporate bonds, in fact, in the first place. And there could be many, many complex reasons for this. But in sum total, what has happened is the transmission of the huge gush of liquidity that we have out there in the system. It is several lakh crores. I don't even know now whether it's 7 lakh crores or 10 lakh crores where the surplus liquidity being provided by the RBI is at right now. But that is actually lowering, it seems to be lowering the costs of corporations, etc. out there. Now, three things to keep in mind there. One is that, of course, those who are in the corporate bond markets represent a very small segment of India. In India, the corporate bond markets are primarily for the very, very highly rated borrowers. We don't have a junk bond market. MSMEs can't go here. So just because monetary transmission is happening to the corporate bond market, we should not assume that it's reaching most of the real economy. In fact, it's not. It actually is reaching our corporates who can also go and borrow abroad in the market many times. So that's point number one. Point number two is that we have actually extraordinarily high inflation right now, even though no one seems terribly bothered about it. We have now had close to 12 months of above 6% inflation. The last print was actually close to 7.5%. As the government balances get difficult because of lower tax collections post-COVID, the burden to increase oil and fuel taxes will rise even further. That then generalizes into overall inflation because fuel affects freight, and through freight, it affects costs of transportation for all goods and ultimately affects the goods prices. The food prices have been very high. The farm bill may even enable the retail farmers to actually collect more higher prices. It remains to be seen how it affects inflation in the end. Overall, I do think it's a good bill to have passed to reduce the commissions that the wholesalers are earning right now at the expense of the retail farmers. But, you know, the question is easy monetary policy in times of 6 to 8% band of inflation in the economy when the mandated level is 4% with a band of 2 to 6% really the right medicine to kickstart the economy? Or is what is needed is fiscal rationalization, compression of subsidies into a basic income, more spending on infrastructure to create bigger fiscal multiplier for growth in the long run. I think I'm worried that too much of monetary easing as the response reduces the kind of fiscal policy response that we might get. And the third and the last point I would make here is that, you know, we have a democratic accountability process for the central bank to target the 4% inflation. The mandate says very clearly that the central bank has to maintain CPI at 4% while paying attention to growth. A big question mark that is arising not just in India, but also in developed economy central banks is that when inflationary pressures rise and the central banks have to raise interest rates, will they raise interest rates? Will they be able to maintain their inflation credibility? Or are they likely to get fiscally dominated because of the huge amounts of debt that the governments have taken on their balance sheets to come out of COVID? In India, inflation is already high. In developed economies, it is below target, but many are projecting that inflation may rise. So in developed economies, the question of fiscal dominance is being asked as a future scenario that one would have to entertain. In case of India, in my view, the scenario is right now that if growth impulses are coming back to the economy, if growth rises over the next year at some points of time, but the inflation doesn't subside, what is going to be the central bank's reaction function? Will it just deviate from its mandate? I think if it does, that would effectively be a sign of fiscal dominance in my view. And I think the main reason why this could be a problem is because we are very external sector dependent on net funding of the economy. And if there are external shocks, typically those happen when the Federal Reserve is raising rates on its own or normalizing the size of its balance sheet, or some sovereign somewhere is experiencing default or difficult conditions like Brexit or Eurozone problems or an emerging market sovereign default. Those shocks create problems for India, especially if fiscal and inflation are not looking right at that point, because then foreign investors want to pull out. So those are the kinds of scenarios we have to entertain while thinking about monetary policy and its transmission being used as the primary tool to support the economy.
So thank you so much. We have absolutely run out of time, so we will have to conclude the session here. It's not often that we get a chance to hear from somebody who has been in the inner sanctum of monetary policy in India. So this was a very special occasion, and thank you so much for agreeing to join in this session and enlightening us with such words of wisdom. And I would also like to thank everybody else who has joined and participated in the session as well. Ram, do you perhaps you should
thank
take
you,
over now.
Amlan. Absolute delight to have interacted with you and your colleagues, and presumably the students who are hopefully seeing this on YouTube, etc. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
All the very best to everyone. Bye.
Sorry, I just wanted to echo what Amlan just mentioned. In terms of you have had a absolutely marvelous talk, riveting talk. That's what I would say. And just so you know, many of our colleagues have or definitely been reading your book, as well as some of them have actually incorporated as part of a must-read for the students as well. So needless to say, some of your talks that you've given, as well as your book, has gone viral. And no, absolutely, we would love to have you back again, and at a more decent time, if you will. We have to pull you out on a Saturday early morning. So hopefully we can do this at a more leisurely pace and a more convenient time for everyone. So I wanted to thank you, Ram, again. Thank you very much, and my regards to Raghu Sundaram as well, and to the entire my alumni faculty members. So thank you. Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
And just before we wrap this session up, I just wanted to give you a quick brief. This concludes day one of our Global Finance Conclave. Day two tomorrow starts at 10:30 a.m. India time, and we will be covering topics from digital and financial literacy to cybersecurity, and how that could impact the Indian ecosystem and the markets. And we'll also have the final round of the student debate competition. So that is, and then we also have the discussion with Mr. Alan Rosling. He's joining us from Hong Kong. He's going to talk about the MSMEs and the entrepreneurial market in India and how to structure that better. So we have a fairly packed day tomorrow as well. So before we go for tomorrow, there is another session, and a very light session. One of the upcoming and budding music artists is going to be presenting live, starting at 8 o'clock tonight. So please join us then. Till then, thank you, and have a fantastic evening. Bye-bye.